hand keeping that secure?
Pretty much the same what Hussein was talking about, especially if you take a look at the finance industry in Europe or especially in Germany, it's pretty much the same. And the question we're facing with our banking customers is the moment if we talk about own your data, who is owning the data? So because it's a part of a chain in the end. In the front, of course, you have your banking customer or a customer of any other industry, and he obtains personal data from the customer. But as we all know that sourcing management, for instance, in a huge corporation with the big tech industries and the cloud providers in the background, banks, especially in Germany, they have sourcing contracts with big IT data center suppliers, means that they are not personally own the data, so the contractor owns the data. So in the end, it's a chain. And from our point of view, in regards to data classification, this is the solution, doing proper IT security risk management. Because there are data you may own, which is better, your strong confidential data, your business secrets in the end, doesn't matter if you're a bank or a productive automotive company, whatever, you have some secrets you want to own. And then there are data publicly noted by everyone in the World Wide Web, so this data can be owned by everyone in the end because there's no rate in regards to confidentiality. And from our point of view, a management throughout this question, having in mind what data do we have in our company, what data are at our suppliers, and what are the needs of our customers, this management system is crucial for a good cyber and IT security strategy. To give an answer on knowing which data is owned by whom, and then having the correct IT security regulations and requirements and especially measures in place by giving this security throughout this whole chain of customers, company, suppliers, and so on.
Right, right. No, great. Mr. Ahmed, before I come to you, I just want to say that, again, we see many platforms online and they've got the little privacy button at the bottom when you click on that. Honestly, hands on, show me hands aware that how many people read that, you basically skip it and it probably just identify how your data is being used and how the company is going to share that data with other third parties type of thing. But I mean, I'm guilty of it myself. You just click accept and that's it, right? So, Mr. Ahmed, in your experience, obviously you come from a cybersecurity environment and you're helping organizations to implement the solutions and integration. So what's your view on owning that data and how would you think individuals can obviously take benefit of this?
From cybersecurity point of view, when you're owning your data, you are owning your security actually, because you protect your privacy. All your critical data, you know that the value of the data is how much it will affect you, even personally or on your business. Okay, this is the value of your data. So when you own your data, you own this value if this data is really critical for you. Okay, I think the most challenging in owning your data is how to secure your data, how to protect sharing and avoiding sharing anything with untrusted people, using untrusted platforms or click on untrusted links. The communication now able to make any resistance to the received links or so on. The main challenge for any business now is the human resistant himself, because everyone in your entity is a vulnerability. Actually, if you avoided training him well, if you didn't invest in the security awareness to learn your people how to protect their data, you are really gain a vulnerability in your business.
Thank you so much. Again, coming back to my previous, where we click on these privacy buttons and we accept everything. There's certain, what do you call, platforms available in the market, right? Which obviously give you the autonomy or give you the security that this is how your data is going to be used to give you those messages. But coming back to you, Flo, obviously from a improving the customer experience perspective, where do you see this, these platforms, if they are available, or how can they help improve organizations to understand how the data is being used and what's being protected?
I think in regards B2B, there will always be strict rules how to handle the data of my customer, of the other company, especially in regards to relationships between companies. It's a trustworthy business. I mean, in the end, IT, of course, is also people business. So it's about relationships, network. We have to handle all the data given by our customers in a trustworthy way. But I think in regards B2C, where I'm putting up a platform, obtaining data from customers, and now the customers, the people, a single family using Instagram, or I don't know. I think your own personal data will become more and more like money. So you don't give an amount of dirhams, dollars, or anything else to get a service. It's like you're giving your own data. And from our point of view, the responsibility is up to these companies, because this has to stay in balance in the future. And the awareness putting into terms and conditions, trying to read what you're accepting, and people like us are in the room who knows that there are some very heavy things in it, you know, what you give into the world if you click on accept. So we might know it, all in the room might know it, but there are a lot of people who are not knowing it. And I think this is the second part of this panel discussions in regard awareness and train your people. So everyone who knows it, from our point of view, has a social responsibility, and telling this to people who might not know. And this social responsibility, from our point of view, will be crucial in regards to your question, Asif.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I will definitely come to that, where you have to train, you know, the individuals and all that. So coming back to you, Mr. Hussain, same thing, roughly. Obviously, let's say you're not in the banking industry, right? Obviously, you've been in your life, but in terms of where do you see the owning your data aspect in terms of from a non-financial perspective? Where do you see the key role is where individuals can play?
I don't need to separate myself from the financial sector. It's all around. See, to be very honest, the first element, and I just take what Florian has mentioned, it's a chain. So, and that chain starts from the one who provides that asset. Today we have to all understand the data is one of the most valuable assets we have, everyone has, and all the organizations are looking forward to get the maximum of it.
Yeah.
So it all starts from what do you share, and being aware of what do I share, at what time, with whom. Because that is very critical. And a general awareness is a must. Because if people do not know that they are giving away their entire life to organizations, to platforms. Google, for example, today knows everything about me, right? Obviously, that happened because I clicked on and accepting terms and conditions. Same with other aspects. Now, there could be organizations where they do have these advanced techs, and they can go the extra mile. There are industries which might not have today these tools and kits, but they will definitely have, because that they all understand that the data is the oil of today's world. So it all starts from being aware of what you're sharing, and taking the conscious steps of doing so with any platform, be it bank or any external platform, even your social media platforms, which is part of our life to life, day-to-day life.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I know we obviously will talk about standard best practices, coming in, what need to be implemented. So with that in mind, Mr. Ahmed, I was just going to come back to you now. Yes, we know about owning the data, but what do you feel are the challenges of owning those data? How do you think we can secure that and making sure that it doesn't get used or abused internally and externally?
The challenges from the business vision is investment, because they have to invest more in different sectors. Like they have to invest in the technology, they have to invest in the security and in the training. And I think after all this investment, if you didn't focus on the training well and invested well, you still have a vulnerability. So the investment have to be balanced between the technology and the human training. From the end user perspective, the challenge always that they have to focus on same like what Hussein told us. What are you sharing and with whom? Because the most common phishing email now, it need to huge focus. You know that once he changed the A to Latin letter, it's totally different domain, and it's direct you to another platform. So you have to be aware and focus on everything you are click on. What you are sharing is the most important thing to protect your data. The permissions that you give and allow the platforms and the mobile apps to get. Most of us allow. It's okay without training. The terms and conditions. It's not just to click agree. it's to be read. So all of that from the business and individual perspective, I think it's very important to protect our data, and it's a huge challenge now.
Sure, thanks. And before we touch on the training side, I want to still stay on the challenges. So any comments from yourselves, Hussein or Flo? Where's the challenges?
Maybe it's not the directly to the challenges part, but I'm again sticking back myself to the financial industry. For the customers, for the individuals dealing with the banks or with any other platform, today they are in between of two different paths, and those get to be paved based on their decisions. When I protect my entire data and I maintain full security of my data, but at the same point of time, I do miss tailored products and services. On the other aspect, the more I share, I get things to be tailored to me. And that's what happens today with all of us, right? We, in many aspects, we do like that those platforms like Instagram and other social media platforms, that they know what I want, and they do offer me based on what I want. Apparently that comes at the price of me sharing the extra data. So that is from the client or customer aspect. From the bank aspect, there are quite good number of challenges that gets to be faced. Number one, at the end of the day, these are all people. And those are the same people who are outside sharing their data with the different other platforms. How do you make them aware that data is not something that can be played with? It has to be maintained safe. It has to be maintained secure. It has to be very well protected, and can be only used for the right thing, and to have a return for the client or for the customer, for the organization, obviously for the bank, and enhancing the overall industry.
Sure, thanks, Jose. Again, we come to this crossroad, right, where we want to share our data. We want to, with that data, we want to reap the benefits, but also we want to keep ourselves secure. And you want to see how these companies are decommoditizing this data and making sure that they don't misuse it. So this all comes to education and training again, right? So Flo, coming from your perspective, what do you think is the most important part of, how do you train individuals to become literate about the data? Obviously, we have to create a data mindset organization, first of all, I would say, right? Based on that, if you educate your employees or internal staff, then obviously that disseminates to outside as well. But what's your view on training individuals?
As I said in the second part of our keynote yesterday morning, there's not this one achievement and then all my organization is secure, like obtaining one security training given by the CISO to 3 months, 1,000 people, and then I can say, all right, my organization is aware now. We tried that the last 15 years, and what we see now is that the human being is still the top risk in our IT organization from a security perspective. And that's the reason why we said, all right, we need a system, like we have to strengthen our human firewall, but continuously. We have to obtain manual trainings. We have to do it digitally, maybe via web-based trainings. We have to implement gamification parts maybe in it, that it's interesting to learn why you need a 15-digit password. I can tell it all to the people now or to my audience, no matter where I are, or I try to do it in a gamification way to understand, even for a non-techie, what's the technical reason behind it, but in an easy way. And I think if we start this day by day, again and again, and do it like the ISMS, plan to check act, continuously improvement, if we try to adapt these systems into strengthened human firewall and into the social behavior part of security, which is from our point of view a very big one, I think then we will increase over the years our human firewall, and this whole problem in regards to people risk in IT security landscape will decrease. From our point of view, this is the strategy every company should go within the next years.
Right. Yeah, it's really important, obviously, to implement those internally, right? Those policies and making sure that your individuals or internal, you get the knowledge and then that's disseminated to outside. So, Mr. Ahmed, in your experience or in your work, what you've done in the past few years, what's your view on, making sure that individuals are accountable for the data and they are trained in such a way that they are data mindset ready?
I think any entity have to add in the employees' KPIs. A part considers the data protection. Nowadays, the training become easier because the business simply can deploy a hacking simulation to be like as a training for the customers, phishing campaigns, security awareness simulation, to alarm the employee during his working hours always, and making him always remember that this is the most important, because it's really the human is the most vulnerability, is the biggest vulnerability ever. Whatever the technology you invested on,
Yeah.
whatever the latest upgrades you make, still the human is the biggest vulnerability in your business.
No, totally, yeah, agree. It's the human that obviously, no matter what you do, you're going to make a mistake or you're going to leave a post-it somewhere with something on there, right? So, Mr. Hussain, coming back to you then, in terms of your organization, obviously from a banking again, I believe that you must have some rigorous training programs for individuals to make them understand, what the data is or how they need to make sure that it's not exposed or it's not vulnerable to the outside world. So do you have any programs implemented internally, and how do you keep up to standards? Meaning, obviously, these regulations keep changing quite regularly, and based on that, how often do you update them, and if you do, that is, and what's the standard practices in your organization?
Yeah, obviously we do, and we cannot avoid being always up to date, being a bank, right? We do have a very strong regulator also sitting next to us who makes sure that we are there. So I think there are a couple of things which we do in general. So there is a governance body from our risk group who directly reports to the board of directors, and they make sure that everyone within the organization, whatever is the role, whatever is the grade, whatever is the department, group, whatever is the case of that person, each and every individual has to go for a training. Now, obviously, that is challenging if you do it the old way. But then if you do it with gamifications, you do it the interactive way, you do tend to give actual examples of their day-to-day businesses, be it from IT side or from operations side or from the frontliners, those customer service officers or the tailors in the branches. If by tailoring it to their day-to-day, I think that is the way that our risk group tries to educate and make sure that the entire set of resources within the bank are aware of the importance of the data and the how do you protect the data, how do you make sure that the custody of what you have in terms of the data asset is safe and protected. That is from an aspect. Then there is another aspect of so we do have a small kind of academy within the organization who trains people from within the organization and outside the organization. And those guys do play a very critical role in terms of making sure that, yes, adhering to the policies, processes, that they are set by the regulator, by the governance bodies within the bank in terms of protecting the data. However, there are opportunities that if you do it right in the right way, then they can arrive at some other level of your business. Ensuring that there is a good amount of training on data literacy, ensuring that or making sure that they work with different groups and functions within the organization, including the innovation desk that I had, in terms of bringing the data-driven decision-making culture within the organization. All of this builds into the innovative products, builds into innovative services, but without obviously giving away on the data security and data privacy aspect.
Right. So that's interesting because obviously you're taking steps to obviously educate and make your organization more data literate. again, you don't have to be in technology, right, to just think about data. Any business, right? I could be selling fruit in the market. If I got an online presence, I'm sharing data, right? So I need to be, or as a small business or a large business, I need to be data aware. What I'm sharing, what I'm trying to visualize in the online presence. And with that, Flo, coming back to you then, how do you feel that government or individuals and technologies, what their responsibilities would be to training in these normal consumers like ourselves, or large organizations as well?
Do you mean by giving by institutions?
Yeah.
What their responsibilities?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if a company or...
Exactly, yeah.
I think, first of all, which is also part of our basic security awareness trainings, is the understanding that a data can be crucial or non-crucial in regards to the criticality the information itself has. So, because that means that we can filter in the discussion between the information we have to talk about, we have to secure, where in the end every employee, every individual has an own responsibility by using IT, no matter if you're sitting in a government, in a company or somewhere else. And the rest of the information, which is maybe publicly known or it's just normal information where there's no need for security requirements. So I think the first responsibility in regards to training is understanding data classification itself. This is one of the most crucial facts, that the organization knows that we have informations which are very critical in regards to confidentiality or even availability, to be honest. And then there are information which are not. And the security measures we want to train in the after chapters after the introduction, they are running about the critical informations. And this is the reason why I say, let's start with the basic, let's kick off with the basic by giving the understanding to everyone that there are data which are critical and there are data which are not critical. And this you can even take into your own private life in regards to to come back to your terms and condition facts. Because if you take informations about yourself, there are informations which are non-critical, like your name, first name and surname. In regards to GDPR, to go to a regulative part back again, it is sensitive information. But the GDPR says we have to take at least 3 informations to talk about a data security fault if they are leaked. Because if I know your first name and I know your last name, there could be again 1,000 people with your first and your last name. So I need a third information to maybe come to your personal belongings or to your personal data. And this is the second step, that information, they are connecting towards each other. And we have to make sure that we know which is the criticality we are talking about in that respect of that information. And from a personal perspective, what for information of my personal belongings and of my Florian Arbon thing I'm giving towards the society and to big organizations and so on. And I think these are the main responsibilities and basics we have to start kicking off in regards to training.
Sure, thanks. Hussein, coming to you, Mr. Ahmed, sorry, coming to you. It's a global world, it's a huge, we've got 7-8 billion people in the world. How do you think we can reach these people from a government level to give them the education and awareness that this is how you need to protect your data? Do you think from a government point of view, what kind of things that they can do, coming from Middle East, Europe or North America, what kind of, I would say, in my mind, is campaigns or advertisements, right? They can do to make people, a normal person, not everybody's going to read, the Data Privacy Acts, and they're not going to read the privacy policies, but there are certain, messages that they can influence with that, before you go online, before you share your data, there's certain things you can do. So do you think there's a way that governments can play a role in this?
Actually, nowadays we are seeing that happen, especially in the countries which focus on digital transformation. Now we can see advertising talking about outdoor advertising talking about security awareness topic and how to protect your data and how to avoid sharing everything with untrusted people. Now we are receiving SMS campaigns and email campaigns from governments and banks, even from private sector or public sector, talking about cyber security awareness and how to protect our data. I think it's become a vision for any government looking forward to make a real digital transformation. And one of the main scope in the digital transformation file is how to make awareness to all people to protect their data and avoid losing their data. So I think it's already happened nowadays. Previously we didn't see that, but now with the vision of most of government now to digitalize, they are focusing on that.
Right. So so I believe that it needs to accelerate like by tenfolds, I think now, because obviously technology is moving so far ahead. I don't want to go into the other topics like the AI and the ChatGPT side of the world. There's obviously privacy there as well. But with that in mind, again, I think we've had an amazing discussion. I've learned a lot from you guys. I'm coming back to the audience. If there's any questions and answers, we just got a few minutes. So any questions from the audience? Please. Someone get a mic.
Good morning, gentlemen. So it was quite astonishing to hear the different perspective what you've been presenting from different side of the data privacy, data security, information security. We hearing them a lot, right? So with your experience, you all are quite good in your place. Tell me about your experience that when and how do you struggle with the people in the board, okay? We talk about top-up and the bottom-down approaches about security. So often the challenge is what we have experienced is that you can educate, you can train all the people around, but what happens when the C-suite comes and then all the rules get bypassed because of certain priorities, because of certain urgencies, and then it lends up to the culture formation where you train everybody from top and the bottom, but you make one simple mistake because of certain tailoring effect, and that takes a toll on your security. Have you got any experience around that? Have you got any scenarios within your experience, and how did you handle it?
Anybody want to take that on? I think, yeah, let you. So where do you think from a senior level, how do you, put that information and influence the decision making of what you need to do from a data privacy point of view? So I think that's where you come from.
To a point, but my point was more importantly around that when you make a policy formulations and process everything in a company. But what happens then at times when somebody in the very high C-suite board member asks you to do something which is against the policies, of course, okay, because of a certain reason, because of a certain, then how do you handle that tailoring effect so that does not formulate as a culture part of it? And then there has to be somebody to take responsibility of that side effect that could generate that decision.
Yeah. I think it's one of the most crucial parts of an effective security strategy that as an CISO or an IT security manager, you have the board of management behind you. Otherwise, it won't work in any company. You can have the best policies, the best processes. If there's a CEO, COO, doesn't matter in which company, which is not supporting the IT security strategy, you won't have any awareness completely in your company, and the whole system starts shaking. So this is totally true. From our point of view, if you take a look at the backbone of German industry, which is the Mittelstand, there is a funny story that a lot of CEOs, 100, 150-year-old companies, the CEOs, they are not interested in IT security till something happens. then they are fully aware of all the security strategies and so on. So from our point of view, we are conducting special board trainings for security by talking in their language. We had it yesterday at the female panel discussion. One of the panelists was talking, I learned to talk with my points in the way the customer or the opponent wants to hear it. And this was such a good point. And the same thing we have to do with our executives by telling them in their language what our needs from the security reason are. So this is the only way we can do it.
Thank you. Any further questions? No? I think my time's up. Oh, sorry, is there one? Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Yeah, we're good. One question, and this is more like, again, possibly a future trend that I would like your opinion on, but we hear conversations from a regulatory point in the US shift to the fact that cybersecurity is the responsibility of organizations and not the end consumer or the end point at which it probably gets compromised, right? Do you, and since you're talking about CEOs and CIOs and CISOs and a lot of liability gets transferred, how do you respond to this? Do you think that's how we are going to move in that direction? And will that make companies thereby much more hyper alert and take different steps around this?
Do you want to take that?
But someone other, please, can answer. But what we are telling our American customers is that it's not a good solution by putting up responsibility in security in general. It's a topic from all of us. So this is what I directly say against this argument coming from the United States. We hear it also. It's a unified topic in the end. But of course, a company which needs data, sensitive data, has a higher responsibility in regards to awareness than the customer, which might not know what data I'm giving towards the company. So of course, we have different layers of responsibility, but at the end, it's a topic from all of us. And from our point of view, we should not start by discussing which responsibility is more or less. It's a responsibility from all of us. But in different layers, and everyone should understand from his perspective what is my responsibility in this total tech game.
Yeah. As he told, actually, the responsibility is for all, starting from the head of the organization, till the all stuff. Especially the non-technical people, because they have to be aware from everything more than the technical people. For sure, the technical people are well trained to deal with that, but the non-technical people, especially the financial people, they own a very, very critical data, and they don't have the technical background to fulfill enough to protect their data. So the main responsibility in this topic, it will be on the employee before the top management. The top management responsibility is to train the employee, and the responsibility on the employee is to stick to the rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. With that in mind, I will thank Mr. Ahmed Flo Hussain for joining us today, providing us quite useful insight, and hopefully we've provided some thoughts and education to the audience. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's photo time now. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you are posting pictures and videos today, please do go ahead and do this, whether it's on LinkedIn, whether it is on Instagram or Facebook. Please do use the hashtag Internet2Conf. Let us know what you think. Let us know your opinions and your thoughts. That would be absolutely fantastic. And so it is day 2 of our Internet 2.0 conference, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some amazing sessions lined up for you today. We've got our award sessions as well a little bit later on. We've got, of course, a full day for you tomorrow. And our next session this morning, which I'm really, really looking forward to, we're going to be having a little fireside chat now. So this is actually going to be our keynote, Growing the Intangibles, What Every Tech Business Should Do. So this is going to be really, really exciting. I think we are we ready? I think we're just miking up now. Fantastic. Getting the Britney mic. I like to call that the Britney mic, the Britney Spears microphone. That's the headset microphone. That's the special one. So I think we are ready, ladies and gentlemen. If you could please join me in putting your hands together and welcome to the stage Barsha Panda, founder and CEO of Dark Street Creative. So this is the keynote on growing the intangibles, what every tech business should do. Thank you so much, Barsha.
Thank you. Okay. Great. Am I audible? Yeah, we good? Okay, great. Sorry, not very used to Britney mic, as she said that, so I gotta check it again. So hello everyone, good morning, and welcome to this keynote. It's growing the intangibles, and we believe that this is what every tech business should do. Now, this talk is going to be an emphasis on aspects of business that are easy to forget or get taken for granted, but are incredibly important for a technology business in its path to success. I'm Barsha Panda. I'm the founder and CEO of Dark Street. It's a business consulting practice. I started this after almost 2 decades of working with technology MNCs in Singapore, in the US, and in Europe. Today, I work with CEOs, CXOs, and division heads of startups and enterprises to basically on their business strategy, on leadership effectiveness, on culture and organization build. We work on strategies to sustain and scale for distributed organizations and how to make organizations really agile to both internal and external realities in a very everyday, in a real impact way. What I share with them, the advice I give them is what I will be sharing with you today, and that is the power of the intangibles and how to treat them, and really the need to treat them as strategic investments. So before we go there, just a quick one, a stop at a conversation and a question that probably happens everywhere we go. Even if you're not in the technology business, you end up saying, what's your favorite tech trend today? And why today? Because tech is moving so fast. Tomorrow, your favorite tech trend could be a different one. And most of what we will end up answering is somewhere, I suppose, in these or extensions of these, right? The metaverse, immersive experiences, but also business applications for high-value sales, for education, autonomous, self-driving cars, shipping, logistics, last-mile delivery, digital twins, and the lot. Cloud, of course, cloud now sounds like a oldie but a goodie because it's been there for a little longer than the others. But yeah, SaaS solutions, digital transformation, low-code and low-ops, new ways of building applications, new ways of leaning out your DevOps teams, robotics, precision manufacturing to tech-enabled agriculture. I mean, it's kind of pervasive all through. Blockchain, of course, there's crypto, but also smart contracts, also its close cousin with NFTs in art, right? Generative AI, I'm not going to talk about this because we all have our favorite generative AI tool to play with. And 3D and 4D printing, that is slowly making its way out from scientific laboratories and maker studios into the consumer market. Now, each of these, if you look at them, they are very different technologies, and they all have world-changing implications. And yet, they have something in common, something fundamentally in common. And what they have in common is that they're extremely democratized. They're easily accessible and available to all competing businesses. Now, this is great news for users. It always has been, and that is how the largest technology platforms that we know of have grown. But when you think of it from a business standpoint, one which has to survive, grow, outgrow competition, sharing an advantage with everyone isn't really an advantage to have. So, and if you're a business that's, say, making and selling technology, you would want a moat around you for longer before your competitors can put up their hands and offer similar offerings. If you're a business that's investing in order to have a strategic edge over competitors, you would want a longer runway to enjoy that edge for longer. And I think the way this is going is that we have businesses now building on top of these platforms to sort of create but short-lived differentiation, right? So to summarize this in the context of technology businesses in general, and as I think McKinsey said, all businesses are turning into technology businesses today. It comes down to this: when everyone has access to the same technology, who has the real advantage? So the hypothesis of this is not that there is no advantage, but who has the real advantage? And you know, the whole point of having access to same technology and thereby there being parity, the problems are quite obvious and manifest today. Most startups are working on something that somebody else is. And it's not probabilistically. Large sets of startups are working on the same tracks. It's a race to the finish to see who gets there faster. And as a result, market expansion and market capture is becoming the greatest play. And that's not a tech game, if you think about it. That's one differently than a tech game. The third thing you look at is when you recruit people or when you talk to your customers, how quickly the conversation moves to the money factor, not the value factor. So clearly there's a need for technology companies to differentiate beyond their technology, beyond their product, services, and offerings. And the fact is, if you look at the most popular search engine today, is it the best search engine? If we look at, I don't expect you to answer that question. We don't want to get there, right? But or if we look at the most popular phone, is it the best performing phone? The fact is we don't know. And we don't know, and big technology companies, the way they become hugely successful is because their value amplification and value preservation and extending that advantage, it happens because of differentiating factors in the technology itself, right? And the way they actually capture and mostly extend the advantage for long is because of a few intangibles. Now, intangibles in business is an interesting point, right? Tech is so much about data and visible architecture and all of it. But the intangibles are several. But if we abstract them out, three emerge as the key heroes. And I'd go so far as to call them the intangible trinity. Bear with me for a second. Do not think, hey, we know culture, we know leadership, maybe we know story. Bear with me, because there's an interesting nuance coming up as to why it makes a difference. Now, this intangible trinity, which is culture, leadership, and story, in some sense, if you think of any successful value technology company today, we potentially love them for how they build stuff, how they're leading humanity into the future, and how they land this story into our minds and make us believe it. Yeah? So these three, culture, leadership, and story, are almost gravity-like because they are very hard to define. They're very hard to define. They're even harder to measure objectively, and yet they exert a very obvious power, and that their effect is very clear. So it wouldn't be wrong to frankly call them like a time-space kind of a mesh that exerts power by playing on the mindsets of the market. Because most valued technology companies today, they create a myth. Myth is not a bad word, by the way. Myth is what gets into our minds. It stays with us. It's belief. And that myth that they create happens on the basis of this and beyond what their core offering is. To make a point, I think if you get the intangible trinity, if you harness this power, your surface area of potential success goes up exponentially.
And as I said, bear with me, because these are not as simple as, these words are not new to business. I mean, of course we know culture, of course we know leadership, we know story too. But the point is, have you deconstructed them specifically to technology? Because technology is a different beast. More importantly, it's not a beast that looks at linear growth, which marks it very differently from any other industry that exists, right? The second thing is that, do your strategic investments show that you believe in them? These are not nice to have, these are not good to have, these are not extras to have. Do you have strategic investment in that? So in the next few minutes, we have maybe about 18 minutes, let me walk you through some brief deconstructions of each of these and the top 2 or 3 points to remember or to measure yourself against when you get into building these or applying this. Let's start with deconstructing culture. Some of the most admired people in technology, they have pointed out the value of culture. So just to take you back a little in time, it was Lou Gerstner, the IBM CEO, the legendary CEO of IBM really, and who taught the world, right, that you can teach an elephant to dance. He talked about it. Satya Nadella, much more in fresh memory, totally took the company into a totally different future than what probably any of us expected. And Peter Thiel. Now, Peter Thiel's comment is very interesting. He says, don't mess up the culture. You don't expect it to come from a Thiel's personality, right? You expect him to be all about hard numbers and technology, and that's the miracle. He says, don't mess up the culture. I mean, Thiel being Thiel, he used a stronger word than mess up, but I'm sure it conveys the point about what he says, don't do that about the culture. And yet, why is it that technology companies, and I've been in several of them, some do better, some don't. I work now with startups a lot as well, so I see them as well. And you would expect them to have great culture because they've all come together apparently to build something, and 20 people, and they have huge issues with culture. And why is that? Why don't companies get into an effective culture? Because I think we need to take a more honest look at what culture is. You know, it's how we work and how we actually work, not how we like to talk about ourselves or believe we would like to work. The second thing is that a lot of the times culture runs into this whole idealism and moralizing issue, right? They're good-sounding things like plaques on wall, we build them as that. But culture in an organization is better understood if you think of it as a culture in a laboratory, in a petri dish, something that grows on its own if the conditions are right. And when something grows on its own, it evolves. And your conditions need to be kept right. And it changes if the conditions change, right? Which also means that culture, if it's going to be real, needs to be an open and evolving one which interacts within itself and externally and is allowed to change and evolve. Which brings us to the other aspect, that what gets passed off in the name of culture is also sometimes a bit of a rah-rah, of a frenzied belief in it, which is potentially as not true as a company saying, we absolutely believe in fairness and this and this and this, and yet they're extremely aggressive in the sales market, right? So it's the same problem when you look at it, whichever way you cast that. If we were to look at how can we thereby build an effective culture, let me just walk you through some important points, and we can get into this later. So Tony's here, I mean, God bless his soul, but he said something very interesting. It's not that companies don't have core values, it is that they don't commit to it. So culture is always a question of a clarity of your choice and your ability to commit to it. So when you define a culture, do you pick it for long-term financial viability of your company, or are you taking a good-to-have approach? And when I say long-term financial viability, I mean that is it reflective of how you want to operate now and how you want to operate to get to wherever you want to get to? And you know, it sounds pretty commonsensical. Of course it is that, but it isn't, because think about it. All technology companies swear by innovation, but the truth is, in a business cycle, there's time for innovation and there's time for value capture, there's time for targeted sales. And the cultures of these are going to be incredibly different. It's the same conditions won't lead to that, right? The second one is, say, faster shipping cycles versus fun at work. So there's a whole expectation of technology as a culture, right, which is a lot like the WeWork offices, the Friday fests, the pizza parties, and a lot of beautiful lighting, open systems of work and stuff. Now here's the thing, though. Can you be bold enough to consider, does this correlate to my actual goals? Because if I'm trying to ship faster, isn't an environment that allows for deep work and more close-knit work between smaller units of my setup, more conducive to that than a constant state of connectedness. I'm not saying connectedness is not great, but do that when you have a sales party. But the point is, what does the culture that we are signing up to committing to actually do for us? The third thing, and this is an interesting one, right? They have it. So a lot of the times culture builders in many organizations, they look at what they like outside, they look at what's working for people, and they tend to bring that in. Now, this process of benchmarking and reverse engineering is great for products and services, but with culture, what happens is that when it's not native to you, it sits like a film on top of things that are more real. It never really takes. So it's a lot better to start culture from a perspective of who are we today, how do we actually work, how do we need to work, and build it as a function of that rather than they have it and they don't. It's the same thing as when corporates say, right, we are the world's largest startup. I mean, their decision-making matrix doesn't allow them to be a startup. Or when startups want to retain the culture they had earlier to say, processes are for dodos. No, they're not. When you were only doing product development, the messy, tangled web leading to innovation was great. You got customers, you got logistics, you got customer service. Your culture now needs to become far more organized. So the thing of they have it, so we should have it, they have it, so we don't want it, neither of it works. What's native to us and what will work for us is the most important consideration to have. The most powerful cultures are built on the concept, on a graph of or and not and, because ands are crutches. We want to be this and we want to be that as well, right? This line actually comes from Succession, if any of you are watching it. So the Roy kids, they try to make this pitch, okay? And they want to say, the startup we have in mind has got the ethics of a non-profit at its core and a crazy path to profits. All of you guys in business, please tell me, is that even going to be possible? You know, you operate like a non-profit and you crazy path to profits. It's not, and it's easy to laugh at them, except that most of our businesses and cultures in businesses actually sound a bit like this. There's an and matrix that keeps governing. We are this, we are also this. It's not very helpful. When you ruthlessly prioritize what your culture is, you get to know who you are and who you are not. And then those both aspects work equally importantly. If we're going into deconstructing leaderships, clearly the tech CEOs are the rock stars of our time. Yeah? And the thing is, we all have our pet favorites and our not-so-favorites. The interesting thing is that our decision of that is probably based on personality traits rather than their leadership process. We are very far away. Also, it's a very rock star phenomena, right? It's easy to borrow the hairstyle and the fashion and not learn how to make music like they do, because we really don't know that. So that's one big aspect of tech leadership, because it makes tech leaders believe we need to have lightning speed decision making. We are the God particle phenomena, or to think that anything we do has to change things at a planet scale, which is not really the point of a business as well. And it doesn't have to be. It's okay if you're helping out 10 neighborhoods. It doesn't have to be anything beyond that. But that's the burden they carry. And the second thing is that leadership really calls for life experience, while technology requires you to probably be obsessed with technology itself from a very, very young age. So the two sit not quite close to each other, and building an organization, being a leader, requires you to have life experience, and you tend to snap back to what you're very good at, which is, I know technology, and I'm very good at that. The third is, you get into technology because you love doing cool stuff, right? And you love talking to a machine and building better and better instructions that returned you what you wanted from it. Think about doing that to human beings. That's not how an organization is going to get built, because you're not talking to machines. Well, at least not for the foreseeable future at this point in time. So if we were to look at making strategic investments in leadership, what would be the real job of a tech leader? The first part is that in tech leadership, you're not working on a role in the business, you're working on the business, especially people who are building up companies from ground up. People, product, process, wherever there's a gap, you're really responsible for that. So being present, being involved, being ungrudgingly involved in solving those problems is a part of the job. And it's a difficult one, but it is a part of the job. The second one is the difference between delivering to investors and delivering to customers. Now, even very large enterprises, they have issues with the quarterly race. I mean, we've heard so many of them say that it is the quarterly race of publishing something that's coming in the way of our long-term goals for the company. Now, it is very magnified in a startup kind of a context, right? And once you've taken investments, what happens is that you know for a fact as a leader that how your community of users and your customers are going to respond to you is more important. But you end up choosing to perform and deliver to the indices the investors project to you as how do we know you're a healthy company? How do we know you're heading in the right direction? Now that creates a big conflict. And the best companies we have seen deliver really well to the world, the leaders there are able to convince and persuade the investors why the response coming from the community and the customers is more important than existing performance indices of are we doing well or not. So that job of convincing is a very big part of a tech leader's, frankly, job description. The third thing is coming into, in fact, investors and customers. Jason Fried, who's the founder of Basecamp, made a very strong point. He said, you quit your job to start a company, and then you start delivering to performance indices of your investor. You just took on the job with another company, just changed your ID card. And so that's an important thing to remember. It's not easy, but it's a line to walk. The third is about people. Technology is, of course, a business of people, and truly, nobody really works for you. The way technology works is you're renting spaces in people's mind to solve problems that you have set them to solve. There is no way of pushing this, and it's not like an industrial setup or an automotive plant, right? There's no way to do this unless you earn that space in their minds. So a lot of times we hear this, right? Most valuable asset. It's well-intentioned, but there's a technical problem with this. Assets appreciate or depreciate in a linear way. People are spiky. The person who walks into your office today is not the person who walked into your office yesterday. They just have the same employee ID. Because people's minds and what's engaged with, they change too frequently for our ease as leaders, for sure, but it is the truth of what it is. So the extent to which leaders can ungrudgingly continue to say, how can I engage my people and persuade them? And not engagement is HR's job, that's really not the point. How can you continue to earn a space in their mind saying the problems you're solving are incredibly important? This is why I'm reminding you why you're incredibly important. And do it ungrudgingly. That's not a stretch of your role, it is your role. And so, of course, please be rock stars, but be the real rock stars. Learn to make the music, and making music often involves very repetitive, boring aspects of work as well. So get comfortable with that, because that's what we love them for. Deconstructing story, this is really where the value and valuation of technology companies come from. A very conventional idea of story somewhere hovers around the idea of a brand. So it's like, we know brand, bells and whistles, or consistency of logos and stuff like that. But a brand idea is a very limited, that older way of thinking about it, it gives you very limited value. Because it's more like a consumer product company's play, really. Technology companies, the greatest of the brands, they have arrived into our minds via way of a story. So what's the difference there, right? Story is the position of this company of what their endeavor is, not their accomplishment. Their endeavor is what are they trying to do in the larger narrative of human progress. And this is an interesting aspect because the larger narratives one could be AI is going to save humankind, AI is going to end it all, right? And you could have a story in either, but it plays into an existing aspiration of humanity and says, here's what we are going to do, because you already know that's the problem, or that is where the opportunity is. When you arrive at a brand value with a story, you're unlocking tremendous amount of not just respect, you're commanding a higher price, and you have a long tail of value creation. We've seen that, Apple's creative class ad, Google's entire Android VR for everyone kind of a revolution. They have given them long tail of value creation for many, many years. And Apple probably needs a new one today, but it has been able to get a lot out of that. And then if we look at technology and its troubles, right? When you have a strong story, it gives you a stronger air cover. It gives you a softer landing, whether it's a data privacy things, whether it's a matter of regulatory stuff, whether it's a matter of AI and what will be the ethics of AI and what comes in. You have a stronger story, you have a softer landing, and you have better air cover for it. And making strategic investments in stories. So as I was talking about earlier, right, the story is a myth that, or a metaphor that we start to believe about a company, and the best ones appear to be accidental or natural, and they are not. They are always the product of a serious amount of strategic investments made by the executives, by the leadership, into the communities, and in time, effort, attention, and monies, of course. And this is a really large topic, so I'm just going to try and do 3 things here. The first is that we live really in a data-surrounded world. So the idea of like impressions, how many impressions did we drive today, right? So it takes the focus into visibility, and the belief is the more dollars we spend, we can get more visibility and we can get our name out there. That's really not the point with a technology story-based brand. Because when new people meet you, yes, you put in dollars and you drive visibility, more impressions, new people meet you. The impression they carry of you depends on the story they meet. And that story itself should stand very strong. So the conventional marketing would push more into impressions, but let's focus first on what is the impression, then we'll drive it up. But because that's easier done than the story itself. No secret, technology stories and companies are always built within a community. That's your insider circle. And for the biggies, if you look at it, it was not that they couldn't reach the larger world. It was a strategic decision to reach through a trusted set of a world of belief. And there's a lot of care that goes into building a community and the response that comes from there. And the companies that do it well, an interesting point where we notice how have they done it well is there's a lot of outrage when they are acquired. Like when Figma got acquired, there's a lot of outrage because what happened to the community is like, hey, now this big corporate is not going to care for us as much as you did. But that's love for the story, right? Like right now, the Reddit issue that is happening. Reddit CEO believes that's a grown-up act, charging them. The community says, you're being dishonest because actually you grew because of us, right? So there's a tremendous amount of power and real story that is happening there. And community requires a lot of honest ways of telling the story, making believers out of them, and that's a powerful one. The third one is the brand as a line of business. Now, this is a very powerful thing, which is very less used, where the brand or the story itself creates and delivers value without the product or the service. Yeah? So let's go back to that Apple, the change makers conversation we were having about Apple, right? So if you really look at what it does there is, they of course don't show the machines and stuff, but that's one part of it. The more interesting part of it, there are already misfits and outliers in the world who feel they don't belong because they're unconventional, right? So there's a beautiful story which says, yes, you are unconventional, but so was Mahatma Gandhi, so was Albert Einstein, so was this and so was that, and so are we. And in that moment when you hear that and you see that, that feels good because if you felt like a misfit, you suddenly say, hey, I could be, but I'm in the same graph as them. This is not just a feeling. This is the making of belief. And when you identify with that, you suddenly say, I want to go with the unconventional company because they did not call me names for not fitting in. That is where a brand itself becomes a line of business. And for that to happen, you need to treat it like a line of business. So if a story was your product or service, how would you really build it? You wouldn't also leave it to 3 people in the organization, right? The leadership would get involved with it. I think we're almost done, but let me take 2 minutes and finish this off. The mind space is a real market. The faster we get to it, the faster we'll understand why story builds the most valuable brands. The mind space is a real market. The story is a real product or a service, but it's real. This brings me to the end of the deconstructions and what I said, the talk 2 or 3 things about them. But I'll leave you with one thought, which I suppose is very powerful for all of us. Technology leads to business evolution, and that's true. But within the technology industry, if you look at it, we are always playing catch up with actually doing things for business, actually being able to implement it. Because between a conceptual solution and the real world solution, there's always a catch up that we are playing. If you harness these 3 intangibles, which is culture, leadership, and your story, you get to drive business cycles. And I think that's a powerful, powerful way to look at where technology could really, really make change in the world. Thank you very much. This has been lovely.
Thank you very much, Barsha. That was absolutely fantastic, very insightful as well. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you're enjoying the morning session so far. We're going to move straight on to our next session now, which is a fireside chat. And this is all about disruption in the world of data with latest analytics and predictions. And this is where our experts are going to be really exploring the cutting edge analytics tools, advanced predictive models, and revolutionary technologies that are really propelling us into a new era of data-driven insights. So, ladies and gentlemen, could you please put your hands together for this session's speakers, Abed Hamandi, who is Regional Senior Director and Head of Professional Services at SAS, and Matthias Bojang, CTO of ACC Trading and MB Capital Management Holding. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and welcome to the stage. Thank you.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us today. I'm joined today with Matthias. We have a lot of things to discuss in this vast topic. So, hi, Matthias. Morning.
Thanks, everyone, for having me here. Hello, and let's start with our journey around this topic.
Sure. So, the disruption in the world of data and all of the AI and the analytics topics, it's creating for us and for all professionals, even of the citizens, a new world to explore, a new things that's happening on all kinds of businesses, all kinds of sectors, the financials, health, education. So we see a lot of trends that is changing the way that we know the world. The health, now you can see a surgeon doing surgery. He is in New York and the surgery is done in Dubai with the 5G and the new technologies. With the ChatGPT that we have and the likes, we can see a lot of changes that's anticipated to be in the education system as well. You cannot give a project to a student and ask him to create a PowerPoint for a topic, and then with a click on his laptop, he can generate it. So we are anticipating changes that's going to be changing the whole world moving forward. But if we want to take it on different topics, we can start with the IoT, Matthias. So if you can share with us the IoT topic.
Of course. So first of all, we need to make sure that we really understand what data is all about. We have unstructured data and structured data, and most of the people talk about quality and non-quality data, but it's really about understanding what we are using the data for. Talking about smart cities and IoT, we have like the PLCs, the edge devices where you compute or do it for autonomous driving and all these tasks where you need very fast and very rapid interaction with all the edge devices. So in this for this kind of data, we use like protocols and yes, we make all these devices on the edge and the data that they produce so that we can easily access the data and process it. But on the other hand, there are many more data sources out there, and as humans interact with all these devices, we need to make sure that the devices can handle the data that comes from the human interactions with this data, because we have different data structures, as I mentioned earlier. So talking about IoT and smart cities, this is my first time visiting Dubai. I'm very impressed. I give you an example. I like to compare Dubai to the Formula One, because we have all these amazing technologies, these engineers working, and putting together these really exciting new technologies. So just like in Formula One, we are fighting for every inch, for every second, and we see this here in Dubai as well. So IoT and smart cities. For example, we build new technologies that will then later go into production, or from Formula One go into production cars. We see this in the IoT space as well. So we build these PLC devices that can monitor and give us information about how to maintenance stuff and how to increase efficiency, and then later we can replicate it for other countries and other applications and other like cities that are not so evolved like we see this here in Dubai.
Excellent. That's taking us with the amount of data to the utilization of this data generated from all the IoT and the devices that's generating this massive data. And from this topic, it will take us to the complex part of the cloud and the edge computing, Matthias, which will be the key engine behind the data generation, storage, their availability, and also the utilization of it. So from the edge computing, how do you see this moving forward?
So cloud infrastructure is very important for sharing data and also, like you said, storing the data, make it accessible for everyone, and that we can work together on these data sets. But also the edge is very important when it comes to high speed, like I said, autonomous driving, or like in industry automations, we need high speed, so we need to make sure that we can compute these data at the edge of our networks. This way we can improve maintenance and improve like having in our factories. Yesterday, for example, we talked a lot about digital twins and the metaverse. So for example, if you have a digital twin of your factory, you put this data sets and information into the cloud and prepare the factory if you reassemble something, or like to, for example, build something around the factory. Yes, you do this in the cloud. But if you're really looking into the factory and try to understand what processes are happening right now, then you do this on the edge, because we rely on these high speeds.
That's correct. So with all of these, this will be the next topic after the IoT, the edge computing, the cloud computing, is how we can utilize this data and this amount of data, which is going to be your the next oil, as we call it in this region, how to make it in a way using the analytics, the AI, in order to predict, to prevent risk, to predict next decision, how it will help you in the decision support. So from predictive analytics, if you can shed some lights on this, Matthias, because this is the topic that everybody and every business sector is looking after, how they can take the data and generate data-driven decisions using the IoT, the massive data generated as well. So
I'll give you an example. If you try to start a business and you have no idea what business to start, there's a simple difference. If you start a business with no money, then you really have to understand your customers, your clients. You need to think a lot about what you want to do. If you start a business and you have a little bit of money in your bank account and you have a background, there's all this data out there. So you can just go and buy it, and on this data, you can make predictions and generate AI models. With the help of AI, you can get insights about your company, about your customers, about your potential clients. So the data is out there. we need to make sure that we really understand what we are going to do with the data. For example, if you take a river and the river is the river flow of the data that is out there, we have a lot of businesses that already do the same task. So for example, you have a marketplace, an e-commerce business, they all rely on customer data and use it for marketing, build AI models on how to enhance marketing strategies and build a better experience for the user. But what is going to happen with all these businesses if the river of data flow suddenly disappears? You know, you have when you have this data, it's all fine. But when the data suddenly disappears, you really have to understand what your business is about and what your clients want. And you cannot just get these informations from like doing surveys or analytics in sales, for example. You really have to understand what is the next trend to be up to date and change your business model. So for example, we focus in the financial market not following the mainstream, not looking at the data and like waiting if the market goes up, it's all fine. The market is rising, so everybody is making profits. But what if the market suddenly falls down? You need to be prepared and get insights from the data. What is going to happen if suddenly the direction changes? And by making predictions and using this data that we have around, we can create our own company data and get our own company data sets. And I think the disruption will really be about making models and prediction about your company insights and company data rather than making it on the mainstream data that it's already out there and that other companies are already using too.
That's exactly how everybody is looking into the analytics. Now, if we need to have this predictive, but to make it on the real time, because now with the space of the business and the immediate availability of the data, immediate availability of the analytics, immediate availability of the tools that we have available in the market, to make it faster decision, to have the predictive analytics on real time, to have the machine learning. And this is what we are seeing everywhere. Even with the ChatGPT and the likes, to have these adopted is key to move forward. That's on the first step to move. On the second one, how you can govern these machine and their learning, how you can have your AI not biased, to give you biased decisions, how you can have ethical AI using the machine and the machine learning. And one critical thing that everybody is watching out is that once the machine learned, you cannot unlearn it. And once this predictive real-time analytics is available on your storage, available on your cloud, on-prem or public cloud, even if you switch it off, the machine has learned already. They have learned on your data. They have learned on your models. They have already acquired this learning, and it can be, if it is learning the wrong way, that's giving you a very, very tough time and tough decisions. And this is where the governance of these AI and the other tools that's coming in the market needs to be more strict. And this is how we see in Europe, States, and other part of the world, very cautious in utilizing these in the business, especially whenever it's touching the citizens, whenever it's touching the personal data and the rest. What do you think about this?
That's a very good point. So let's split these into two different topics. First of all, if we focus on e-governance, for example, or on ethics in AI, we need to make sure that the ethics that are applied are fitting our society that we live in. So if we have different ethics and different people from all around the world, you also have different cultures, and you cannot make an overall statement on how AI ethics should look like and how data should be processed, because all these different cultures have their own points, like where we set the focus on what's important for the ethics to be like, what it's important for the AI models to yes really look for, and to make fair decisions. And also looking at the business side from that perspective, when we always tend to look to the future, so we are talking about what will be in the future, but if we look to the past and to the company's business history, we see that when there was no AI, who was making the decisions? You can say, of course, the CEOs and the business leaders are making the decisions, that's right, but they also come back to their teams, come back to their employees, and get their feedback, and also that's a kind of ethics and business in business. So you see, the AI that we are building must get the feedback from the people and really understand what your business is all about. It's not like we can create general guidelines to follow, but we really need to understand what your business is about, and then we can apply those feedback loops into the creation of AI ethics and guidelines.
That's correct. So how to have an ethical AI and how to certify these? Who can say that this is an AI tool that's being created that's not biased, that is ethical? Especially it could be on the business, on the financial sector. It can be on the health. It can be in the government. And it can be on the education system, oil and gas. Small decision can, or small deviation from the ethical data can change a global matrix. So also, if we look at it, if we have the IoT, we have the edge computing, we have the predictive analytics, the data visualization was also a key aspect on how to see the data. And from visualizing the data, how you can manipulate it, how you can change it, how you can put more factors, how you can enrich your analytical models. I think this is another topic that we can touch on. Right?
Of course. So for us humans, visualization of data is really important to understand what it's all about. For machines, you don't need to visualize the data to get insights and make a decision based on this, but we really need to visualize it, like using graphs or other visualization methods, and to really understand what the data is all about. And we're seeing this coming back to the topic of AI ethics. So if you visualize these like kind of outcomes that you have from your data sets, you can see at some point where the AI might get biased and made wrong decisions or predictions. So in order to avoid that, we need to build a process to always like visualize and then go back and also implemented within the development teams, and also from a security perspective, we tend to do this already. So we implement like to the DevOps team, the security officers, so we call that DevSecOps. That's what we're already doing in the security terms. So why we don't implement that also to predictive AI, so that we always go one step back and check if there's any unwanted outcome of these models that we are not expecting, or maybe just do a check if it's properly working.
Yeah, that's a great insight. On another one, which is an entry to my next one, which is the security and the privacy and data privacy from the GDPR and personal data protection. Plus the security from the fraud level, from the cyber security. This is a topic that's going to be waking up all CIOs and CISOs. So this will be the next challenge. And I think this, for the last couple of days, many ladies and gentlemen has touched on it. But it's good to see from the rounded figure of this topic how the security and the privacy of this will be taken into implementation in order to protect an end-to-end process for the disruption and utilizing the AI, right?
Yes. So talking about this topic is, I'll give you another example. So if we have a smart city, who is making the decision of on how or which data is processed? So you have the citizens. Maybe we see it like here. We went to this conference by taxi, and we always hear this noise when the driver was speeding. So we get a speeding warning. So you know, you have these good ideas and you want to use them and to implement it in the smart cities, but you also have to comply that and the new ideas with the citizen. You need to make sure that the citizens agree on that technology and on how their data is used and how their data is processed. So that's a really important thing, and we have all these guidelines. For example, in Germany, we have the DSGVO called security guidelines. We have the GDPR. So we have all these regulations, but for the government, it's a problem itself. They are not this one solution on how to work with the AI and implement these regulations. So as I said in the beginning, for each country there are different cultural and different backgrounds. So we need to adapt these things to all the different countries. And in order to make sure, for example, when we talk about smart cities, that the data is processed and used in a fair and unbiased way. So if you, for example, go to computer vision, you need to make sure that these models are not trained by like the big tech companies coming from Silicon Valley or the US. You really need to make sure that you build businesses and government is building models in their country. So if you go to computer vision, you might notice that if the models are trained on white Caucasian males, that it may be an unfair bias if you go to other countries like in Africa, and they maybe get facial recognition wrong or do unfair changes.
That's correct. So all about the trust, and to build the trust in the users or the end consumer of the AI. This is the key way of adoption, and that's the key way to have ethical, to have governed, and to have non-biased AI. This is taking us to the governance. This is taking us to the laws and the regulations that will be governing this utilization, even governing the new invention in this. So we have seen small players that they have went into giants. We have seen small disruption that went into life changers. I will take the example of the ChatGPT and the OpenAI. This has changed the way people are adopting AI. So to have all of these governed in a way that everybody utilizing it, everybody getting the benefit of it, is key critical. Plus, on the new disruption, you cannot be away. So people are always afraid to be the next Nokia, which they were doing the great things, but they want to be like they're out of the market for no reason. And this for the non-adoption of the new technology and the new trends. So from the governance and the trust that needs to be done into this topic, I think this is a great things to close the circle around what we've discussed, Matthias.
So in security, we have different ways to adopt these. We have the DevSecOps and best practices in security, but we also have new technologies, for example, like the zero knowledge proof technologies which enable us to prove, we have a prover and a verifier, and we can prove that, for example, a certain model is used to validate and process this data without revealing the model. So using ZKPs, we can make sure that that we can build up the trust for our let's assume you are a startup, you're building a relatively new technologies to provide to other businesses, so we're talking B2C, so you can use these measures and these CKP technologies to prove to the big customer of yours that you're really using and processing the data through this one AI model that you build. And that is what creates trust along or across other businesses and builds up relationships between businesses, because it's all about trusting each other and making sure that your business partner is really capable of what he's pretending or saying he's capable of. And that's a big problem right now in AI, because AI is such a big and really rising topic that everybody nowadays is talking about AI and using it. So for example, in Germany we have this one brand, which name I will not say, but they are making toothbrushes and they say that they are using AI in their toothbrushes. So basically it's a true statement, I guess, but what do you think about AI in your toothbrush? It's not like the fancy models or like this. We really need this technology, and it's just a marketing thing, basically.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's touching all aspect of enhancement. That's touching the revenue generation aspect, the cost reduction. That's touching the marketing. That's touching the way the interaction, B2B, B2C, and the likes. And this engine was going to be required by all businesses down the road. Otherwise, there will be a lot of players that's going to be very late into the game. So with this chaotic approach of the adoption of AI, from the data generation all the way to the analytics, data visualization, to have proper governance, to put the security around it. I think this will be the next topic, even not from the IT. Now we're talking about the business users, where they used to be away from the technology, like a couple of decades back. Everybody was doing his own work regardless of the IT. But now the IT and the AI and the analytics is a core function within the business itself. So how we adopt it across, so the doctors are going into the AI, bankers are going into the AI, even on the front line. How you are approaching the market, how you are getting your next best offer to your customers, and so on and so forth. So the AI is going to be and which is already the topic of discussion for everyone. Even I've just mentioned a while back in the education, the students. Now you see most of the students, they are generating videos and PowerPoints, essays, projects with the click of a button. That's taking us also to the deep fake that we are seeing all around. So how you trust the source of information is also key, and is going to be having the right disruption that we need to take care, and all businesses to take care, even end consumer to take care of this topic. So thank you so much on this, and that's a topic everybody is looking after. Any question from anyone?
Maybe I'll just add one statement. So that's a good point. When we're talking about security and building trust, we also need to make sure that we help non-professional users to also get access to these technologies. And we see these emerging and evolving markets all across the globe, so we need to make sure that users that are not familiar with these new technologies can use it in a safe way. And also talking about being too late, there are many success businesses out there that are still not using a very vast amount of future technology and not going to swim on these trends. But we need to make sure to help them implement it into their businesses, and need sure to support them by using these tools if they are not familiar with it or not know how to access these technologies. That's a very, very important point. And lastly, talking about the real disruption of data, we heard a lot that we need quality data, so we need good structured data. And from our approach, I can tell you from a developer side, if you ever try to produce code and bring it to online basically, or push it into production, you will see, you think you have built a good product, and at the moment that you want to run it, you will see that you get a lot of errors. And talking about good quality data, I can tell you that these errors are good quality data. It's not like sometimes you are only missing some values or only having small mistakes in your code, but the feedback that you get and these errors that you get, that's also good quality data. So you really need to understand to focus on this as well, not just having quality data from other sources or other providers, but also if you see errors, you can use these insights to build models themselves to just predict what errors can occur and then get the insights from why they occur. And I think that will really be the next disruption in AI. So basically, right now, we are only building the models to work with good quality data, but the real disruption will be making these predictions and models work with bad quality data and handling errors.
And this is what everybody needs to avoid, and try to put the measures to avoid it. Great. Thanks for discussion. And if there are any questions, we're more than happy to even to discuss, not even a question.
So any questions?
Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, guys. I think you answered everybody's questions already with that session. So I hope you're enjoying the morning so far, ladies and gentlemen. We still have some amazing, amazing sessions for you. We've got our awards coming up as well. But next up this morning, we're going to be talking about virtual assistants, AI in action. Now, I'm sure this one is going to be very, very interesting. So this is all about voice-activated devices to chatbots. Our panelists are going to be really exploring how these AI-powered marvels streamline tasks, they provide personalized experiences, and they enhance our everyday lives. So get ready to be amazed now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to witness AI in action whilst we discover how virtual assistants are shaping the way that we interact with technology each and every day. So without further ado, please, could you join me in putting your hands together, everyone, for our session's moderator, Namita Sharma, Director and Customer Operations of mumsworld.com, and our panelists, Florian Abeln, CEO of Securication GmbH. We have Wasim Al-Halabi, CEO and CTO of Aptech Systems. And finally, we have Tejaswi Chawla, who's co-founder and CRO of Quality. Could you please put your hands together, everyone, as we welcome our panelists to the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So we will start with the small introduction for each other. I am Namita Sharma. I work for Mums World as a director for customer operations. And I especially work for getting technology into the process so that I can make the life of customers more easier and bring more efficiency in the work. And I have with me Tejasvi, Wasim, and Florian. I let them introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, I'm Tejasvi Chawla. As she rightly said, commonly I go by Tej. I am the co-founder of a company called Quality. We are trying to create a new category in hospitality called guest experience. It's similar to customer experience in technology, but more focused at guest and specific for hospitality. I'm a technology enthusiast. I have close to 23 years of experience. Always been ahead of trends, so worked with a lot of companies. I like to follow the trends, so yeah, that's me. I'll leave it to Wasim.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Wasim Al-Halabi. I am CTO and CEO of Aptech System. This is a professional company. It's based in Turkey, and we have another office in US. We are specialized in enterprise software solutions, end-to-end, B2C and B2B portal. We are also have made since 2017, since established more than 40 projects around the world. We are targeting the customers for semi-government, government, and the enterprise level. Thank you. I'm giving the mic to Florian. Thank you.
So, hi. Yeah. Hi again. As it's my second panel discussion today, and I really don't want to interrupt that much time, I'm Florian. The ones who not know me, I'm an entrepreneur in regards to IT services, IT in general, services in general, and hopefully I can contribute my part.
Definitely.
Also in this panel discussion.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. So my first question goes to you, Tej. Have you ever used virtual assistants, and how do you feel about it? Have they made your life convenient?
I've used actually a ton of them. So I think virtual assistants do what most assistants do, right? Make your life easier, or make you do more with less. When you have less time, they help you to schedule meetings, or reschedule meetings, book your airplane tickets. So some of the common, I think they're very common today, but I started using them years ago, was Google and Alexa that I use, in fact, even now regularly. I use them to schedule meetings. Of course, everybody uses them to play music, listen to podcasts, stay abreast of what's happening. I've used them to ask questions like, hey, is there an earthquake now when I'm feeling dizzy? Is there the earthquake, or was it my BP plummeting? But I think virtual assistants have also helped me, especially in my case, to do something that I couldn't ever do. Tell my parents that they don't understand them. So my parents are a frequent user of Alexa and Google, and I constantly hear the voice coming from their room, I do not understand. What did you say? So I think it also talks back to them, which I couldn't do. Yeah. So yeah, definitely.
Yes. Very true, Miss. Even I am using Alexa at home to remind my mother about the medicines. So it's a very simple thing, but there is a voice in it which says that this is a time for your medicine, and then she starts and she enjoys it. She is feeling excited about it.
Oh, absolutely. And I think they think it's funny beyond the point when it replies back and says it doesn't understand that, oh, it's dumb, we are intelligent.
Yes.
But yeah, so in a similar way.
That's nice. Thank you, Tej. So my next question is to you, Wasim. Just wanted to understand, what are the type of these virtual assistants that we keep on talking about, if you can shed some light on that?
Okay. Thank you, Ramita. Actually, I would like just to start with a little bit introduction about virtual assistant technically. A virtual assistant actually is a program, maybe it's made or powered by AI, which is assisting user to interact their actions or their requests to be and responding to them as an actions. So for this, such actions can be creating calendars, as they said, booking, placing the calls, creating reminders, also the directions, getting a directions to some places. All of this assistant can be helping us on daily basis. There is several types of virtual assistant in the world. Some of them, it's a virtual or personal virtual assistant, which is designed actually to personalized user who is using the phone by voice command or smartphone to getting their assist, creating, as we said, a booking or calendar. Some of them, everyone is using, like Apple Siri and Bixby in Samsung, and also there is Amazon Alexa and so on. There is a lot other part of our type with this virtual assistants called enterprise virtual assistant. It's made and designed for organizations and also the enterprise level, which is assisting the users or the organization to arrange their daily task, or maybe automating their workflow, or maybe make their daily task more easier in the process inside the organizations. Some of this virtual assistant example is Cortana from Microsoft. There is a lot other types also for virtual assistant, which is chatbot also. It's mainly used for the e-commerce, for digital support, for customer services, which is this part of or type of virtual assistant can be mainly response as natural language to the customers. It will be helping to reply to frequently asked questions, to maybe also to issuing or replying to some troubleshooting to them. This is also some type of virtual assistant. There is also maybe some other type for domain, we can say experience virtual assistant, which is sometimes curated for particular type of organizations in terms of finance or healthcare or other part, which is helping them to automate or is make their tasks are mainly easy every day.
Yeah, that's very interesting to know. But I also am a little curious to understand that what are the use cases, if Tej, you can help me with that, to understand that what are the exact use cases where you can actually use these assistants in your daily life.
So I think there are a lot of use cases that I could think of that I've personally used them in the past for. So I think assistance also is a lazy person's work. So home automation, switch on lights, switch on lights. Oh, and there have been cases where I had to, rush to the office and I forgot to switch off an air conditioner.
Okay.
So I think it's definitely helpful in situations like those. Mm-hmm. So home automation, so when you talk about personal front, that's a good use. But if you go towards corporate, as Wasim very rightly said, Cortana is very, very useful. For example, if you're using, everybody is on OS, to find mutual calendar slots, which is a big pain when you're scheduling a meeting. So you can basically say, hey, Cortana, can you figure out what is the 4 common slots between us to have a meeting, or between 5 of us? It will actually go and give you a couple of options that, hey, these are the options. So you can use it at enterprise level as well. But if you talk specifically about different verticals or businesses, I have seen the use cases of it in healthcare.
Okay.
To schedule appointments, to schedule your health tests, etc. It will give you reminders. It is actually also helpful for healthcare takers for quick discharges of the patients. Just assimilating the history of the patients and then giving a quick discharge, or settling insurance claims. Another use case which I have experienced, I think it's very, very useful for BFSI.
Okay.
So a couple of use cases is loan origination systems. It can actually, up to a limit, it can just go ahead and approve loans. And if the amount is bigger, of course, there's a human intervention required. But And it has also assisted the field force productivity. So one of the companies that I was working for, we had created an AI-enabled mobility field force productivity software. It's like a mobile-light CRM. So what it did is, for everybody who was on field, it would just tell them, hey, you're in this location. These are 5 contacts or 5 customers of yours. You haven't met them in 3 days. Would you like to meet any of them? So if you're in a particular area, it's just helping you to be more productive, or reminding you, hey, these are a couple of other contacts who are in this area, would you like to call them? Or would you like to schedule a meeting or meet them? Is how to productively use your time based on various factors, which could be location. A very interesting use case that I've heard, it can also be used in governments. So I think government of Estonia, if I'm not wrong, is launching something called Bureaucrat, with B-U-R-K-R-A-T-T, if I'm not wrong. And what it basically does, it helps people to, various government-related tasks, from getting a license, for example, or getting a permit, versus having to go to multiple sites. You can just go ahead and just put it there, and different sectors would collaborate on Bureaucrat itself to make it easy.
Okay.
And it can also remind them, for example, your house tax is due, or your water bill is due, or things like those. So the systems are collaborating. So I'm very excited to see how does that pan out. Right. So it's very, very recent. And then, for example, even in hospitality, right, in the startup that I have, we have like a very small component, which also does the same thing. It kind of recommends what the person, or tries to understand the unique persona of every customer, and tries to recommend what they should be buying. For example, if you're traveling with a senior citizen, or if you're traveling with somebody, with a child who is like less than 5 years old. So actually, through a WhatsApp automated system, the system could ask you, hey, we see that the reservation is for 3 people. Are you traveling with the child? If the person clicks on the chiclet and says yes, then it will further drive them to say, oh, by the way, 0 to 5, 5 to 10, what's the age of a child, like 3 or 4 brackets. And if you say 0 to 3, would you like a room away from the elevator? So that it doesn't disturb, the children's sleep. Okay. So things like those. So I think virtual assistants are definitely, helpful in all the sectors. And I'm very, very excited to see how more and more governments, like one of the things that I think is most airlines, and whenever a person is traveling from one country to another, if they could just know which visas do they require if the visa is about to expire. Right. Like it's happened with me that I've landed on Dubai airport and realized my US visa is about to expire in 4 months. And then they said, no, cannot allow you the entry because you need a minimum of 6 months of validity. So in such cases, so I think anything that you would imagine an assistant doing and your life being easier. So, and I think probably Wasim or Florin, could you elaborate on some of the use cases you have come across in different verticals?
Of course. I remember when Siri was firstly implemented on the iPhone, and you felt like Tony Stark of Iron Man saying to Siri, wake me up at 6:30 in the morning. And if you take a look at the evolvement or the evolution of how we came from Siri and way before putting in QR code on your old Nokia phone to do the boarding card check, go into the airplane, and now you can put, at Lufthansa for instance, I don't know if it works at Emirates, but I think so, it automatically checks you in with all your passport data and so on. You just tell them, I really would like to sit in front. If there's no place, I would like to sit at the easel at the window. And 24 hours when check-in opens, the app does it itself. So the evolution from my point of view is quite impressive. And using virtual assistants, I think there are a lot of processes in our regular life where we even don't recognize that it's done by a virtual assistant anymore. So if I'm telling now, Siri, please wake me up at 6:30, it's an automatism. And I don't even think about it that a virtual assistant is doing that. So it's completely part of our life. And if we take the AI component now furthermore in it, like ChatGPT, I personally use it for a lot of mail work I have to do as a CEO. You have to write with the government, you have to write with your new business partners, or you have to write with, I don't know, a lot of administrative things. And ChatGPT is giving you the opportunity to don't start by 0%, you can start by 50% and adapt the rest on your personal way. And I'm very curious about what this whole technology thing will help us in the future in regards to assist us in our everyday life, yeah. So, but it also has something to do with laziness, to be honest, because in the future you will stand in your house, it's still possible, and say, please switch the light that on and that on, turn that off, because I don't want to walk the next 10 meters to do it manually. So the laziness part I see too in regards to virtual assistants.
Or maybe we're just trying to do more with less, right? With lesser time. Yeah. How could we be using that time for more productively? I don't know, watching more Iron Man series or watching more Big Bang Theory. I mean, that's how I remember Siri, like the earlier seasons of Big Bang Theory. It was like super funny, but yeah. Wasim, any use cases that you have come across, perhaps?
I think there is many use cases we are using in daily basis, as he said. Florian, ChatGPT is one of them, which is really, it's impressive type of virtual assistant. It's actually type of conversational, something called conversational AI, which has been made by machine learning and also has been trained by massive data set to respond to users by human-like conversations. But there is some cases I would like to just mention. I have seen video maybe couple of months, then there is one is using virtual assistant like Alexa in his home, and he make a juice, open the light like this, and he went to dentist. So when he went to dentist and came with the he cannot speak well and the voice recognition is not working well. So there was raining and outside of the home, and it's trying to say open the door, but the door was not opening. And the neighbors who has a key, and he opened the key and get inside the home. And he's still outside the home and they're raining to say open the door, and they open the music inside or something. So that's because of the, maybe virtual assistants can maybe helping us, but there is some for sure limitations. There is some simplicity always is the best. This was the title of the video, but it was just,
That seems funny. One of the things I think I am definitely going to use virtual assistant for, and ChatGPT, and I've experimented with it, is anytime anybody asks me for a review, when I check out of a hotel, or like recently my nutritionist sent me, like, can you please recommend me out of the 20,000 things you have to do in a day? I think that's definitely what I'm going to use it for, and I've experimented with it. So for example, I tried in Open.ai, I tried to say, hey, respond back like a hotelier would do to a query. And it was like very prim and proper, polished language. And the second experiment I did was, respond back like a hostel owner. And the response actually began with a very funky, hey. So the ChatGPT actually spoke like a funky young person from a hotel to a hostel. So I thought that was interesting. So every time now anybody asks me for a review, that review is coming, and a very good one, written by ChatGPT.
Right. So we spoke about how the virtual assistants are getting convenience in our life, making us more lazier. And at the same time, some of the use cases like Wasim was talking about, is how it can add inconvenience also in my life. But Florian, what do you think? What kind of threats do you see for your business when these virtual assistants and ChatGPT and everything is coming in your way? Do you see any kind of threats for your business while we are using them so conveniently?
It depends, as we are doing so many different things in regards to economy sectors. The security consulting thing, for instance, is rapidly changing through AI. Because if you take a look 10 years ago, a company wants to acquire a consultant by giving the customer the knowledge of IT security, or giving them manuals, policy, templates, how to implement an ISP, information security policy, in a company. No company in the European Union, or especially in Germany, buys anymore a consultancy for that product. And big Ford companies, for instance, it was a long case, it was their business model by selling templates and then implement it on the customer. You could ask ChatGPT at the moment, deliver me an information security policy or draft for a banking company in Germany. And it will have, from the data of 2021, of course, but it will have all relevant regulations in form, and it will give you a template where you can start adapting it into your own company. So consultancies in regards to security, they will be bought in future more for their experience and not for their templates. So this will be a big change. But we can adapt it in our own consultancy processes from the first time on, because we are, normally when we go on a customer, we need some time to analyze assets, to analyze the structure, to get to know to the processes, to find ourselves a little bit more comfortable with the situation on the customer, and then we go four-wheel drive. With ChatGPT, we have an earlier stage where we can put in four-wheel drive, bringing the horsepowers on the street, on the customer, because we can come with more individual products directly from the beginning. And our key selling point is our experience. And we can bring our experience from an earlier stage on the customer. So their AI in general is helping us. But for much bigger companies, based on the old consultancy processes, for there currently it's a very hard time due to the disruptive thing in AI.
Yeah, that's the thing, because as an individual, for me also, if you ask, I get scared of sharing my data to anyone. Even when I have to make one online payment using my credit card, I'm scared that this might get stolen somewhere and somebody will get to know about my credit card details and they will use it. So I wanted to understand that what are the measures that we are taking to ensure the trust of people in AI or in virtual assistants, where they can use them with confidence. We keep on hearing these kind of stories about Alexa also, that when we are using Alexa in our bedroom, they are listening to our voice and our private discussions are getting out. So all these kind of things also make us very scared of using virtual assistants. So how do you think that we should be, as leaders in the industry, should be building that trust back of the customers?
Okay. This is a very interesting question, thank you. So yesterday we made already Web3 panel discussions, and we discussed already about the privacy and security in Web2. Until now, virtual assistants and AI working are running in Web2. So there is a different couples of concerns related to the security itself. Where is this data stored, how it's used, this is all of this we don't know until now. But I think to maintain or build a trust with the user, the virtual assistant company like Google or Amazon or something should maybe provide user transparency of this data. Where this data should be stored, and also to announce or update the privacy policy or the consent to the user and give him to awareness about and ability to delete his data if he need. Actually, the AI is collecting, and it's work based on collecting massive data from us. This is his work. So this is a very, you can say, concern, a big concern is here about the security. But maybe also if they encrypting the data to protect the information, the internet, that will be maybe better than nothing. So, but at the end, how to build the trust with this type of virtual assistant? We need to build a trust right now based on the usage. We are saving, as you said, our card in the payment gateway or any type of platform, or we are saving the password. Unfortunately, there are no us better than us. So this is informations we have to, as I said, to build transparency, maybe that platform or that company to build transparency with the user. And yeah, for example, ChatGPT, as we already discussed about it, it's already collected and all internet repository,
Yes.
the massive text, and already trained with our conversations, daily basis. And we heard about some cases in Samsung, the employees there and staff, they are using ChatGPT to return and answer them about some informations during the company. But this company has already published in the internet
Right.
because already trained by ChatGPT and his answer another people of them. So this confidential information should not be sent, I think, by user to this type of platform.
Right. I think data is the new oil in this new age because everyone wants to have it for the sake of, because everything is moving towards AI and virtual assistants where everyone wants to use it, and data is something where these virtual assistants are getting built on. So just any one of you can answer and tell me that what is the future that you see with these virtual assistants, that we talk about the convenience or the inconvenience. We also spoke about the kind of trust we are trying to build. And we should be very, very particular or very aware of what kind of information I'm sharing with these virtual assistants so that my security is not breached. But what is the kind of future that you see for these virtual assistants coming in the market now?
I think, see, they're here to stay. There are security concerns with every new technology advancements, and then we figure out a way how to overcome them. Like we had banks, and then banks got robbed. We figured out a way how to beef up the security. Then we started doing virtual banking, and people found a way to hack it. So in India, there is something called like Paytm wallets and UPI.
Yeah.
And so with every new advancement, there are new challenges. You know, technology always has two aspects to it. It makes your life easier, and then there are new challenges that it presents. I don't know how many of you remember phone numbers? Like there was a time we knew at least 20 numbers on top of our head. Like barring my parents, I don't even know my brother's number. So technology makes things easier for you. At the same time, I mean, it takes away the unimportant tasks. Or as they always say, right, there's a debate that does it make you dumber,
Right.
which is also true, or lazier. So with every new technology, there are definitely challenges, security and privacy and concerns. But I'm sure with its right checks and balances, we can figure out a way to overcome them. So for me, I think the virtual assistants, right, would become really, I don't know how many of you actually remember, there used to be a show, a sitcom long ago called Small Wonder, with like a robot called Vicky, which looked like human, behaved like human, and a robotics engineer had created it and kind of told everybody that's her daughter. And that the part, it was like a very, very funny show. I think this is definitely 20, 25 years ago, so I am old, as you would know that by now. So I think for me, the future would, one day it truly would reach there, where there'll be a wiki, or maybe an assistant who could think what I want, right? That's what happens, actually, when through NLP, when the systems learn over a period of time, they can recommend. So imagine how powerful it becomes that it's lunchtime, you're in an area, you just finished a meeting, there's open time on your calendar, and the system automatically says, would you like to catch lunch? Your favorite restaurant is just 500 meters away. And things like that.
Yeah.
So it's definitely here to stay.
Sometimes it is adding convenience, but at the same time, it brings a
intrusive.
kind of fear also that, okay, this assistant knows even that I'm hungry and which restaurant I should go for.
Yeah, it's just asking you. It's not forcing you, it's asking you. If you say no, the system would die down there. So I think it's the same challenge, even when you have a human assistant, right? It's how much information do you expose to them?
Yes.
Correct? Do you tell them your bank passwords? Do you make them do transactions for you? So use them for what you want to use them and only expose them, like you do not take them home with you.
Right.
Some of them might, I do not know, but you don't you usually just expose them information that you want them to, or whatever function you want them to fulfill.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I get your point that some of it is just like sometimes it's collecting information that we don't even know it is.
Yes.
But I think, as Wasim said, with openness and transparency, we'd know what to click no to and
yeah, but
how
we
to set
don't
our
get
settings.
this option. That is the main issue, that whenever we are online and I'm trying to buy something, do I have the option to say that I don't want to share my, my data with this particular website?
No, you're right. But there are things you could do, right? Like, unless you're like making a purchase, in which this case they need your data, you could put VPNs, you could clear your cookies, you could go to incognito mode.
Yes.
So there are always checks
smart enough. I have to be smart enough.
So there are checks and balances, and I think when the entire ecosystem evolves, we'd know the checks and balances on what to click no to.
Nice.
Anything to add, gentlemen?
Yeah, well, coming to the question in regards to data security. So from our point of view, there is no alternative. Every time we think about evolutionary processes of technique in the future, we also have to think about the security processes.
Yes.
Every data obtainer in the world has to have a basic rule set how he handles with sensitive data. We will need it. Because if we would say, all right, we just think about using data in the virtual room without rules, then we wouldn't need police officers in the real world. So this is the same methodology. That's the reason why we need basic rules. If you obtain sensitive data from your customer, that he can use the application or anything else, you should at least have, I don't know, something about cryptography, multi-factor authentication, and so on and so on and so on. So this should be the basic set. And by having this in mind, I think then the customer can decide on its own how much of my sensitive personal data I'm going to give to the application, because in the end it's something of the application, and there's some server, some cloud in the end owning or having my data. It doesn't matter if it's Siri, Alexa, or something else. This is the IT process in the background. And with this minimum set, basic rules of set, we have a minimum trust. And then the next point from our point of view is the thing transparency. So basic rule set, transparency. If I want to know what Amazon, and it's working, but it's very complicated to get to the data, this is the problem. And it's possible to get to know what are they having data, Alexa is very often listening to you even without the
buzzword.
Yeah, even without you said something,
yes.
Do this, do that. And you can ask Amazon to send you the MP3 files. Or you can obtain it in your Amazon account, but it's so complicated to get it. And this should be more transparent, and it should be easier to get the information which big data company is having which information of me personal. And this two-step would lead to more trustworthiness in the whole sector, and I think is crucial for the evolution in the next years, especially with the AI component in it.
Right. Very well said that the solution for this trust breach is the transparency. The more transparency which we bring, we can more trust the products that we are using on virtual assistant. Thank you, guys. Now the floor is open for the audience. If you have any questions for the panelists, you can ask. No question?
Everybody needs a virtual assistant to ask questions.
No questions? Yeah, there is a question with the gentleman in the corner. Anyone can give the mic to him, please?
But it's also very hard to see the hands in the back because of the light, so.
Good morning, everyone. It's working. It's working. Morning, everyone. I'm Tosin. I'm based in Muscat, Oman. A lot of conversations go everywhere about these virtual assistants, and we've seen a lot of implementations. But I think one area we really address is how this applies in the enterprise. I know we see it in customer service, we see it in the CRM, but I think that's just still stepping at the periphery of the matter. So it would be nice to hear from the panelists a real-world enterprise implementation of these virtual assistants, because actually yes, for the man on the streets, my data is everywhere, but hey, you buy on Amazon, you drop your ID with the government, so your data is already everywhere, whether you like it or not. But in the real sense of it, with the $1 billion in these virtual assistants, how can we find it in the enterprise? Thank you.
I can answer your questions here. Actually, there is a lot of use cases in the other world. It's already implemented for the virtual assistant, enterprise level exactly. So some of them, it's a conversational AI. As I said, chatbot, it's an old-fashioned, we can say, from the virtual assistant, which is being used in the e-commerce and customer service. Right now, there is a conversational AI which is being trained and powered by machine learning and something called natural language processing, NLP, beside also the data mining, and can be trained and to convert human conversations and reply to the customers or user during the shopping in the site or something, and also asking his any issues of troubleshooting inside this journey. So there is also other type of, or other example of it, it's using in also in the healthcare, and maybe Florian can tell us about that also. Also with HR processing, and also there is a lot of workflow inside the system or organization has been also different applications has been made integrated with this type of conversational AI. It's algorithms, and you can implement it and develop it to be used everywhere. It's not just in the smartphone. This is the one type of them.
Another example that I've seen being used, there are a couple of tools which can connect to your BI tools. And you can ask it in very simple language, hey, are my sales up, or what is my sales trend in for this month? When was the sales spike? So everything that you need answers to, like say for there is a QBR or there's a review meeting, you can literally get this with under 2 minutes just by asking those questions. You don't actually have to look into multiple data. So if you connect your virtual assistant to your system of records or to your system of function, it can collaborate and give you that data within minutes. That reduces a lot of time. I mean, that is one of the applications that I've seen it being used for.
Yes, there's one more question from them.
Good morning, everybody. So before I get to the question, there was talk yesterday also about conversational AI and the usage of NLP in training conversational AI. And 80% of the people nowadays are comfortable dealing with chatbots and conversational AI, but I belong to the 20% from the Jurassic age who would rather talk to a person to get my problem resolved. So what does the panel think about the industry should do to cater to people who are actually still comfortable talking to people than a chatbot? And I'll give you a real-life example, a use case. I've been in touch with 2 particular airlines who canceled their flights, and it's been almost 4 months since I got my refunds back. And it's still in progress, and every time I go onto their website, there's nobody to talk to, it's just a chatbot. And a chatbot has not been able to resolve my problem, which is obvious that their NLP in training the chatbots is not working.
No, absolutely. I think just like most tools, you need to know how to structure it well. And I think that is where we fail. So when we want to purchase something, right, maybe a bot is fine because we want to explore things, see how they look, read the reviews. But when you're talking about customer service, beyond like few use cases that it can take care of, I think it should automatically switch to a human. So there are tools today which give you an option. Is your question standard, or would you like to talk to a live agent? Like there are 2 options. And if you click live agent, it just routes you to a live agent. Absolutely. So they're still learning. I think the problem with the industry, or all of us, right? It's still, this ecosystem is still evolving. People are still trying to figure out. And I can imagine it can be very, very frustrating, especially when you're talking about customer care. I mean, remember those old days of IVR when you would call up a bank for something, and then the IVR would kick in, and just, it was annoying, right? It took away at least 1.5 minutes of idle conversation. Some banks still continue to do that, and some of them, like American Express, Citibank, Standard Chartered, have figured out a better way to route their IVRs where you can reach a human within the first 30 seconds. You know, press 9, press 0, it will give you an option too. So I think the ecosystem is still learning. It's all about structuring it well. Just deploying a virtual assistant doesn't solve the problem. It's also like similar to the problem that if you have an assistant and if she's the one who's, you know, kind of fielding your calls, there's a point she has to hand it over to you. And she needs to know that point. It's all about defining that and knowing that ourselves. So I completely get it. I think with the evolution of with us all understanding it with the ecosystem building, I think this will improve tremendously.
But maybe putting other perspective of that problem, because I'm 100% your opinion. If I have a problem with a company and I need the service agency of the company, and they are responding with a chatbot, and my problem isn't solved day by day, and I don't get any person on the phone on the other side, I'm getting very curious and I'm getting very angry, because in the end my problem is not solved. What we have to take a look at, if we see the last 20 to 25 years IT evolution, we used IT things and some processes for a couple of years and then recognize, oh, it's not working. And we have to take into considerations that in future there may be processes where we cut off virtual assistants because we recognize that it's not working. Because in the end, what happens if an airline treats you as a customer like that, next time you're flying with a new flight and you want to book, maybe you think that you're using a different airline where you don't have this bad experience. And this, we have to see that evolution, even in IT processes, sometimes means that we have to cut off or go a different way. We maybe walked the last 5 years or the last 10 years. So chatbot, of course, was something where we said, oh, very helpful for the company itself, but in some customer relationship processes, totally unuseful, because 50% of our customers are angry because they are writing with a chatbot and not with a person. So we have to adjust our process. And this is what we have to keep in mind in the future, that virtual assistants, of course, will help us, but maybe won't help us in regards to people business.
And also, with the evolution of time, right, one of the things that is actually easier with a virtual assistant, so when you know people are dropping off at a particular point, or with a conversation, it's easy to train the system. But imagine, I'm sure you've had multiple experiences with a customer support representative who just doesn't get you. And when you make the call again, same person, like another person, same problem, and he'll resolve it within minutes, right? Those trends are very difficult for companies to identify, because you don't know where they're dropping off. So when a virtual assistant is incomprehensive or not solving your problem, the companies, if they put focus to it, they can identify it much quicker, train the system much quicker, and it's uniform. When you have a customer support team, which is 100 people, and then there are 15 people who just don't get it, it's very hard to identify at what point do they not get it and to train them. So there are certain use cases for which this definitely would be super helpful, just to bring uniformity of service.
I agree to that, because I work into the customer experience department itself, and this is one thing that I always challenge on, that I don't have to deviate from my objective. Objective of getting virtual assistants is, first objective is to bring more convenience or more efficiency in the system. So it is very convenient for you when you are booking a flight, not calling an agent, but booking it directly by self-service. So you are happy with that virtual assistant. But you are not happy when your flight gets cancelled or you need a refund. So as a leader who is deciding that when should I use this virtual assistant and when I should not use it, is with us. We don't have to deviate from our final objective. We don't realize that when this final objective of customer delight shift to cost saving. Because when I see that when I'm using a lot of virtual assistants, my customer service agents are not needed, so I'm saving cost on giving the salary to these people. And it is, in place of bringing that convenience to my customer, I'm bringing that convenience in my life first. So my objective deviates, and as soon as my objective deviates, I will see that my customers are unhappy. So this is the only solution, as Tej was also saying, that it is very important to use the virtual assistants, because we will, by data, we will clearly know that from where I'm not able to answer the customer question. And with a agent, it might be very difficult. I might have to sit with that agent and understand that why you did not solve the customer problem here. But with bots, I clearly know that why bot has not solved the problem, and accordingly, I can fix it.
And it might take you months to identify even the problem,
Exactly.
right? Just to identify, not to fix it. With
Right.
a bot, at least you know if 1,000,000 transactions failed at this point.
Yes,
I have to
from
train the
there I
system.
need to action.
Or transit it to a person.
Right.
I think I would just to add something here technically. Chatbot is the old-fashioned, as we said, from virtual assistant, which is already developed by particular questions or particular answers. So you have to ask him specifically, what do you want, so he can answer you. This is different than the conversational AI, which is the new technology, which we are talking about it right now from virtual assistant, which is being already trained or powered by NLP, and as I said, we with machine learning to engaging with the customer or with the user inside this chat by text-based or maybe sometimes by voice recognitions to answer your response or request without any feeling this is not real customer service. And will give you your answer, can check your tickets, or for example, inside in the flights, and can maybe, or hotels, or can do any other operations, because it's already developed and connected to the database of the system. It will be using as a human being. It's like this. So.
Yeah. Any other questions that we have? We are already almost done with the time. Thank you guys, thank you panel for the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being a lovely audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a few minutes now to reset the stage, and then we're going to be back with our awards in just a couple of minutes' time. Could we have a round of applause, actually, for all the sessions so far this morning that have been amazing. And we've got more very, very interesting, insightful topics this afternoon as well. I'm just going to take a short break now, just a couple of minutes while we set the stage and get ready for our awards, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our awards now, and the same as yesterday, please do feel free to make as much noise as you would like to, as this is a very special moment now. We are celebrating your achievements today, your fantastic achievements. I would like to add as well, if you are coming up onto the stage to receive an award, if you would like to say a few words, you are more than welcome to do that. We do have a microphone for you here, so please let me know if you would like to say anything. If you don't want to, that's absolutely fine as well, but you are more than welcome to do a little speech. We've got quite a few awards to get through, so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you please to join me in putting your hands together for our presenter who's going to present the awards this morning, Hugo Faustino from H. Faustino Creative Media. So Hugo is a creative strategist based in Amsterdam. He's organising international brands with photography and video marketing. So thank you very much for doing this, Hugo. And our first award this morning is Leadership Award. Please could we put our hands together as we welcome to the stage Andreas Werner. Congratulations, Andreas. Andreas specialises in software, automated deep tech and hard tech, and B2B software solutions. Your partner at Gigahertz Ventures GmbH. A very special moment now for Andreas, and don't forget, if you are putting pictures on social media, ladies and gentlemen, please do use the hashtag Internet2Conf. Thank you, Andreas. And next up for our next Leadership Award, ladies and gents, please keep the applause going for Aaron Kumar MV, a Senior Director Digital Transformations at Arcadal, a US-based company with over 21 years experience in IT, specializing in cloud virtualization and data center operations. Congratulations, Aaron. So Aaron's held technical roles at Accenture, Cisco Systems, MSCI, currently owns AKIT Consultants in the UAE.
Hey everyone, it's great to be here. I would like to dedicate this award to my family. My mother, father, my sisters, my wife, 2 kids, all my uncles and aunts, they have shaped me for what I am currently. So it's a great honor to be here with all the amazing people. And what you're seeing in front of you is a person who has been shaped by all his family members. Parents, uncles, aunts, cousins. They're the ones, the reason for what I can say that I have reached to this stage. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Congratulations. And let's keep the applause going, everybody, for our next winner this morning, a Leadership Award, Ash Patel, a seasoned Chief Transformation Officer with over 20 years of cloud technology expertise. So Ash's strengths lie in developing cloud business strategies, fostering alliances and delivering impactful keynotes on sustainability, specializing in ESG, pricing models, customer success, and technical architecture. Amazing achievement, Ash. Well done.
I'll keep it short and sweet. Very honoured. Thank you so much for the award, for all those that voted. But I think ultimately, and I think I speak on behalf of everyone here, behind every great leader is an even better team. So ultimately, without them, this wouldn't be happening. So thank you for them.
Thank you, Ash. And let's keep the clapping going, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, please feel free to cheer, feel free to whoop if you'd like to. This is a very, very special moment now for all of our winners here this morning. Let's put our hands together as we welcome to the stage the next Leadership Award winner, Barsha Panda. A strategist and global communications professional with 20 years of experience in organizational design, brand building, crisis management, and go-to-market messaging. Bosch is also the founder of a consulting incubator that combines business, design, and technology to address real-world challenges sustainably. And she's held leadership roles in renowned global MNCs such as Oracle, Yahoo, HSBC. And she's been recognized as one of the top 20 Indians in international comms in 2020 and also listed in the PR Week Global Power List in 2015 and 2016.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored. Thank you for being also a fantastic group of people to get this with. I heard the claps and I felt a bit emotional. Thank you so much for that. She just spoke of other industry recognitions, but this is my first as an entrepreneur. I'm 20 months old into being an entrepreneur, so especially happy about it. Always will have a special place. Thank you very much, Internet 2.0. And I think this goes to the team, Dark Street, to my co-founder, David, who is not here right now because he's taking care of work, and I'm here, and to my husband, who made a trip to be here for this moment. Thank you so much, and thank you all very much.
Thank you so much for that lovely speech. Thank you, Barsha. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome next up to the stage, Chirag Bharat Gaglani, Leadership Award, Director of Technical Project Management at Epsilon, highly experienced professional with over 25 years of expertise in managing technology delivery for MarTech and loyalty platforms in the MENA region. Outside of work, Chirag's an avid traveller, gamer, movie enthusiast, especially Marvel and DC. I like that, Chirag. Book lover and business owner in India's travel, hospitality and gaming sectors. Well done, Chirag. Congratulations.
Thank you all. It's an honor to be here on the stage to receive this award. Like most people, I guess I would dedicate this to my parents who taught me leadership in form of discipline in terms of ownership and accountability. My brother from responsibility, and he's right here taking my photograph. He's taught me so much about handling tough situations. My wife for responsibility and empathy, that actually is something that I believe a hallmark a leader should have. Thank you again so much. Thank you for the title.
Thank you, Chirag. Congratulations. So our next award is the Organisation Award, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd like to ask Jason Johnson from CurryX to come up to collect this. Founded in Dubai in 2019, it's a leading e-commerce logistics provider offering comprehensive end-to-end services. And they really excel in efficient transportation, cross-border deliveries and smooth cash-on-delivery reconciliations. Through their expansive network and expertise, CurryX fosters global market expansion for e-commerce businesses. Fantastic achievement for CurryX. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you everyone for this, especially Internet 2.0. It's definitely an honor to receive an award like this. This is also my first recognition after being 15 years in the industry. I would like to thank my parents, definitely, especially my father, who is an industry veteran, and he's been my mentor throughout. My team, who has stuck with me from the beginning, and also my customers who believed in what we had to offer them. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Jason. Our next leadership award this morning, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Hussein Sajjad Ali Al-Lawati. Head of IT Change and Innovation at the National Bank of Oman. Hussein is a highly skilled and experienced professional with a proven track record of success. Passionate about transforming Oman digitally, he leads complex projects, develops innovative solutions, and builds strong relationships. Congratulations, Hussein. Well done, Hussein, on your award.
I'm so honored, to be very honest, receiving this award. Thank you very much, Internet 2.0, for the recognition and for putting on this event. I'm so grateful to my family, my parents, my wife, my sisters, and my sweet 2 daughters. I'm also so grateful to my colleagues and collaborators at the National Bank of Oman for their continuous support and guidance. Without the help of all of them, I wouldn't be here today standing on this stage. I quite believe that the technology advancement can shape the world to be better tomorrow. And I'm so committed to be using my skills, knowledge, to shape the world to be better tomorrow, and to help Oman to digitally transform and into its transformation journey. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those lovely words, Hussein. Continuing with our leadership awards now, ladies and gentlemen, next up we have Kamal Taman, Product Management Director at Machines Talk, leading and managing smart mobility and cities products development. Over 12 years of experience in the telecom and IoT industry. Congratulations, Kamal. He's developed numerous value-driven use cases across smart cities and mobility domains. He's also worked with major telecom companies and participated in global conferences focusing on IoT ecosystem capacity building.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you, Internet 2.0. And I would like to thank you, my family, my father, my mother, and my wife. And I hope to be with you, inshallah, tomorrow. We have a lot of things to do and a lot of discussions to do, inshallah, tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Kamal. And we're going to move on to our next winner now, a leadership award, Praveen HVS. Founder and CEO of Code Matrix Software India, a seasoned entrepreneur with over 15 years in IT. Congratulations for your award, Praveen.
just a moment. We're just getting the right award with the right name, so just bear with us for a moment.
Please feel free to take videos and pictures, ladies and gentlemen, and pop them on the social media. We want to make sure you get the correct award here, Praveen. We're just checking that for you now. And please don't forget to use the hashtag as well, Internet2Conf. Could we have a round of applause, everyone, for all our award winners so far this morning? Amazing achievements. Now is the moment. Come on, let's cheer for Praveen. Thank you, Praveen.
Wow, this feels great. I'm getting the right award. So I should especially thank my family, my another family, Code Matrix family. Special thanks to Mohan for supporting me to be here. Also my mentor, Mr. Vikram Pawar, who has encouraged me to grow, mentored me, monitored me, and always been inspiration. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for you all. And thank you, Internet 2.0.
Thank you so much, Praveen. Congratulations. The next winner, ladies and gentlemen, Leadership Award goes to Kareem Rabi, a Senior Telco Cloud Architect at Red Hat. With over 18 years of experience in ICT, a renowned expert in data networks, mobility, OSS, cloud, and orchestration. He's also one of the top 5G podcasters and YouTubers, and the founder of the successful sports tech startup ScoutX. Congratulations, Kareem.
Yeah, hi. This is actually my first time to get an award, so yeah, thanks. Well, I just have like I would like to share something that I'm really proud of, and it actually happened yesterday. So I 2 years back, I decided to step away from my comfort zone and start my own startup, which was a little bit hard for me because I spent 18 years working with enterprises and corporate, and I'm still doing that, but I had always a dream to be a football player, a soccer player for the And 2 years back, I took the decision to start to put a mix of technology and sports in some sort of a digital platform that actually helps young players to pursue a professional career. The thing that I couldn't do, actually. And just yesterday, I got accepted with one of the incubation programs here in Dubai, and I'm really establishing my company in Dubai, ScoutX Technologies, which is really, and for that, I would like to thank my team, to thank ScoutX team, my partners, my co-founders, and my team. We are moving to Dubai, and we have really big dreams to achieve here in the Gulf region. So I just wanted to share that with you, and thanks really for all your efforts. Thank you.
Amazing, Kareem. Thank you for sharing that with us. Fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next award goes to, this is a leadership award again, Madhav V. Patil, Head of Compliance and PMO at Next Wealth Entrepreneurs, an experienced professional with over 29 years in information technology. He's held executive and leadership positions at Next Wealth Entrepreneurs since 2019. Managing channel partners, he's also the Chief of Staff at Aditya Arviton Technologies. Well done on this award, Madhav.
First of all, thanks to the Lord Almighty for all his blessings over the years. Thank you to my parents, as well as my in-laws. My father and father-in-law have equally shaped me and mentored me and guided me over the years. Unfortunately, both of them are not here with me, but I'm sure they're shouting their blessings from up above. Last but not the least, thank you to my charming wife who's standing there taking a video for all her support over the last 30 years. And I should not forget the people who did not believe in me. They were the ones who spurred me on to achieve what I'm here today. Thank you, Internet 2.0, for this honor.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Madhav. And just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, if you did win an award today, we would love you please just to stay and come and have a group photograph right at the end of this session so we can get everybody together on the stage. So please do stay with us so we can get that group picture at the end of this award session. Moving on now to our next award, which is Organisation. This goes to CFAS Global. Marlon Christie, if you could come up and collect this one. Congratulations, CFAS Global and Marlon. The CFAS Global. Well done on your organisation award. Thank you, Marlon, for collecting this.
Hey, I'll be real quick. Everybody's already thanking family. Of course, nothing can be done without family, without God, and so forth. But one thing I'll leave you with all of you, everything you're doing great stuff. I've been listening to a lot of the talks today, but let's not forget about make sure we stay personable and we don't lose the human element in everything we do. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Marlon. Next up for the Leadership Award, ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Mary Gillian G. Santos, founder and CEO of Anitech. She holds a BS Physics minor in Economics degree, and she's pursuing an MS Economics degree, a background in government research grants and independent consulting. She's now leading an early-stage B2B agri-tech startup, revolutionizing crop quality management for high-value crop greenhouse farmers and wholesalers. And this is through smart sensors and actionable data.
First up, I would like to thank the Internet 2.0 conference for inviting me here as a panel speaker and a leadership awardee. I'd like to also thank my family, my mother and my father, for shaping me into becoming the leader that I am. My siblings, my sister and my brother, who's actually also my co-founder. He's the one there in the middle. So thank you for, sticking out in this crazy startup journey with me. I'd also like to thank my other co-founders, Danes and Angelo, for sticking in this startup journey. And I'd like to thank my mentors and all of the incubator programs that I've joined for shaping me into becoming the entrepreneur that I am. So in every conference or summit that I attend, I normally just say to myself, if I could inspire one person to believe in what we're doing in Anitech, which is combating food loss through sensor and platform technology, then I guess I would have done my part. And lastly, I'd like to thank Itos Valdez for convincing me to be a part and go all the way to Dubai for this conference. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary Gillian. Congratulations. And let's put our hands together for our next Leadership Award winner, Nitin Singla. Product manager at Cisco, a seasoned cloud and network edge specialist. and an acclaimed inventor. His diverse portfolio includes key roles at Fortanix and Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. He was awarded Innovator of the Year FY19. Congratulations, Nitin.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's an extreme honor to be here, and special thanks to Internet 2.0 and the esteemed panel of judges for this recognition. I stand here not only as a solitary achiever, but it's basically a team of everybody who has supported me, mentored me, and collaborated with me on this journey. Mom, Dad, I love you. I'm sure you guys are watching this live back home. It won't have been possible without any support of yours. So it's extremely honored, and special thanks for having me and believing in me and supporting me all throughout the way. Extremely honored and really grateful for this award. Thank you.
Congratulations. Another round of applause, everyone, for Nitin.
Thank you so much.
Amazing achievements, amazing winners. Let us continue with a round of applause for our next Leadership Award winner, Ravi Chidambaram, CEO and founder of RIM Sustainability. Ravi has a very strong background in investment banking, founder of TC Capital. His academic and professional career blends sustainability, climate tech and finance, further emphasized by his Fulbright Fellowship and a dual MBA MA from Wharton and University of Pennsylvania. Well done on this amazing award, Ravi.
Well, thank you very much to Internet 2.0, for honoring me. I think the award means a lot to me, both on a collective level as well as an individual level. On a collective level, I think we've built a fantastic team at RIM. I think one of the best in the sustainability tech field. And some of us are here today. I want to thank Vivek, one of my key partners and lieutenants. And we have a great team. And I will share this award with them. And hopefully that will give them some satisfaction around everything that they've done. I think we all work very, very hard, and that journey is a very difficult one and a painful one for any startup. So I guess winning an award like this, you can pause and say and reflect that it's been worthwhile. So thank you again for honoring me. And finally, I'd like to say that it's a leadership award, but the reality is it's not easy to be a leader. Becoming a leader is a very long and continuous journey. I have a long way to go. I learn something hopefully every year. And I guess I can say with this award, maybe I've been reasonably successful, at least in some aspects. But it's a continuous journey. So thank you all, and thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. You definitely have been successful. Congratulations. And next up, please welcome to the stage our Leadership Award winner, Tanya Singh. A go-to-market growth and influence specialist. She expands strategic business for top brands across 20 countries and advocates for technology for good. She has diverse degrees in dance, dramatics, music, engineering, business and policy. She ensures cohesive and inclusive work. Well done, Tanya. This is your special moment.
Hi. Thank you so much. This is kind of overwhelming. I think when I was little, I always imagined I'll participate in one of those Miss World, Miss Universe competitions and my crown will fall off. Right now, I'm worried about the pallu of my sari, but so thank you, Internet 2.0. Thank you, Tarun, Priya, for reaching out and being persistent and pushing me to sort of be here. I said no quite a lot of times. I tried to be Amir Khan, but obviously that did not work out. The team was great. But I'd like to thank, I think one thing that I've learned across this journey in life in general is integrity and values. And I owe my parents that particular aspect of who I've become as a person. And one of the reasons that I'm probably proud to be standing here today and have a lot to be thankful for are, in my position, I get to influence a lot of young minds across the world. And one of the things that has helped me be here is just to be able to create as many entrepreneurs as I can across the world. And I think I'll accept it for this. The rest of the work probably doesn't matter in the long term, but planting an orchid that I may not be able to sit in the shade of is probably why I'm thankful. And thanks to everyone who's supported and sort of just been a pillar of strength. And also a special mention to this gentleman called Arindam Sen. He has been the wing beneath my wings for the last 4 years, and that's how I probably survived the COVID phase as well. So in spirit, thank you. Thanks, Mom and Dad, and thanks everyone else who spotted the talent, every no, every yes, everyone who's just been there to co-create in the journey. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Love the outfit. You could easily be in Miss World. Easily, Tanya. Let us move on to our next award winner now. Please, let's make some noise and welcome to the stage, Tomohiko Yanida. Leadership Award, the editor-in-chief at Walk On, with a rich background working with publications like Lifehacker Japan and Finders, an author and world traveler, very passionate about Web3 technologies and NFTs, having dedicated 2 years to studying them. And Tomohiko is also an artist, showcasing his digital works on OpenSea. He's involved in music as well, a Japanese flower arrangement and podcast hosting. Amazing achievement, Tomohiko.
I'd like to say for everyone, so to my supporters, so at first, so the Internet 2.0 stuff, Taro, so your message is beginning. So in Japan, so I couldn't open next door, but so the Internet 2.0 Dubai, so open my door next steps. So that my company is Walk On Inc. So that we will walk on and have sustainability. For example, the COVID-19, Ukraine war. So it's a hard era, but we will walk on. We have no name, but so the and so technology is not bad or good. We use new technology for goodness. And so I'm Japanese, but just a human being, so on this planet. So and so we one, but not the same. Carry each other to one. So just one moment. So this I want to dedicate this award to person, my father and best friend Tadayuki, who were died last year. So thank you very much for my supporters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomohiko. Just 3 more awards to go now. If we could please keep the applause going and the clapping, as this is very special for each and every one that comes up onto the stage to receive their awards today. Next leadership award goes to Osama Shaharaya, the co-founder and general manager at Rasa Communication. With a career spanning over 22 years, he has excelled in executive leadership roles across diverse sectors. His expertise extends to sales and marketing, managed services operations, project management and R&D. And he possesses a DBA in global business and leadership from a prestigious business school. And he's recognized for his intellectual acumen and unwavering dedication. Congratulations, Osama.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I would like to thank Almighty Allah to be honored. And secondly, thank you guys, Internet 2.0. And this is lunchtime, so I would like to keep it short. I would like to thank my family and especially my team. Thank you.
Well done, Osama. Congratulations on your award. The next award winner is Vivek Aswani, CCO of RIM Sustainability, an exceptional tech business leader and investor. He has a diverse portfolio of successful ventures. And he continuously continues to shape the future of the tech industry, leaving an incredible mark on this business.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you to Internet 2.0 for the award and the recognition. Thank you to Ravi for convincing me to join him on the RIM journey and help him. You've been a great mentor, and I think we're building something incredible together. I'd like to thank the RIM team as well. Leaders are nothing without the team that believe and follow them going forward. And finally, I'd like to thank my family and friends. Special shout out to my newborn son, who's 5 weeks old. You making me a father has reinvigorated my journey, so thank you.
Thank you. Lovely words, Vivek. Well done on your award. And the final award for organisation goes to Xylonk. If I could please ask Dava CS and Prabhakar Java to come up to the stage to receive this award. A leading technology solutions provider, pioneers in transforming businesses across different industries with expertise in software development, IT consulting, cloud solutions, data analytics, cybersecurity and digital transformation. Xylonk, winners of this organisation award. Let's have another round of applause, everyone, for Xylonk.
Thank you, first of all, having us here and giving this award. Maybe this is the last award, so we might take, few minutes. So please bear with us. And what I mean is, every heart, that needs recognition, and even mine. And thanks for this recognition, Internet 2.0. And thanks being here. This is the first time, so looking forward, for better collaboration and to improve. So thank you all. I'm over to Prabha.
Not just 30 seconds. So this man, Mr. Davnesh, he's a seriously enthusiastic technical guy. And Mr. Davnesh, Jiva, So this fellow, he's a more videography and cinematography guy. So all three joined hands together a couple of years back, and that made us here. So we'll work together for more. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words on?
Thanks Internet 2.0 for having us and for the award. I would like to thank these two fellows for believing in me. Thanks Internet 2.0. Looking forward to collaborate with you all. All the best for all the people. Yeah, bye.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Can we have a round of applause for all of our winners this morning? And if all the winners could now come up onto the stage, please, ladies and gentlemen, for a quick photograph, a big group photograph all together. And let's put our hands together again and make some noise for all the winners as they come back up to the stage. Well done, winners, and thank you, Hugo, for presenting the awards. So we are going to have a group photograph now, ladies and gents, and then we are going to take a break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch break now. The next session will begin at 1:30, so if you could make sure that you are back for 1:30, 1:30, that will be fantastic. We've got a great afternoon lined up for you with some brilliant sessions and speakers and panel discussions and more awards. So enjoy your lunch and we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you, everyone.
tick, 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 tick. Tick, 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 tick. Tick, 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 tick. Tick, hey, hey.
everyone. Did everybody enjoy the lunch? Did you enjoy the refreshments? Great choice of food, actually. There's very good staff in the restaurant. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to our fireside chat now. We're going to have some great sessions this afternoon. We've already had some brilliant sessions this morning, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm sure that you'll agree. And if you remember, the last session we were talking about AI analytics and the brains behind them. But right now it's time to talk about tech inclusion. So in a world where tech plays a vital role in shaping our lives, we need to ensure that everybody has an equal opportunity to benefit from it as well. So keeping this in mind, we're going to start our fireside chat now on the topic, making product inclusion and equity a core of part of tech. So can we please have a round of applause for Sriram, Managing Partner at Hypergrowth Labs, and also Salafa Jabati, Co-founder and CEO of Clear Vision. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah. How's everyone doing? Good? Awesome. Well, a quick intro. I teach at Santa Clara University and Stanford. I teach marketing and digital strategy. Used to be a management consultant and an entrepreneur now and a venture capitalist as well. I got a wonderful opportunity to talk to Salafa in depth about her background, but I want to let Salafa also give please walk us through your experience, how you started and where you are now, so we can have the audience understand your background too. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Sriram, and I'm happy to be here with you today. I think the timing isn't that much of telling or saying the whole story. It's a very long story, but let's go directly to the area of technology, where we stand all here today. So Clear Vision is, our company has been established almost 2003. I jumped in with them almost 8 years ago, where I reformed and co-founded the company again, catching up with all of the changes happening and boosting the new business, which we're very fond of speaking about today. Clear Vision provides multi-services in partnerships with international companies, starting with Google, Microsoft, the big guys, and then going to other like Sophos and other international companies. We always pride ourselves for providing local solutions with international flavors, because a very big challenge is that Saudi Arabia is a very big market for technology, and if anyone has been there closely, we have been transformed during the couple of past years in terms of digital transformation, leading mostly in the area, not only in terms of Middle East. And so it's a very huge market for technology, IT solutions, IT services. Now the challenge is being able to bring the best of the leading countries and leading technologies, but yet understanding the local need and fitting it to the organization, fitting it to the need, which is definitely happening all over the world. But not everyone knows how to do that. So that's what we are very fond of. We also have our own product, which is basically the buzz we're speaking about today, which is our Resolute Research Management System. It's a unique system that facilitates the whole journey of research, whether you're a grant managing entity, you're a research management entity, private, public, nonprofit, or you are a university, or you're a researcher. It brings the whole ecosystem together, and we have came to understand that it's a very unique and competitive added value product. It has more than 64 workflows, and basically it does what ERPs did long time ago when they started to say, okay, we're not going to do our finance and management and HR on papers and telephones and emails. We need a system to govern all that together. So this is what we did, but we did it for research, which is a very important topic. Yep. And many think of research as something that's academic and scientific. They don't look at it as an economic value. But there's unbelievable money there, and there's so much to be said and done. And some of the best paid people and individuals in the world are the research people. Finally, let me tell you that our country has announced that 2.5 of our national GDP is going to be spent on research. So things are really going there. So yeah, that's in terms of technology. So
Awesome,
yeah.
awesome. Well, thanks for walking us through what you have done with respect to Clear Vision. There's obviously a lot of things happening in the tech world, but when I spoke to Sulafa, what I also noticed was the way in which you've actually thought through inclusion in terms of your segments. You spoke about building for the who. I don't want to make this like a Q&A because I want to kind of like prompt Sulafa to share that perspective, because I'm sure we can make this a very enriching discussion. But the insight that she had about how to actually bring in inclusion by thinking about the who was really enlightening. So can you walk us through that in terms of how did you arrive at the problem statement applicable for a segment? Because nobody would think of normally to build something for researchers. I'm in academia as well. I can understand, I can totally appreciate what you're building, but it wouldn't have come by default to me. Think about this, right? I'm actually in the industry, right, that she's actually building something for, but I didn't get an idea. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I'm an investor and a venture capitalist. But she's thought through it. She's actually built for an industry which nobody has thought there was a need for. So how did that happen?
Well, I guess part of it is keeping an eye open in terms of, I think I closed this. Yeah. So part of it is discovering, like, when you have a technology mind, at the same time, a business point of view. So let's say you started developing a solution for this client years ago. And this is where we started. And then suddenly you discover that this is a very well-needed solution everywhere. So thinking about the who, meaning, this is what I meant. It's that when you think about products and technology, it's all about the what. What should we do? Where should we bring it from? What are the facilities? What are the high-level technologies that we're adding on? What? But inclusiveness brings us back to the who, meaning that I have to put myself in the feet and see with the eyes of the audience to be served. And this is where the whole idea of inclusiveness starts. It's seeing through the lenses and eyes of the others, and thinking and including them in your journey of development, your journey of design, your journey of production. And so when we're thinking about this, when we're in the research process, there's these little bits of policies and procedures that take time and effort to follow up and do. So when someone takes off the researcher's shoulders all of that homework, he has more power and energy to research and innovate than doing all of that day-to-day work. I believe inclusiveness is as much as you speak about humanizing technology, basically. Because we get so fond of technology and the numbers and evaluations and all of that, and then sometimes the main aspect, which is serving people through technology, gets lost in the process. And to me, my main value of technology, I don't consider myself to be that IT nerd or, no, what really motivates me is being able to make things better with technology. And I'm sure we all had an experience where we were dealing with this system or that software where we said, okay, I'd rather go and speak to someone or provide my paperwork, please. I want to knock a door. Give me a way to deal with things away from this technology. It's not really serving me. So to me, if IT and digital transformation and IoT and all of these new things don't really make the world better, don't give us humans a better space to be what we are, then we might as well not use it or not develop it. So
beautifully said, beautifully said. We speak so much about the concept of design thinking, which is actually building for the user. There's a very famous quote that Jeff Bezos has a chair in the room when they're making decision about products because he wants to actually think about making decisions from the user's perspective, think about the who, and make sure that you're thinking about who you're actually making the product for. In the valley where I'm from, we are so proud of the culture around design thinking, and we are actually we take a lot of examples from the Googles of the world and the Facebooks of the world, but here is a startup, and Clear Vision is a services company as well as a product company. Here's a company in KSA that's actually incubated a startup and so beautifully built a product thinking about the user segment that they want to actually identify the need for and build for that need. And it's built for purpose. So that's actually a very beautiful connection. My personal experience building for this is I became a encore entrepreneur of sorts. My first startup, was about 12 years back. My current startup, where I'm actually a co-founder of, David was actually here speaking about Web 3.0 is my co-founder, and we have two other co-founders, Rohan and Praveen. And as we came together to build a platform, on the blockchain that we actually go and do for educational institutions, we started thinking about the users, and we started thinking about the segment that we want to serve. And one of the things that we noticed was the focus on the user and the focus on the customer actually helped us get ahead of competitors. Building for inclusion actually helped us get ahead of competitors, and there were different segments of users that started giving us feedback about how customer-centric we are when they actually are using our platform. Today, I give a demo. I give demos myself. Just 4 co-founders, still bootstrapped, 3 years in. I give a demo to a customer. We can actually onboard a customer in 15 minutes. And the customers now, the next evolution, what we did, we observed and we got inputs, and we actually looked at it and said, how can we actually go from a founder-led sales model to a product-led sales model? And that thinking around inclusion, about thinking about the different segments that could apply, because there is this notion around growth hacking and make everything product-led growth in startups, right? It may or may not work. If you are building for manufacturing, for instance, if you are actually building for construction, you can't actually make it product-led growth because it's a very high-touch sales process, right? So products that actually have, an affinity for product-led growth that gets supported by product-led growth are products that actually have the lowest touch needed from a sales perspective, because you want to actually make sure the customer actually has this sense of ownership when they actually are signing up and can actually quickly get onboarded on the platform. So we started looking at those segments, and we enabled the workflow for signups, for product-led growth for those segments. And we started seeing the interest level going up, the engagement going up for products. This is my personal experience. And when we spoke last week, for instance, and you were discussing about inclusiveness from your perspective, I was like, oh my God. I mean, there is so much that we can learn from each other, because the segment that you're building for is something similar to what we are building for as well. We sell into educational institutions, we sell into universities that use our platform, that issue certificates and badges, but the problem you are solving is outcome focused, and you have the need of the researchers. And we were just talking about how research is done the same way in the whole globe. It's not unique to KSA, but that problem that you have solved for KSA, once you understand the nuances for different markets, can actually spread so easily to different markets. And we are talking about innovation happening in the Middle East, right? And this is actually a classic example of a startup that has thought through the problem from the user's perspective, which I believe is a very good case study. And I would love to collaborate outside of this on writing this up for my students, by the way. But that's a selfish need that I have. But let's actually move on. Our personal experiences have guided this discussion a lot. But I also want to ask you about we were discussing this morning about Mohiba, right? The training, and you spoke. There was a very good point that you made so eloquently about having a sense of meaning, having a sense of purpose. How are you doing that? Because that program in KSA, you're doing it for children and building that sense of inclusiveness, or building that sense of actually becoming an entrepreneur and taking ownership from a very young age. Can you talk about the program and how you are involved with that program and what you do?
Well, it's a program that's part of an institute. It's called King Abdulaziz Institute for Creativity. And basically, it's a huge institute, a nonprofit one. They have their certain way of assessing students early on, starting from third grade up to 12th grade. And basically, if you pass that, then these students are acceptable for certain syllabuses and certain programs in summer, on board, and so on. Now, the idea is what's good about the Institute, it's evolving all the time, bringing in different ideas and looking for the best of all of those youth. And I was telling you in the morning that Saudi Arabia has ranked the highest place in the ISIS 2023 and almost second place 2022. So these kids are doing really well in terms of science and ideas and research, which says how much there's fostering of creativity and innovation in the market in terms of the people, not only the products, because basically people are the ones who build the products at the end, and they're the ones who make the change. So I have these chats every now and then with, sometimes they bring me in terms of speaking as a speaker, presenting some ideas to these youth in certain sessions, in certain models of programs. And what we were tackling is the idea of moral intelligence. Just like you have IQ, you have, and recently the world has been in a big buzz of emotional intelligence. And then there's very important topic in one of the very good books about moral intelligence. And basically it's giving a sense of meaning, a sense of right and wrong, a sense of growing through giving. And this is a topic that the whole world is very much in need of. Against all of this vibe of making more and growing, the idea of making more and growing through others and through nurturing others is basically the best we can go. So when you attach talent and sharpness to giving and moral, you're definitely giving the world a very, very big gift. And this is what we're speaking about. If you start from that mindset, you can be inclusive in more than one aspect. We're speaking today about inclusiveness in technology. Because technology is such an important topic and basically taking such a big space of thought and headlines in the world. But yet, it's just about a mindset. So if you have a mindset of inclusiveness and the ability to put yourselves in the feet of the others in general, whether you're building a product, you're providing a session, you're cooking, you're being a chef at a restaurant, depending on whatever, you can think about each and every one sitting on your table, whether you're providing food or providing products, providing technology, or even research, consultation services, you name it.
Perfect. Yeah. I got to ask you one more question. You know, going back to how you identified the need for your the product around research, right? You actually never built the solution. The 64 workflows that you mentioned. Now, you know, imagine building a product or a platform with 1 or 2 workflows, right? And building 64 workflows, and obviously that didn't happen on day one, right? How did you start? What was the journey like that helped you identify, here's what my core is, and this is what I need to build for, and this would take care of the needs of the majority that's there in this segment, or at least apply for different segments equally, so that I know that this would work in the market? Like, how did you come about that?
Well, I guess one of the things that really served us well is that Clear Vision is a company that's been around for like 20 years, has a very big variety of customers, between public, semi-government, government, nonprofit, and startups, and a very, very big variety of customers. So when we brought Resolute, this research product, out of the company as a product, basically we had the time and capacity to sit back and think. Is this really worth being dealt with on this level? Are we driving forward? Because you do know when it's a 1 to 2 time solution, it's not like when you're serving as a product. That means there's R&D, there's ongoing development, and basically you're thinking locally and internationally. And we've been recently started a program, it's called IT Co-Sell. We started with Microsoft, because when we met with them, they were like, okay, we have not encountered another software like this. And to me, it was beautiful news to hear. And so that means now we're thinking about local and international. And so the idea is, once you understand that, okay, these are my audience, especially when you're speaking about a niche market. Yani, our product is not the kind of product where you talk about in like everyday social media, because most of the people watching or listening are not really interested because they're not researchers. So it's a very niche market that needs to be tackled in an inclusive way that is attached to that market. And which brings us to the idea we were speaking about, that inclusiveness doesn't necessarily mean thinking about everyone all the time. It depends on who you're targeting. And which brings me to a question. Let me ask you about your software and the startup you were just speaking about that you're invested in. So what's your target audience of that product?
Interesting question. So, you know, I'll tell you the journey of how we got to that. So, of even how I became a repeat co-founder, right, an anchor entrepreneur. So, I got a call from, you know, my classmate from undergrad. In fact, Sham, who's actually sitting right in the back, is also my buddy from undergrad days. That's how connections happen, right? So I get this call and say, hey, you know, you're in the Silicon Valley, and my friend, his name is Paul Chandran, he actually calls me and he said, you know, I have my cousin, you got to actually talk to him, he's got a great product, and since you teach and you actually are in the space, you got to actually talk to them because they are building a product that can also, you know, apply. So then I connected with David, we have a conversation, David gives me a demo of the platform, and I said, I mean, great platform, let me think about it, I'll get back to you in a week. So, you know, I advise startups for a living. You tell me an idea, I'm going to do my math in terms of figuring out where the market is and how big it is and whatnot. So I analyzed different segments, and then I pick up the phone. I started calling my friends in different universities, and I started asking them questions of, how do you really do this, right? What is your biggest challenge today? And what I found was, you know, it's quite interesting. I don't know if you all know this, but if you are from the West, you assume kind of like digitization by default, which means like, you know, your certificates, your, you know, credentials are all digital. But, you know, it is true to an extent that digitization exists, but it's not the digitization and the availability that matters, but it's the verification of the credential. Like you move from India to the US, let me tell you this, it's going to take you 3 weeks to get your degree verified from a university in India. Okay, and I did way back, and you know what resonated with me was the fact that there was this wildfires in California. Literally, you know, this is actually very personal for me and for Praveen, who's also my co-founder, who's in Australia. We were hit by wildfires in both countries, and all I could pack in my car were like 2 bags. Okay. 2 big suitcases with all our clothes and belongings, and the one thing that I took was my actual paper certificate that I got from India back in the 90s. So I knew this problem around verification is going to be, you know, huge, because if I lose my certificate, I'm host, right? So the problem of verification presented a very interesting opportunity. So, you know, we have the use cases, we have the segments it applied, and the validation of the problem, so we marked a check. So then we looked at what is the intersection around, you know, issuance of the credential with validation or verification of the credential and its use around like how it's even shared. Like, you know, when we go back, we share pictures of this event. But when you get a certificate, if it's digital, you immediately share it on LinkedIn. You want that recognition, you want that gratification. So different segments like training and certification had that need around gratification. So we started identifying these use cases, and then we mapped. So, you know, when I spoke to, you know, registrars of universities that I was, you know, friends with or that I knew, I had certain different set of needs. When I spoke to, students, you know, I had a different set of needs. I spoke to B2B companies that did training, you know, and that did, you know, certification. They had a different set of needs. But the common thing was everybody was issuing a certificate or a badge. Everybody was actually interested to verify that quickly, and everybody was actually interested to have their learners share it. So that need was common across the different segments. So we identified that need, and I was able to quickly validate. And that validation is what I went back to David with. And interestingly enough, you know, beginning of COVID, what do? Right? You're sitting at home doing nothing, absolutely. And so I had all the time. So we worked out the you know, market, and, you know, my co-founder, Rohan, reskinned the product completely for the education vertical, the training vertical. So we built a minimum viable platform for the mapping that we did so that it was inclusive across all the segments. At the same time, from a user experience perspective, we looked at what's the frictionless experience that we can provide, right? What's fascinating about, you know, the Middle East, Southeast Asia is the pace of digitization, even when you're paying, is so much that you can now tap your phone and pay, right? It just started in the US, even though the US is known for innovation. Okay, believe it or not, like, you know, it's just a couple of years old. We never had, you know, waiters coming to our tables with the terminals where you could tap. I could see that in Europe happening many years back. So, even though the US is known for innovation, right, it's not actually like the early adopter of all the innovation that's happening. So what does that tell you about the segment, right? There is going to be early adopters, there's going to be late adopters, and it's depending on where you want to get market traction that you should focus on building your MVP, and that's our journey at Hyperstack. We actually mapped all of this, and that's how I became a co-founder. They said, oh, since you have done this work, would you be interested? And I said, yeah, sure, why not? And I don't want to date myself, but in my 40s, I became a co-founder again, and it was very exciting. My other co-founder is half my age. What's interesting is our focus on design around the ethos of making it user-centric and making sure that the product is inclusive, and we actually respect the user. Like you mentioned, you build for the who, and then they what you have built. There is that affinity that gets created, and that motivates you to build more. So you build the core for the who that you want to serve first, and then you look at what are the other needs, and then you build around. Sorry, I took more than 5 minutes, but hopefully that story was interesting, yeah?
It is. It's very impressive, actually.
Thank you. Yeah.
And this is what's good about innovation.
Yeah.
Your field it keeps you alive all the time. Yeah. I can see when you started speaking about your product, you lighted up. So I can see how passionate you are about it.
We share the same passion, yeah?
Yeah. And at the same time, I think this inclusivity thing, by the way, it keeps products alive.
Yeah.
It keeps the human side around the products alive, which basically in the selling, if we want to go to the business part of it, marketing experts and business people always tell you speak to the feelings, speak to the emotions if you want to sell something.
Yep.
So basically this is where inclusiveness takes us. Yep. It helps you connect to that side of the people you're selling to.
Yeah.
So whether we tackle it from a moral side, a productivity side, a technology side, or even the money and business side, they're all benefiting from the idea. And as we say, and I think Google is very much a leader in terms of inclusiveness and equity of products. They're the huge and giant people. Why should they keep thinking about this? Because at the end, you want to make purpose, and you add value to the product. So I believe this topic, it's that kind of topic that will keep evolving, and there are new theories that are going to come into it. It's not that, that's bulk. It's all, you only have it for like a couple of years, 7, 8 years ago they started on it. So we do hope that we really do apply to the rules and to the meanings that are stand out for it today.
So well said. Yes, it's not just the responsibility of the big corporations, it's the responsibility of every one of us to actually bring it in. On that note, Google, as we know, is a big, company right now, but they still behave like a startup in terms of how they build products, and, the Valley is known for that. But one point that I want to add is, every startup actually has investments that come in. What made the venture, and I do research on venture capital ecosystem in the US. As an investor, I have passion around that. And everybody thinks, that the notion of venture capital actually started with the Kleiner Perkins of the world in the 70s, or, the Axel, or, other, firms like Sequoia that came in. But that's actually not true. Anybody here knows, who was the earliest venture capitalist in the US? Make a guess. I'll throw an Amazon gift card if you want, more motivation.
I don't have a clue.
Sorry. Anybody? Right. Sun Microsystems, okay. So Sun Microsystems is relatively recent, like in the 90s, right? And thanks for making the attempt, by the way. The right answer is the earliest venture capital investment was actually made by Lawrence Rockefeller. He was a scion of the Rockefeller family, and he was one of the investors, I believe, in Apple and other companies too. But he actually invested into the tech that went into the planes that flight the sorties over the places where the war zones were, starting from World War II. The spy planes, as you know, started after World War II. But the reason why I bring that up is there was this early notion of how the Carnegie Mellons of the world, Andrew Carnegie and Andrew Mellon, these were all rich families in the US. And you got to think about this. They actually invested in innovation way before any venture capitalist even came about. right? Venture capital as an industry was actually formed in the 70s, but they were the ones that actually wrote the term sheets that actually dictated how much investment they made. But they were the ones that actually nurtured that innovation because they understood that if they were not inclusive in bringing in the new entrepreneurs that were coming in with ideas, they probably would go out of business too. So they wanted to actually create opportunities for themselves too, which could be a selfish need, but their foundations were the ones that set up the Vanderbilt universities of the world, the Carnegie Mellons of the world, right? And they were the ones that actually helped. So that sense of purpose that you spoke about, that sense of inclusion that you spoke about, was enabled by the investments. In fact, I'm from India, so as you know, C.V. Raman is a professor that actually went to the US. He actually wrote a letter to the chairman of the Birla Group in India. I was just there in the BITS Pilani Dubai campus yesterday talking to the director, and he was sharing with me this golden nugget, which I thought was an excellent example of how someone thought through of supporting, somebody that was not in their realm immediately, but which they thought could have an impact on the broader humanity. Raman's spectroscopy, the methods that he created for which he won the Nobel Prize, he wrote that letter saying that you give me this money and I will actually give you the Nobel Prize. Okay, and that family actually invested. There are multiple examples of this, of families that have actually done this. And we are thankful for that because advances in technology cannot happen without somebody having that vision for that investment, without somebody thinking that they have to have a broader impact on humanity. So that is something that I wanted to share because it's not just about building products, it's also investing in products that could have a broader impact, investing in that innovation that could have a broader impact. Yeah.
That's interesting, and I guess that's your game.
Yes.
Speaking about the developing the investment mindset.
Yeah.
And I must say the way you put it is very much inviting because you're trying to tackle being an investor from a different side. And I remember you told me a while ago that you find the difference is that now everyone can invest in new technologies with small amounts. And there are new ways and ventures that are very much inviting and making it very, very much attracting for even people to invest with small amounts. You don't have to be a big capital owner or a business person to be able to be part of this ecosystem.
Absolutely.
So I guess there's a lot about it for everyone.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. And so, by the way, whoever said the answer about Sun Microsystems and Vinod Khosla, please, for making that attempt, I do owe you the gift card. And thanks for engaging, right? Well, I think we'll probably pause to see if there are any questions. We just have probably a few more minutes left. So I want to see if there are any questions from the audience, something that we could address. Yes, sir. Well, that's probably very true as well. Yeah. Actually, the King of Spain was probably his financier. So he could be I'll update my research. I always research is there. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. He went after a market opportunity that was probably even bigger. But, yeah. Yeah. That's very true. Lawrence Rockefeller started making investment to Eastern Airlines before that. So that's why I picked his name, but you're right. Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, Shriram.
Yeah, hi.
I wanted to know more about your startup that you have created on blockchain. Because we are doing something similar on blockchain, decentralized social media platform.
Sure thing.
So would be more interested if you can throw some light about what exactly that you're building.
Oh, absolutely. So, it's interesting you asked the question about blockchain. Everyone thinks that blockchain is only about crypto. So it's not about crypto. There's a lot more use cases. And, when we started developing Hyperstack, the first thing we actually looked at is how do you even select a blockchain partner, right? That is ideal for us. We spoke about building for the core. Fundamentally, the blockchain portion of our platform was so very critical for our success. And so we said, if we have to select something for the core, now you got to understand this. Once you select it, you can't actually shift because you're building for the core. So what we decided to do was to make sure that we eliminate the need for a core. So we said, how do we make sure we work with multiple blockchain solutions? So we started looking at heterogeneous design. And heterogeneous design brought about that inclusivity where we started looking at multiple providers. And today, we are probably the only solution in the market. There's Accredible, there's Credly, there's a whole lot of big guys. When we started building the product, and thanks for this question, by the way, the genesis of our company, how much so it's interesting. When we started out, there were less than 10 competitors 3 to 4 years back. Now there are more than 80 to 100, right? Creating that differentiation was key. That's one more reason why we started looking at what would give us that advantage. So we started looking at blockchain providers, and we said, we want to build the greenest, most sustainable platform at the same time supporting the heterogeneous need for multiple blockchain, because there's not one standard. There's not one provider that you can actually go with. You could actually go with multiple providers. There are more than 400 tokens, for instance. So what we actually decided to do was to look at who was the greenest, and we went with Hedera Hashgraph. And Hedera at that time was privately owned, but research was actually now open sourced, and they are actually one of the greenest because of the most efficient way in which they actually work, and they were also optimized for speed. So which meant that unlike our competitors who are going with a solution that allowed for multi-tenancy, I could actually go for micro-nano level encryption with Hedera, which actually could work at a speed which would not throttle anybody else that was trying to encrypt their credentials on the platform. So to answer your question, we evaluated platforms in such a way that we could be heterogeneous, and we could actually switch, by the way. We can switch away from Hedera if we want, so that actually reduces your dependency, right? Because you don't want a single point of failure. Tomorrow, if somebody goes out of business, you don't want to actually go for a single point of failure. So we built for heterogeneity. We made sure that we could migrate the credentials if needed to an alternate solution. We also built native encryption in case we needed to default to native encryption instead of blockchain. We could do that. So we built for heterogeneity. We built for the need for actually going across platforms. And then we also made sure that we are not creating that single point of failure. So that's how we started, and these are very important design decisions from our perspective. Hopefully that helps, yeah. Absolutely. So any other questions? Okay. I think very good discussion. Yeah, very nice. Thank you so much, Sulafa. Thank you for, always blessed to be, in discussions like this, which brings in different perspectives. And thank you so much, for your time as well.
Thank you for your innovation and very rich background. Thanks for the audience for listening.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks for the conference organizer. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sriram and Sulafa. That was very, very insightful and truly inspiring as well. The next topic, ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to talk about and discuss today is all about striking the balance, how to meet the needs of our customers while still keeping the bottom line in mind. So it sounds quite tricky, this, but the panelists in this next session have found some really great hacks. So if we could please have a round of applause as I welcome up to the stage our moderator for this session, Shirag Gagani, Director of Technical Project Management at Epsilon. We have also got our panelists, Sven Kuzavak, CEO and co-founder of Software Garage GmbH, and we have Bilal Kasasia, a CEO and founder of Points for Information Technology. We've got John Golding, COO of Dragon Pass International. And we also have Ankal Chowbi, Head of IT and Projects at Lifecare International, and Jason Johnson, founder and CEO of Couriex Cargo and Logistics, and they're all going to be sharing their insights on the topic, the balancing act, meeting user needs whilst considering business needs. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you.
I hope I'm audible. Yes, I am. So, welcome to this little panel discussion. I know people have had a great lunch, and I thought we could wake you up with a little chicken dance. But let me start off with a small story. And there was this little rabbit that was walking around in the jungle and eating its bunch of carrots. And the deer asked, so can I have some of your wonderful orange carrots? And the rabbit said, no, these are blue carrots that I'm having. And the deer said, no, these are orange carrots. And the rabbit said, no, these are blue carrots. So the deer said, let me prove it to you. And he called the giraffe. And he said, hey, carrots are orange or carrots are blue? And the giraffe said, they are orange. The rabbit said, no, these are blue-colored carrots. Okay, so the giraffe called the buffalo, and the buffalo called someone else. And every time, when everyone else is telling that these are orange carrots, the rabbit stuck to the story and said that these are blue carrots. And until they decided that they would go to the king of the jungle and ask him. So they walk up to the king of the jungle, the lion, and say, hey, orange carrots or blue carrots? The king of the jungle asks, what does everyone else say? And everyone said orange, and the rabbit insisted, no, these are blue carrots. What do you think the king of the jungle said? They're blue carrots. Don't argue. He's the one who's eating the carrots. It's blue. It can be whatever color he wants it to be. And that's your customer, right, at the end of the day, when you look at it. So let me start off by talking to you, Sven. You worked on corporate worlds, yeah, and you shifted from a corporate world to going into something that's your own startup that's talking to it. So do share something about your journey in ensuring the customer success and the rabbit eating the blue carrots.
Well, I would say the biggest learning that I have gained over the years is that everything you might know is just an assumption, especially in terms of customer needs, till you have validated it. And therefore, I would say in general, my attitude towards what I assume to know has changed. It is great to start with an assumption, but your next job have to validate this assumption as lean and as quick as possible. And therefore, I would say you have to go through this build, measure, lean feedback loop as lean and as quick as possible. And this is a way how you can actually gain invaluable knowledge, and this takes you a step ahead of your competitors in long term.
Thank you. John, you work across multiple boundaries, multiple geographies, in fact, and being one of those first airline aggregator space, the giraffes and the buffaloes of the world, right? What do you think the impact is of different geographies on business needs?
Yeah, thank you very much. From our side, just a little bit of background is that we aggregate technology across the entire airport ecosystem. So we provided access control across 160 countries, and we've rolled out our services in over 80 countries through app and websites. So it's a definite challenge for us across those geographies because we're focusing, without actually owning any of the infrastructure, we're focusing on that single customer journey and trying to drive that stringency across each of those different geographies. But just to leverage what Sven was saying around that lean thinking and that lean mentality is trying to pull that and create that feedback loop as quickly as possible. Because when you start to bring in the digital servicing of customers in an analog world where they're physically checking into an airport lounge or taking a transport service, or you bring in the regulatory challenges around data restrictions, whether you're in the EU, India, Saudi, Russia, as we used to be, and across Africa as well, there is just significant complexity in terms of you trying to roll out that single customer journey. So I would say within each of those different elements, to Sven's point, I think it's a great one, is that lean feedback loop is absolutely imperative because you can really get caught up trying to roll out across 160 countries, let me tell you.
Yeah. Thank you for that, John. Archil, just to continue on to what John said, you have a lot of experience working on corporate clients, cloud, data analytics. You also come with a lot of background on agile methodologies as well as the project management principles that are there. How would you prioritize business needs over what you want to generate from a company's, the customer's needs? How would you prioritize those?
So thanks for having me, Chirag. So I think I totally reckon with the previous two comments, what they were telling around lean, agile, and what we say today in today's modern world. With my experience where I come from, I'm the mix of project management plus agile. So I have learned from both the schools. What is the underlying common denominator around this when we talk about customer need is about stakeholder. Who's the stakeholder? Who's the customer? It can be client, who is giving you a project, or you're creating a product. So when we talk about customer, there's always a sense of variableness in it. Because today customer can say, I need A, tomorrow then A can become A plus B, and tomorrow it can become totally C. So definitely there is a theory around it, how to manage it, and how to really realign them to the business needs and the business goals. From my perspective, I would say that totally depends on which kind of customers you are handling with. For example, you are going with the enterprise, you're going with the small and medium enterprise, or you're going with the startups. All three different personas are very different in terms of defining their customer needs and wants. You cannot say one size fit all. You need to have a right framework with all different sort of customers in front of you. I will elaborate it more in details in the further questions, but that's what my idea about managing the customer need as a variable around that.
Right, so the blue carrots can become green carrots
could.
too.
Today,
Yeah, right.
today it is blue, tomorrow it can be orange. So you need to be, flexible around managing the needs, because we're talking about management and accommodating ourselves to align them. And it cannot be one line around it.
Jason, you come from a completely different background, right? Logistics technologies, typically technologies working in the logistics space, come with a lot more hardcore customer-driven approach where you have to work about solutioning to ensure that the package reaches the customer in the least amount of time while handling and juggling multiple things. How do you manage that?
So logistics is definitely complicated. There's no doubt about that. But from my experience, and I think one very important customer need, and it's the biggest challenge that we have, is to give the customer visibility. So as long as you give that customer visibility, they are happy, and that's been a challenge from the beginning. Like if you talk about 10 years back, 15 years back, we were not able to give that visibility to the customers because of a lot of manual process. It's a not completely, but a major human dependency is there when it comes to logistics. But for us, what we do and how we try to solve that issue is that we give as much visibility that we can to our customers. So when it comes to stock levels, they have a dashboard where they can see their inventory levels, orders dispatched, return orders, QC checks. So everything we try to give that visibility to the customers through the dashboard. And that is the biggest want that we have to take care of. So yeah, visibility, I think, is our main focus, and giving that to the customer. And it's a continuous process also. So today the customer, you give them and you tell them, okay, fine, you can see all of this. Later on they come back and they say, okay, fine, we want to see this also. And then we have to provide that. And we do provide as much as we can. So yeah, visibility, I think it's very important when it comes to giving the solution to the customer.
So when you say visibility, Jason, let me just ask a follow-up question, right? At some point of time, you're looking to map what the customer needs are and what the business needs are. How do you actually create that mapping of the ecosystem to get that?
So for us, we have quite a lot of years of experience in the e-commerce domain. So we've come across major pain points already of customers. So we have most of those sorted out. So now what the challenge is the minor customizations that they require in terms of packaging, in terms of delivery options when it comes to last mile delivery. So those things, so the major operations is pretty much, it's standard, the major chunk. There are minor percentages that we have to fine tune and give it to the customer. But there are limitations also to the customization that we give. Because whatever solution you give to the customer, it has to be sustainable. It's supposed to be, it should come into that pricing point where they can sell their products, and it should be scalable. So we give those solutions to the customers. And it takes time sometimes to explain to the customer, like this is how it can be done and this is the best way forward. Because you have a lot of e-commerce customers, sometimes they come and they say, okay, fine, as soon as the order comes in, I want it delivered within 2 hours. it's not a practical solution. Okay, fine, I'll do the delivery in 2 hours. Are you willing to pay this much for it because I have to send a separate vehicle for it? No. Okay, so this is the solution. This is what the market standards are. We can give you a little more than the market standards, but this is a solution that is scalable and sustainable. That is very important. And usually customers do understand that once you sit down. So customer engagement is also very important. You need to sit down, explain to them the whole thing. It's very different from the traditional logistics that we used to do like 15, 20 years ago. Like the customer comes with a requirement and you say, this is a solution, that's it. Like there's nothing more that I can do. Now, because of technology, we can do a lot of customization, but not every need and wants of the customer can be catered to. It can be catered to, but are you willing to pay that much for it?
Very true, and you brought up an interesting point about what the customer needs and what the customer wants, right? So Sven, for you, what do you mean by what does a user need versus what does a user want?
I would say the user needs is more the focus about the real needs or what the user have to face, what kind of problems they have to face. And if you think about, or if you focus on the user wants, it's indicating that you're already thinking about a solution. And there's a nice quote from Henry Ford. If I would have asked the people, hey, what do you want? They would say, a quicker horse. And my question, do you see fast horses on the street?
Very true, very true. So when you talk to your customers, right, what do you think takes a priority for you? Is it needs or is it wants?
Yeah, if we take this analogy or if we use this car example, needs are, I want to move from point A to point B in the most convenient way. And wants is a quicker horse. And therefore I would say definitely user needs, because this is the space where innovation can happen, in my opinion, and where you can come up with new innovative ideas. And if you just limit it or focus on the user wants, or even ask the user, hey, what do you want? They can only answer based on their own knowledge. And therefore you cannot come up with new innovative ideas. And therefore definitely I would say user needs.
Yeah, I can't deny that fact. A lot of times I've seen that users actually want something, but they have no idea that they need something else to get it. Your horse analogy is exactly that, right? Yeah. So I completely agree with you. Achal, a question to you, right? When you get these user needs, how do you map them to revenue or margins or business needs that are there in a company?
Okay, so that's a very important and crucial aspect of understanding that actually when we talk about business scenarios, right? Sven mentioned that when we try about innovation, it comes from needs. But in today's modern situation, we know that if we don't cater to the wants, user experience will go for a toss and our business will be going for the toss as well. So definitely we need to balance out a balance between needs and wants. When it talks about how to really connect the dots between them, that totally depends on the segmentation, which I was speaking about in the very first question. That, for example, if I have a customer in front of me who is a startup, and I come as a consultant or I come as a person to help them out to really understand and managing their requirements around it. So I will follow the approach of which kind of product it is, what are their requirements about features, and then what kind of framework can I apply to it. For example, a startup does not need to go to the very big building blocks about prioritization and all that. So I simply will go back with the scenario of product prioritization metrics, which as a product owner can easily do, okay, in the form of value versus effort, for example. If I am more catering to the small and medium enterprise business, and I have a project in front of me that, hey, we have this whole wish list of my whole company which rolling out this ERP implementation, and this is the requirements. Again, going back to the board, I don't have to go through the simple product prioritization metrics there, because I need to really understand that what are my stakeholders, and then what kind of business sense they are making in terms of following the model, for example, cost of delay. I will ask them the right questions that, tell me, no problem, you have listed these requirements A, B, C, D, which of them are making sense of the business users' requirement in terms of value, how time critical they are, and then thirdly, for example, I would say that what is the opportunity or risk if I don't do this? So if I just make the framework of these 3 parameters very simplistic manner, I can come up with the right kind of data decision points which can really table them up to prioritize in terms of some kind of numbering around that. And that will convince the people, not based on the relativity theory, but more on the factual theory. Coming to the enterprise segment, they're different animals. Okay, so definitely for them, we need to involve the right stakeholders from the top to make them understand the strategic planning tools, and then how do we map them to the requirements of the company. If they're developing a product for the customer segment, they need to go with the approach of a mini startup within the enterprise, or can they metamorphose themselves to really come out of the mindset of old technology-based solutions where business analysts used to create requirements and then designing and all that. So as we talked about, Swan talked about lean scenario, quick feedback loop, like he was talking about vision and the visibility giving to the customer. I think that is where I would guide the enterprise customer, that what kind of requirements they're making, and at the end of the day, needs are necessity and wants are luxury. So it needs to make sensing to them as well. So that's what I would apply.
Right. It's interesting, you spoke about corporate clients and small clients, and over the years I've seen a lot of decision maker, when you talk at senior executive level with corporate clients, they have no idea what they need a lot of times. They just see another enterprise doing X and they're like, I want that. But do they even need that? That's a separate issue, and tackling those clients is a challenge. John, in fact, in your scenario, it's even more critical, right? Because you're not just talking to your partners, you're also talking to your suppliers who work with your end customers, a kind of a B2B2C model, right? How do you create an environment, when the clients, when your clients are actually not your users, but your end users will use whatever technology that you produce?
Yeah, that's a significant challenge for us, because in our world, because we're aggregating the airport services, we then package that in apps and websites which the schemes purchase. So the likes of Visa and MasterCard, and specifically MasterCard here in the Middle East, we've just done a major migration with them. But the challenge then is you're packaging it for MasterCard, who then need to offer that app and services onto the issuers, who then offer it onto the end users. So it's a significant problem for us when we have these biases that are applied in the thinking of how you map out that customer journey. And one of the big touch points that we try and do is we try and almost speak to that end customer through a number of focus groups that we hold to try and identify what are some of their key pain points that they may be experiencing. We then try and tie those pain points back up through the chain to some of the pain points that the financial institution is facing, or the actual issuer themselves, and then tie it even further up to the scheme level. And then you almost try and push through on that priority. It creates a big challenge for us because we are a very fast-moving, pragmatic company that is almost held back through it almost becomes a little bit like governance in terms of the number of checks that you need to do. But you've got to keep that end user in mind at absolute all times. And a good example for us was where one of our partners was not interested in pushing our membership cards, our QR codes, which provide access into the infrastructure, into the wallet, into the Google Wallet or the Apple Wallet, because they wanted to drive engagement through the app, which is, of course, a very real point, right? You've got these schemes that are finally able to interact with customers that they've never had a relationship with. But through the user research, we pushed it into the app, and we've got far better engagement through and volume through of our services, even though you don't have that engagement touch point in the app. So it's just such a balance and a real challenge. So it's about making sure that the customer always has a voice, and it's about really getting to that voice when you're so far away from them.
That brings me to a point, right? Now, as an aggregator, you actually don't own the infra, as an example, right? Which means you have to influence your suppliers, okay, to ensure that they have the right infra, the right tech in space to do that. How do you influence this? Because this is purely a business need rather than what a customer need is.
Yeah, it's exactly right. So for us, again, aggregating that airport space means that we don't own any of our airport lounges. which we have 1,300 airport lounges around the world. We provide transport to 160 countries to and from the airport as well, fast-track services across 70 countries in immigration and passport control. So we work across so many different suppliers. Within our fast-track services, for instance, we had to aggregate across 8 different integration types, and within that, trying to bring in that single journey. So to take it back with that context to the question is, the challenge for us is that we try and bring in the simplicity from a customer journey perspective to our suppliers as well, try and show them that we're not going to slow down their queue, that they can still force the customers through, force is the wrong word, but get the customers through as quickly as possible. Obviously, you don't want to be creating queues in passport control and immigration because of your technology slowing down a process. So it's about providing that clarity in terms of the speed. It's about also in our dining space, because we aggregate over 2,000 restaurants across the world and airports as well. And it's about providing them with the information around the traffic that we're going to be driving as well within that space. But more than anything, it's about ensuring that they're on the journey and realize the simplicity with which we're trying to focus on a very fast customer journey.
Right. So, you just mentioned one of the business needs is ensuring there are the fast track way you don't have queues waiting at immigration or anything. Sven, question to you, like if this is one of the requirements that his clients have, in your experience, what are the other different kind of business needs that you have seen?
That our business increase turnover and increase efficiency. This is actually our most use case. Just an example about, turnover is clear, but if you think about efficiency, if you have a company over 500 employees and each employee has to execute one process on a daily basis that takes 30 minutes, and if you validate this to an entire year with an average hourly rate of $35, you already come to the cost of your company is already 2,178,500 euros. Just for one process that takes 30 minutes time on a daily base. And think about it, if we just optimize this process or automate this process, and this is just a net amount or figure, if you think about the impact that suddenly the employee can think about another more valuable task or processes instead of just doing some repetitive tasks. Yeah, this is actually our most common
business need that you have.
That we serve.
Excellent. Okay, from a business perspective, Jason, in the logistics space, how do you evaluate that the opportunity that's coming to you not only meets what your end customers wanted, but it also something from your business perspective, it's something that you need?
So whenever a customer comes to us and say, okay, this is a requirement, when we build a solution for them, the first thing, because I mentioned earlier, a lot of tasks in the logistics field is still human dependent. So the first thing we plan out is, can we automate the process? That is the first most priority thing. Can we automate the process, maximum eradicate human dependency? So once we can do that, okay, can I automate the process? That's one. Can I get valuable data from it? Can I get a customer feedback to improve those processes? And if that is done, and then again comes back to my previous point, sustainable and scalability. So I might have a customer who says, okay, fine, I have 10 orders per day. Can you do this? Yeah, for 10 orders per day, we can do it in the most customizable way. But after 1 month, if he has 100 orders per day or 200 or 500 orders a day, can I still stick to those processes? So whether that process is, I can automate it, can measure it, is it scalable? Those are the basic things that we look for. And then we give the solution to the customer. And there have been cases where customers have come and I could not automate most of the processes, so I politely decline and I say, this is not sustainable for you or for me, so I'm sorry, but I won't be able to do it. And we give other solutions, and it depends on the customer if he wants to take that or not.
The tough decision, right? When you have to say no to a customer.
But when you consider long-term goals, it is very important. For me personally, I'm in it for the long run, right? It's not like we want to bail out tomorrow. So if I'm providing a service today, I want to do that tomorrow and for the next 20, 30 years. So putting that in mind, we give the solution and then we accept, or most of the time we accept it. There are very few cases because, like I said, customer engagement, if I sit down with them and I explain to them, see, this is the ground reality of it and this is how it is practically possible, most of the time the customers understand. So that customer engagement and explaining to the customer, you really have to take that effort to do it.
I couldn't agree more. And it sometimes takes a lot of effort and a long time just to explain to the customer that love your idea, but cannot be done. Yeah, that's one of the hardest parts.
And also most of the people, say e-commerce companies who come to us, their area of expertise, sourcing the products, marketing their website and all of that. The logistics part is my expertise, so they come to me for a solution and I give them the best solution that I think that works for them. So, and most of the people, customers, they do understand that, like, okay, fine, this is your domain, you know how it is done best, okay, fine, we'll go it. And we have a lot of use cases. We have been doing it for the last 5 years now in my company. For the last 15 years, I have experience in the e-commerce logistics last mile delivery field also. So it's more of a consultancy, like this is the solution, this is how it is supposed to be done, and this is the best way forward. And yeah, it takes time to convince the customer, but in the end, if they're convinced, it's worth it. Rather than accepting what they're saying and, like after 1 year down the line, like having to deal with a mess.
Yeah, those conflicts actually cannot be avoided. I mean, you come with a certain expertise in your field and the customer agrees to you, that's fine. But sometimes there is pressure to take the job, right? And then you get into a conflict zone with the customer. So you can't say yes, you can't say no. It becomes a catch-22 situation. Anshul, how do you handle such catch-22 situations?
It's a difficult one always to answer. The catch-22 is a typical scenarios where you cannot take it inside and spit it out. So you have to be really, sometimes I would not say right word, the manipulative, but we need to really understand the conflict zone. If I talk about, if we talk about two different circles and we are trying to establish an intersection between that conflict zone, that what is causing this catch-22? User is telling me I need this feature which can really allow me to do the single sign-on. Okay, we are social media players and you're not giving me Facebook login. What kind of product you're doing, right? Business is telling you're spending money on single sign-on, boy. Are you thinking that we don't have an integration channel with the payment gateway yet? Both are making sense. Which one to spit out? Because we have limited resources, limited economic. So in such situation, then we need to really go back to the drawing board and go to the basics. That what we talk about is what are the underlying motivations about each requirement, how they are going to map back to the economic sense of the strategic vision of a company, or the short-term market capture we are trying to get, whatever. We need to really understand that underlying motivation from both the stakeholders. Thirdly, I would say that we need to remove and eradicate human biases. Human biases play a significant role in the untold fashion in coming to this catch-22 situation, because then it comes with sort of egoism, and then, we know the product well, we know the industry well, we know the market well, that's another human bias. And third one, and the easiest one would be in that manner, is that bring them to a data-driven decision making, because without it, you're going to create enemies, nothing else. You are going to displease somebody, and in the long run is not going to favor you in some other form. As a consultant, as a solution provider, as a product owner, business analyst, whatever you are. That's where I think the three important pillars is around catch-22 is this, which I spoke about.
It's an interesting thing that you brought about internal bias, right? And a lot of times, in my experience, I've seen customers go back and, hey, I love the Java technology stack. I want to stick to the Java technology stack. I don't want to move to any other technology that's there. And that's an internal bias. John, how do you tackle such kind of internal bias?
Yeah, internal bias is a big problem in our company as well. And I think the key thing that we stick to is by trying to address the customer's needs more than anything. But it's almost to intentionally delay the solutioning. So as soon as somebody says something, don't jump into solution mode. And that's very, very difficult when you've got product and operations in the room, and we're all trying to get something done as quickly as possible because you've got a fire on your hands. So it's mission critical to ensure that you've unpacked all of the actual core needs, the base needs, before then trying to find a solution around that. And a great example in our world was in rolling out our fast track service, our aggregated fast track service through immigration and passport control across 70 countries. We came into the Latin American markets thinking we really knew what we were doing. Here we are, we've done 8 integrations, we've got 70 countries, it's in over 20 languages, we're coming in as the experts. And what we actually found was we needed to tear up our fast-track implementation for the Brazil rollout with Visa. And what we have done now is instead of going through a more complicated booking journey, we literally have a credit card which you tap and you immediately go through, which is only possible in that place because we also put down our infrastructure. And it's a really, really good example of where we tore up what we knew. We started with the end customer, and the success of that is now it is the biggest auxiliary benefits that Visa Brazil offers currently. And it's just a really good example of where, even though you may think you're an expert, sometimes you need to tear it up.
Yeah. This is part of internal bias, right? But we've often seen that customers also have bias. Yeah, they want things to be done in a specific way. Of late, I've been seeing for the last 5 years, there's a trend, everything has to be agile. Okay, you cannot work in any other kind of a project management scenario. Agile is everything. So, Sven, question to you is, what are the common mistakes and sometimes, what I would call false expectations of the customers?
Yeah, actually, I totally agree what you have said, because the common mistakes. Hey, I have 20 years of expertise plus in this specific industry, and I exactly know what my customer needs. I would say this is a common mistake. And before you try to answer the question of how, I would say the most important thing is that you need to start with the right question. You need to focus initially on the what we're trying to achieve, what the goals are, what kind of challenge we have to face. And then we, with our clients, collectively try to challenge the idea. We try to answer this question of what, and then we come to the how. Because there's a nice quote from Albert Einstein: if I would have 60 minutes to solve a problem, I would spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem and just 5 minutes thinking about the how. And this is, basically the same what we, or how we treat the requests from our clients. And if we have answered collectively the answer of what, then we come to the how. And here it's so crucial that you shift your perspective. The customer needs to be in the center now. You need to decide from outside in instead from inside out. It's, I have the expertise and I know exactly what the customer wants. No, you need to put the customer into the center and decide from outside in. And if you have answered these both questions, first the what and then the how, it's easier to design a solution that aligns both the business needs and the customer needs.
And the customer needs. One of the important things that I think, it's the what and the how, but if you also know why the customer wants to do the change, right? That plays a very critical role in deciding what it is that. And at the end of the day, any customer, whether you have a B2C customer, a B2B2C customer, or a direct customer, a lot of priorities come in from the customer. So, Achal, what's the framework that you use for prioritization of the needs that come in?
So a lot of frameworks exist today. Again, we use depends on, again, the situation and the customer base. For example, RICE, where we talk about situation where what is the response impact, and then the confidence level, okay, and then basically the efforts involved in that. What were the requirements we are being given? Another option would be the value versus effort, easiest one. Maslow, must have, should have, and then would have and won't do, for example. Weighted shortage of first in the scaled agile methodology, which talk about cost of delays. If you really quantify one to one thing, do it as a measure of cost of delay. use that. Or there is a different story mapping of options there in the agile world, in the product management. And there are quite a few other again, but again, the predominantly underlying idea behind everything is that, going back to your point, what just you made, I 100% agree with you. Ask the question in 3 reverse gear. Start from why, go to what, and then go to how. Eventually, you will reach to a point easily with these answers that why you want to really achieve this requirement. If you have really clarity around it in terms of cost of delay or effort versus and the things, then you will get it. Otherwise, last one, don't lose your economic sense of doing anything. Because with the human biases, with the biases all around we are living with, we sometimes forget about economic sense of, think continuously about economic sense when you are building something, when you're giving solutions. Because none of the businesses going to work and give you free, right? Everybody wants money as a profit, as a revenue at the end of the day. So keep that always in mind and use this right framework depending on your situation. I would not recommend in one versus other, but depends and totally selected based on your situation around what you are in.
Okay. Thank you, Anshul. So let's say the customer, has a why, and the customer knows what he wants. The how part is kind of left to you, right? How you would execute it. But even after having all these needs, and knowing today's customers, they are more technologically aware. Jason, how do you say very politely no to the customer?
Okay, so the no obviously just doesn't come like a blatant no, right? You have to give your reasons for it. And one thing which Anshul explained, data. So if you have the data and you can back what you're saying and the reasoning with data, no one can deny it, right? If you're making statements and you say, okay, no, it's because of this, it's because of that, of course, like, it's always up for debate. When you have data to back up your solutions, because for me, when I partner with a customer, especially an e-commerce company, my success also depends on their success, right? So if they have more orders, more order fulfillment, more shipments out for delivery, we both grow together, right? So when they come to me for a logistics solution, like we give, okay, fine, we understand your business, we've done it before, or maybe we have not done it before, we've analyzed what your requirements are. This is the most ideal way forward. And I'm same like how I said before, most customers do understand, like if you explain it with the right reason, giving them data saying like this is a more sustainable way to move forward, they understand. And that's what I said, like, customer engagement, you have to engage with them. When I say customer engagement, that doesn't mean like I'm continuously giving them only my opinions. It is taking their feedback, also understanding what their requirement is, and packaging it as a solution to them which works for their business. And yeah, if the customer success, and for us also it is not a one-time thing, right? Like if I have a contract with a customer, it is continuous. Like I need to continuously improve on my processes, make sure their costs also go down, make it efficient enough for them. Processes should be faster. So it's a continuous process, and both the customer and us, we learn at the same way. And yeah, depending on the customers, we always have different experiences. But like I said, that feedback should be there. You have to engage and give them that data to back up your solutions.
So we add it up as of saying that say no, but say it beautifully. So that way you cannot just lose the customer by saying no around that, for example.
Right. See, customer success at the end of the day, right, is a journey. It's not a goal. You can never be successful with one customer. There are times when you have to say no, very politely, diplomatically. But at times, you have to flip the switch and take a hit. Probably it's a hit on your revenue or on your margin or whatever. Sven, have you had any experience dealing with tough customers? But just for the sake of customer success and customer retention or something, have you taken decisions to take a hit on profit, margins, revenue, whatever the business needs?
Yeah. Well, I would say one of our success factors are that we don't execute blindly the idea. This is very important because we always try to consult the customers and try to collectively answer the question, hey, why do we need to build your idea? What is going to change if we implement this idea or this application? And the most customers, as you already said, understand this and are happy that they have experts who assist and how to build application or how to implement an application that ensures the maximum output. But sometimes I have to protect the company and even the client that they spend a lot of money without an added value. Because especially in Germany, sometimes potential clients reach out to you and say, hey, we want to build this application. And if you try to say, okay, but what is the goal, what the challenge we need to face? No worries, just build this application. We want you to just blindly execute this. And then I need to say, no, most probably I have the feeling that we are not the right partner for you because I want to protect the potential customer, that they spend money for an application that most probably is going to fail. And I need to protect us as a company because if you want to have sustainable success, we need satisfied customers. And most probably if the idea is going to fail, then they are not satisfied. And yeah, therefore.
See, the thing with the customers being more knowledgeable, right? They understand what the physical world is and what the physical world relationships are. And then they want to transfer the physical world into a virtual tech world that's there. And a lot of time is UI, UX, as we call it in the tech space, right? So, John, how do you manage the UX part of it and understanding the business needs within your organization? Because you're one step away from your end user, right? How do you manage that?
Yeah, it's there's really no easy answer to it because also our UX needs can be digital and analog. In the sense that you've got the digital apps, but your customer is interacting with your app in an analog world. They're checking into a lounge. They're taking a transport ride. There is no easy answer. Again, the thing that we always come back to is that the customer has a need or a job to be done. And for us, it's about mapping out as fewer steps required to reach the outcome that the customer is trying to reach. And we focus on that very, very, very intentionally. So to be honest, the short answer is that's how we try and navigate through this UX world on either side. And I would also say one of the other touch points and one of the other things that we battle with is trying to balance hard requirements that can come from the clients which break the UX journeys. So for instance, we've got big issues around active card checks to ensure that the customer whom the benefit is given is actually the customer who is actually the customer itself. So inevitably you go through a number of checks which break the UX journey in terms of completing that need. So there is just no easy way to answer it, and it's a very delicate balance, but it's just about fundamentally doing your very best to cut down those steps as quickly and as much as possible.
Thank you, John. One last question, and just going to keep it open to all of you. Given the current situation worldwide, be it economic, okay, where we have heard so much about reducing revenues, heard so much about reducing margins, or the other flip side to it is the security, compliances, things that come up, GDPR as an example, right? A lot of things, these external factors that impact business needs and customer needs both. So just open it up. One last question, if someone can tell, how do you tackle situations like this? Anyone want to take that?
Okay, so,
I mean, maybe we share it. For me, it's an absolute nightmare because you're trying to just juggle India's data hosting with also their payment gateway compliance. With then you're looking at Saudi data hosting, you're looking at the EU, you're looking at the US, you've got Canada coming into that, the natural contradictions that exist between the US and the EU, specifically around the fact that the NSA can get access to data. We're a Chinese company, the Chinese government can get access to data and anything we store there, which then contradicts other legislation that we have. It is an absolute minefield. We have so many data centers all over the world and pseudonymized just about anything we can touch, which is sort of anonymizing the customer ID. So it's for us, it's a nightmare. It's like riding on a pirate ship through shark and rock infested waters.
Actually, you were telling.
So again, I totally understand from where he's coming from, and we live these experiences ourselves as an industry owners, you know. But we need to also understand that why there is all happening, right? Because we don't want ourselves in a position where, depends on the context again, which is an e-commerce solution, or is it which is a point-based solution, or we're talking about a health app, or is a finance payment solution. Depending on the situation, nobody in this, I think in this room, nobody would like to compromise on their own data, right? When we say no problem, I can easily find out how much amount is in your bank. Who's comfortable with it? We say, okay, we know that, which disease you are going through, which chronic disease you have. Is anybody comfortable about it? No. So definitely there will be a situation with the human because we are going so fast in the digital age, where everything is coming from paper-based to digital age. And of course, there is no boundary in digital. We are going way and way beyond. How to make it up, it's very important. So looking at what I see from where is, whenever you get a project or as a product to develop, always try to put end in the first game. Put end in your first mind. What is your end game of this solution or product? Does it come with functional requirement? Yes, it would be. Are there any non-functional requirement associated with it? Non-functional requirement, I would say security requirements or performance requirements with what we talk about. So if the security requirement is you're developing an application or solution for a claims industry, for insurance, for example, or you're developing an application which can be rolled out in border control in airports, is it really a second mind for anybody to give a thought about security? Of course. Everybody has to. So that depends on context, that what business you are in, but put your final end game into the first position when you define the scope and try to evolve as much as early as possible. Don't put security at the end, put it to the left shift, bring it to the front, and ask the security people to help you out to innovate, not to protect you and restrict you from innovation.
That's the reason Marvel put Avenger Endgame as the end of phase 1. Questions from the audience, we happy to answer. None? I take it then we have been successful. Thank you so much. On point. Thank you so much, Jason, John, Anshul, Sven. Thank you so much for helping us out.
Thanks for being such a lovely moderator.
Thanks, Chirag, for moderating.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chirag.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very insightful panel discussion. We've had some brilliant sessions today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that you'll agree. Day 2 of Internet 2.0 conference. We still have got some more fantastic sessions coming up for you this afternoon. As you can see, we're just resetting the stage now for the next session, which is our fireside chat. And this is a fireside chat on the topic, the past, the present and the future of IIoT. So our speakers in this next session are going to be discovering the challenges, the opportunities, along with the exciting and the ever-evolving world of industrial Internet of Things. So ladies and gentlemen, please could you put your hands together for Mazin A. Hakami, Director of Business Operations Service Support at Mobility Telecom, and Sriram Sundararajan, Managing Partner of Hypergrowth Labs, and Ash Patel, Chief Transformation Officer at Escher Cloud. Round of applause, everyone, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Perfect.
Check, check, awesome. I hope folks haven't gotten an overdose of me today, yeah.
just so we're clear, I'm the future and he's the past?
We'll play that role. We'll play the role well, yeah? Well, you know, talking about trends is always interesting. I've been a management consultant and, you know, we always like look at trends. Teaching, doing research, great opportunity around trends. Investments, you know, you teach and you kind of like, you know, get to invest in trends. But IIoT is kind of like a very interesting topic, right? We look at how, you know, industrial growth has happened, you know, I'm sure all of you know about the Industrial Revolution, the history behind how industries have evolved, the mechanization that happened, the assembly line, you know, innovation that happened with Model T that Ford introduced, and then the 1960s and 70s brought about the era of robotics and mechanization. But today we are actually like, you know, talking about the era of connected devices. We all drive, cars which are probably more connected than when they were. So we are probably very familiar with IoT. But IoT, the definition of IoT is, we were just joking about it, it's like industrial Internet of Things, right? And Industry 4.0 is the acronym that's used. And Ash and me are extremely, Mazen couldn't join us, unfortunately, but we were discussing last week about the trends, that we see from an industry perspective, from a consulting perspective. And one of the things, Ash, I want to ask you, this is actually something that's there. You have been involved in the infrastructure side of things, and we always have, seen trends around data. I wrote this paper about 10 years back where we were talking about connected devices creating a lot of data, and how managing that data is going to be important. Given what you're seeing in the industry, you're now working around the field of sustainability. What are the challenges that you see when we have so much data to manage? Because we probably have multiples on exponential basis right now.
Yeah, it's only exponentially growing as we speak, right? And it's what do you do with that data? In the IIoT of things, so to speak, has only multiplied the impact of carbon that we have across the globe. And then we have a question: what is the balance of technology in industry versus technology for good? If that technology is going to be adding to our carbon footprint, how do we use technology to mitigate the carbon footprint? And that balance has been a very fine balance for the past few decades. And IoT has been around for years and years. Previously to capture data, currently to capture data and make recommendations. Going forwards, capture data, make recommendations, and actually then implement them preemptively. So does anyone have the right answer on what that balance is? I think we have to discover it rather than have the answer to it.
Makes sense. And, I think that through that process of discovery, I guess every organization has this responsibility. Every one of us probably has this responsibility, right? Like the bottle in front of us, the water bottle in front of us is about, how, plants have been used in conjunction with plastic to make it more eco-friendly. And from that perspective, we have a responsibility personally as we use things. And as we evolve, like using smartphones, for instance, we all use smartphones, they're all connected. But as you go across, to the industrial side of things, there's an inherent level of complexity as well. So building for sustainability is not going to be so easy, right? It's going to be a challenge. From an infrastructure perspective, now obviously you've been in AWS, and we discussed about how you led the startup factory model there. From a networking standpoint, like what are some of the challenges that you've seen around either whether network, compute, or storage?
So I think it comes back to data, right? We have a problem to solve. That problem is then usually solved through some form of technology being implemented to address it. The question is, how do you figure out what is the right solution to the problem? And that comes back to what are the data points? What's the data saying for us to use that as evidence to then make our decisions? And so it comes back to the point of how do you use technology, and IoT specifically, to capture that data to then make better decisions. And when we talk about legacy systems specifically in the past, it is a big factor because if your problems are related to infrastructure limitations, are you compounding that by adding more on your existing infrastructure just to find out what's going on with it by trying to get more data and insights out of it? So it's got to be architected in a sensible way that allows you to get the data without mitigating or compromising the network and the security at any point or any layer of your infrastructure. And so the right tools for the right outcomes is ultimately the lessons that I've had communicated back from all of the entities and customers that I've worked with is making sure that they do things the right way up front.
Awesome. So right tools and right outcomes. You mentioned that, and you mentioned about data and how organizations are using it. I think there's also an element around the network and security aspect of things that's there. With great power comes great responsibility. I think somebody smart said that, yeah. And so when you have to manage this data, whether you are a CIO, whether you are a CTO, it's a challenge. But, for those of us that are here, it also presents an opportunity. You could be a consultant that's actually advising enterprises on the need for security, and you could be building a solution capability, from your consulting perspective for that. You could be a startup that's actually designing a solution, right? And that's something that would be interesting as well. You could also have an element around infrastructure design. We were discussing just yesterday about, just to build a data center. Ash was sharing this perspective that there's only a finite amount of people that can actually design data centers. So how do you make sure when you're actually scaling to build something at the industrial scale for Industry 4.0, you can actually develop that competency? Now, this has implications both on the supply and the demand side. What do I mean by that, right? The supply side of the things comes from, how people want to upskill and be ready for the industrial Internet of Things, which means that our curriculum that probably, somebody is learning even from an undergraduate perspective has to be upgraded. More research has to be done from an academic perspective on things. And then the supply of skilled manpower that's needed to design for IIoT needs to exist. Which means that now we have secured the supply side. How do we actually now shift to go on the demand side of things, right? As we go across the demand side of things, there's probably going to be a need for verticalization of IIoT design that needs to happen. And that verticalization could also create the need for specialization. There's an implication for all of us because those of us that are in the professional services side of things need to build that capability. Those of us that are probably even having kids that are thinking about what they want to do have to think about it. For instance, just digressing a little bit, the ChatGPT OpenAI ecosystem has created a need for prompt engineers. Anybody here knows how much a prompt engineer can make? You can make anywhere upwards of $200,000 to $300,000. That's how much somebody can make. That's hugely different than anybody that can even ever start out as a basic engineer, right? So which means that there was a need for specialization that's been identified because of trends like OpenAI coming in, and these are probably going to be similar in the field of IIoT as well. There's going to be more specialization needed and more skills needed. Now, we spoke about the supply and demand side of things, but let's actually talk about cybersecurity, right? There's probably going to be a need for more secure solutions that need to be built, which means there's opportunities for startups to specialize in that space and start focusing in that space. So this means that there's going to be investment coming in, and I'm thinking both from a supply and demand side again. Investors are going to be looking for who's building those best-of-breed solutions, and you're going to have probably startups that are trying to build those solutions. And Ash, your company and your startup is in this space as well, where you're now trying to build solutions for high-performance computing, right? You want to share anything about that? Because I'm sure, the IIoT is going to benefit a lot from infrastructure that is going to be like HPC, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. Firstly, I think it was Spider-Man's uncle that took credit for that phrase.
That's true. Yes, I forgot who it was, but
can't steal it from him.
Yeah.
But high-performance infrastructure. Ultimately, infrastructure that is designed specifically to run AI-based workloads. We lack that in Europe specifically, but globally, just generally speaking, there is a lack of appropriate infrastructure to really scale out AI workloads, and not only just scale them out, but scale them out in a way that is as sustainable as possible. And I say as possible because that's the working towards goal that we have right now globally. And there's a number of mitigating factors, right? Whether it be economical, political, environmental, you know, limitations around access to raw materials, whatever we have. We've got a plethora of challenges globally that is limiting our ability to build the right infrastructure for what we need to solve the future's problems. So within Europe, we've built a data center, or building a data center, specifically to address the need for AI workloads within Europe. And where that really comes into line with IoT specifically is it means that we're able to actually capture more data, we're able to be more sustainable. Because it's designed ground up specifically for a task, it's going to be more efficient for that task. And that task can then actually be deployed either localized or centralized to collect data, analyze data, and then preemptively address and make recommendations or create solutions automatically. Take digital twins as an example, or IoT sensors within a heat pump in a manufacturing plant, an IoT sensor that's using automated traffic light systems to make cars more efficient in a particular area geographically. There's so many use cases that we can then use to make our world a better place. But it comes back to the core infrastructure that it's sitting on. And if that core infrastructure it's sitting on is 20, 40-year-old data centers that it's running on old tech, old plumbing, old mechanics, old electricity systems, it's not going to be as efficient, it's not going to be as optimized. And so using the analogy of Tesla versus a traditional combustion engine manufacturer, retrofitting chassis that are supposed to have an engine in it to become an electric vehicle, it's just not going to be as efficient as an electric vehicle if they had built it to be an electric vehicle.
And for purpose.
Absolutely. And data centers are no different. We have many data centers that are running very economically in a highly sustainable way that are designed specifically for workloads that run up, run down, run up, run down. Think of Christmas time, sales, lower peak times, and that's where the public cloud really comes into its own. That's really where you get your cost savings and your optimization and beneficent scalable. Whereas high performance compute is very much a case about designing it for a specific task. And think of COVID vaccine as an example here, right? We had to design infrastructures to specifically cater for the production of that vaccine from a digital perspective. If we had the infrastructure globally already in place, we wouldn't have a problem of being able to do that in future. But we lack the skills from a human perspective. We lack the ability to actually deploy it scalably. There are political barriers all over the place from the carbon reporting. So you've got a catch-22. Take the plastic bottles. It's made of recycled plastic, but how much carbon is used in the recycling process versus just making the plastic bottle outright? So all of these factors are taken into consideration when we look at the core infrastructure in the data center. So specifically within Europe, that's what we're trying to address. Specific infrastructure designed for specific tasks. Therefore, we can make it as sustainable as possible.
Perfect. That's awesome. And you mentioned about the public cloud providers. Do you think the public cloud providers today have the solutions needed for IIoT? Is there a focus that they need to do? Like, is there an opportunity for them to focus on this?
Oh, I think they're way ahead of the game at the moment, quite frankly, because the public cloud providers have amazing technology to allow us, and when I say us, anyone within the globe that doesn't have to have a technical background to be able to take the technology and use it for what they need it to do. So you don't have to be a technical specialist, a programmer, an architect to be able to take the technology provided by the public cloud providers to be able to create a solution for whatever it is that you might do. And that's pretty cool. So they're creating an accessible way to use technology for good. And it comes back to obviously the user, and the good reflects on the user. But they're they're very much ahead of the game in terms of the types of technology available to create IoT, the IoT sensors themselves, data capturing, data analytics platform. But also, let's not forget, the public cloud providers are providing the infrastructure and some of the native technology, especially within Azure, GCP, and AWS. But let's not forget the ISVs behind these public cloud providers that are actually creating the technologies. Take your Trend Micros, for example. To quote one of the other colleagues we have here. We have ISVs that are building specific solutions that are just happen to be sitting on the public cloud environments because they're benefiting from the infrastructure benefits. So there's a compound benefit being added through. And where we have AI come into the mix, well, we don't have the right infrastructure, actually. It's scalable high-performance infrastructure that the ISVs that are using the public cloud can scale out on. So there's a bit of a gap there. And that's where the public cloud are a bit ahead.
Perfect. Actually, so the public cloud providers probably are a bit ahead, but they can fill the gap that exists in the marketplace. There's also the question of interoperability. I think when we look at, we had the same issue with cloud providers when they started out, how do you bring about interoperability between the cloud providers? And designing for that, became a challenge, and then, it was overcome. And there are multiple elements in the technology stack, right? Infrastructure actually is part of it, but there's also the platform aspect of IIoT, there's the application aspect of IIoT, and this creates its own challenges. And based on my research, there's the syntactic aspect of interoperability, and there's the semantic aspect of interoperability. And what do we mean by that is, what does the data really mean is defined by the semantic aspects, and how should it be defined is the syntactic aspects. And these two are going to be important to be looked at, because this interoperability, designing for this interoperability is going to give the opportunity for the different providers. Today, for instance, in Europe, VDMA is one of the largest industry consortiums based out of Germany that's defining this. There's the trend of globalization and this trend of deglobalization, for a lack of better word, that's that's coming about because of all the global tension, the turmoil that we are having. And this is going to create a challenge for a lot of the providers that are looking at interoperability, because which standard do you design for, right? And that's going to be the next challenge that the industry is probably going to need to address, because something as simple as IoT, for instance, if you have home security, working with one technology versus other is now so common, and that convergence is now happening when there is consolidation happening in the industry. And the notion of consolidation of providers is what creates the synergy needed for industry standards to be defined. And so from that perspective, there is the interoperability aspects that need to be addressed, and this is probably going to be another huge trend.
I think so, and I think it's a problem of the success, isn't it, really? So the more we use it, the more interoperability we're going to need, and therefore it's only compounding the factors of success. Now, how do we address that? I don't think anybody really has the answer yet, because we haven't had enough data to showcase and say, all of these systems need to interoperate together. Or do they sit separately? Do we need them to work together? It depends on the case-by-case basis. But you're right in the sense that it's a conversation that needs to be had within the industry to say, do we, don't we? Do we let it carry on as it is, because that's part of the benefit, and we embrace the uniqueness of each element and use the right tool for the right job? Or do we create that interoperability and allow us to share and create a more common ground, but perhaps at the cost of limiting some of the functionality across the board to create that commonality for the interoperability? Don't know.
Yeah, I think we'll leave that as an open question, because, though no one has a crystal ball for predicting, I know one of the topics is we discussed about the past, the evolution, the present, where we are, how the cloud providers are doing, what opportunities it presents. But the future of IoT, as we are talking about, there are some portions that we just cannot predict.
Yeah.
There are some portions, that we can control. So the key is to figure out what are the aspects around IIoT that we can control. At the micro level, it's going to be the manufacturers. They have to figure out what is really needed from their infrastructure perspective that is in their control, that they can actually design for, and then let the ecosystem develop, let the ecosystem evolve. And as it evolves, they have to design for that future and make sure that they are designing for that interoperability. And that is probably going to allow them to evolve their, future aspects of the design.
Yeah, absolutely. I think SIs, system integrators, service providers, managed service providers, of this world will play a really key role in how we deploy, utilize, and make use of IoT devices within industry, irrespective of what that industry is. And then the tri-partner relationship between the service provider, the system integrator, and or the ISV, and or the infrastructure provider. So that triangle working in harmony to address verticalized solutions will definitely be, in my opinion, the driver to solve futures problems.
That's a super point to actually just do a double click on, because selfishly, our fund just made an investment in a manufacturing tech startup that's building for a vertical, integration in the manufacturing space. And Unifies is the startup that, we invested in. And we made that investment consciously understanding that there is a need for a very specialized focus around tracking design defects, for instance, right? Around tracking manufacturing defects, around service defects. And verticalization in terms of a medtech industry or a bio life sciences industry helps. And specifically on the manufacturing side of things, you take anybody from a Stryker, for instance, or you take anybody like a Intuitive Surgicals that's actually defining, the need, or a Caterpillar, for instance. They're industrial manufacturers, and they could be manufacturing, but something that actually starts from the design aspect of things, if it goes wrong, is going to have a ripple effect across the value chain, right? How do you keep track of that, complexity in design? It is really complicated. I don't know how many of you have actually worked on the design aspect. You mentioned about service providers. Service providers are not equal. They actually have their specialization and they focus on only that aspect. Either I'm specialized in design, I help with system design, right? I'm experienced in SOC, I help chip manufacturers. I help the NVIDIAs of the world, for instance, in HPC. And then, there are service providers that actually go into the high-level design of, data center infrastructure and things like that. Then it moves into the application side of things, the ecosystem platform side of things. So we have a interconnected play there, and there could be issues that keep happening all the time. So that's another challenge that exists, right? How do you make sure you keep track of everything that's happening in your ecosystem and you're ready for that? This is where we need new providers like Unifies that come in that probably are. So, part of our job as venture capitalists is to kind of understand the trends. People think of venture capitalists as, they just have a crystal ball. They're actually going to invest in 20 to 30 startups and they're going to make their money. That's not how it is. Unless you do the research, you really know that particular space, you really can't invest. I've been working in automation for more than 20 years. I've seen the evolution of automation, whether it's automation around application development or now even automation around, for instance, I have engineering DNA, as you can tell, so that gives me some unique advantages. But automation around DevOps, for instance, automation around SecOps in there. So there's probably automation around IIoT that's going to come up as well. Yeah.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I think that's just a natural trend, isn't it? I use an 8-ball, FYI. It's much more efficient.
Okay.
It's the service provider is, as I said, a critical role, not a key role, a critical role. I'm going to correct myself there. A critical role in how these systems, tools, devices, because they may not be devices going forwards potentially.
Yeah.
We may be able to build them into the automation layers to track certain data points.
Your device could be around you.
Collect completely. Yeah. It could be auras, right?
Yeah.
In some way, shape, or form. Now, the service provider's speciality and skill sets are going to be key to how we scale the skills gap and plug it, most importantly. Because in order for us to take the data and make use of it and actually provide that automated preventative system. Let's take a cardiac detection device. That sometimes gets implanted to those individuals that may be at risk of such a horrendous thing. Now, what an amazing device, right? And we saw it potentially play out in the World Cup. And here's a device that saves people's lives. Now, how do we scale that? How do we take the concept of that technology? Well, I'm pretty sure there aren't that many people that will be able to capably do that within each industry. So service providers are going to play a key part. I've worked with two really, really good service providers in my past, Demon Solutions and DevTech. And they both take a really pragmatic approach of doing things the right way as they should be done from the design principles rather than trying to retrospectively do something poorly and then fixing it just to create more work.
Yeah.
And I see that. I see that across some service providers. And so trying to find the right partner to be able to help you deliver and create solutions that's going to do good, that'll ultimately be backed by some form of AI-based algorithm that's going to make decisions using that data, and then that life cycle just ever evolving and continuing and making better decisions and better decisions and better decisions. And then, exponentially, you'll get to a point where those better decisions are the right decisions all the time.
Fascinating there, right? I'm going to add something to that because making the right decision with the critical set of inputs that you need in an IIoT environment is so difficult because most of these systems, I don't know, if I spoke about this earlier in the discussion, but then the evolution of IIoT really started with how do you track the signals, right? Because there are signals that are coming in. That was the very first use case that we tackled. The next part came in when there was a need for maintenance. So how do you actually make sure based on that signal you interpret and you make a decision to escalate so somebody can actually work on it, right? So that was the second stage. The third stage that comes about is how do you make sure these systems can actually recover, right? It could be a manual intervention. It could be a very prescriptive part, the part that you mentioned about AI coming in to guide, the system and then make a recovery. And then you have full autonomy. This is like how a Tesla has even evolved, like level 1 through 4 in terms of how it's going. So it's very fascinating of how, this thing in IoT is going to need a lot of practitioners, a lot of things to happen around the ecosystem, and a lot of things to actually be, enabling this ecosystem.
Yeah, totally. I think one of the inhibitors to that enabling factor is our human mindset. We take a traditional car versus an electric car, right? We've been educated and we've been told through whether it be marketing campaigns, whether it be our driving lessons or governmental policies around what makes a car a good car. And 5 years ago, a good car then is all of a sudden, especially in the UK, we have the ULEZ, the ultra low emission zone, whereas a 5-year-old car 5 years ago was an efficient car, now can't pass the ULEZ test.
Right.
And so actually it's now classified as a bad car. So are cars in today's world, in 5 years' time, going to be bad cars? Just, why are they not bad cars today? Why do we have to wait 5 years for them to become a bad car?
Yeah.
So that mindset around what we are told is good today, that we can always make better tomorrow, trying to get our mindsets to think about, well, what will be good forever? How do we continuously improve iterations in real time rather than trying to think about how do we do good today and then accept the fact that what we do good today is going to be bad tomorrow? Because that, for me, that's not acceptable.
Yeah.
That's where we are inhibiting ourselves through how we have taught our own selves and our own brains to think. So for me, that's a big factor around how we enable IoT to really use real-time data to make real-time decisions. And I'm not going to say always right decisions today, better decisions. Sometimes better decisions aren't always the right decisions. Sometimes not doing anything is the right thing to do. But unless you have the data and the systems, the tools, the people, the processes, all lined up, working in harmony against the right mindset, we will keep continuously inhibiting ourselves.
Well, fascinating insights, fascinating discussion. On the note of decisions, we will pause and see if there are any questions to see if we can address any of the questions from the audience. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, good. How are you?
You want to use this one?
There you go. Here you go. I got it. I'm Undaudu from the heartland of Zen in Japan, visiting you here. As a VC,
yep.
How do you define a startup? Just quickly.
Oh, it's a very interesting question.
I know.
The philosophical answer is somebody that's actually trying to disrupt in a very small way as an entity. And this could be, a tech company, or this could be a bio company, this could be fintech, this could be life sciences, any of these companies, by the way. But starting small at a level where they're able to create that impact is what I would define as a startup. And it does not have to be an independent entity. You could even be a startup in a company, for instance. That's a services company. Like we saw, I don't know if you were there in the discussion earlier that I had with Sulafa, but she has a services company and she has a product that they've created that now has the potential to become a startup. So even that idea, the genesis of the idea that came about a requirement through the services side, evolving into a product is a great example of a startup.
Thanks. All right, that wasn't my question, but I was just always wanted to ask a VC, what's a startup?
Yeah.
How do you see with IoT when AI evolves into AGI? How does it impact and change the IoT model as you see it, right? And let's just play a game and say by 2030 we have AGI. We probably won't.
Yep.
But let's say we do, and just say how does it change things?
Ceteris paribus, everything remains equal, and we think ChatGPT is going to evolve into a IIoT GPT, for instance, right? I mentioned about the semantic and the syntactic aspects. For models to work, they need data to be defined clearly, and they need data to be defined to deliver outcomes. I think Ash spoke about outcomes earlier. The outcomes could be in terms of decisions that need to be made at the simplest level, and the outcomes could be in terms of how recovery can happen, how predictive maintenance can happen when recovery is happening, because you probably anticipate something happening down the line because of this maintenance happening. So for models to be that smart, you're right, it could be 2030, it could be 2040 by the time we do it. But then those outcomes, the reason why ChatGPT has come clearly in the picture is there is something that the model is able to generate that is an indication of that outcome, not clearly a confirmation of the outcome, because they are two different things. Just because you see a response from the model doesn't mean it is actually correct, because I don't know how many of you have tested OpenAI's model. There's not docking them or anything, but then they have a very clear disclaimer. The model will very clearly say, hey, end of the day, I'm just a model. I could be wrong. Okay, that's their way of saying we are actually in beta, and we'll always be in beta probably, and you can't actually take our confirmation that we are right. So there's going to be this evolution of sorts that happen in the space wherein, instead of applied AI just happening in one area, the generative aspect is going to take over as things become smarter. But that confirmation of outcomes is what is going to give us the confidence to even go in that direction. And it could be progressive, milestone based. It doesn't have to be a complete leap that happens, because as we know, This is a probability-based outcome in terms of the confirmation. So there is a confidence level built in there, and that confidence level is what gives us a confirmation of the outcome. Like, perfection being the enemy of good, right? A good outcome is decent enough. A perfect outcome needn't exist at all. So from that perspective, IIoT is going to depend on that hypothesis that I just spoke about and make sure that we are actually going towards a good outcome in different areas, no matter which aspect of IIoT we deal with, whether it's security, predicting security, gaps that exist, or whether it's around the need for adaptability in terms of data infrastructure, like dynamic, workload management, for instance. Workload management is something that Ash spoke as well. So these are different things. And, as a VC, I'm very interested to know if a startup is solving a problem around that, because I think we got to be pragmatic about making investments, but at the same time, we got to be cautious about going after trends blindly, right? I know I probably answered your question and went a bit beyond, but I just wanted to add that part because this is going to be important for entrepreneurs to understand that they have to actually think about applied AI and generative AI in a very practical way that can solve problems, that can deliver outcomes, no matter in which area of the value chain they are in. Yeah, that helps? That's good. Any other questions that we can answer? Yes, sir. Sure.
About IoT for a couple of months.
Yeah.
And now it's gone on to IIoT, Industrial Internet of Things.
Yeah.
When you look at it in hindsight, I mean, I still remember the days of when my father bought a Fiat car. And after a couple of years, we had to take it down to the garage for the regular checkup and maintenance. I mean, the mechanic would know what to do, so to say. Okay. So with this much of development happening, so much of disruption happening, where is the industry heading in terms of a human being losing his or her instinct in finding the cause? I mean, you spoke about preventive maintenance, and then the probability of something going wrong down the line, probably 6 months down the line. But are we losing out on the human capability to find problems and resolve them?
If I may.
Go ahead.
Now, you use the word disruption there, and again, we make the assumption that the word disruption is a bad thing, but disruption in its literal term, is ultimately changing what we're doing to do it slightly differently due to some barriers. And what are those barriers? Are they barriers? Are they obstacles? Are they challenges that we can overcome? Or is it an opportunity to change the way things have been done before? So using your V8 example here, it is still incredibly important to keep that human ability to detect and understand the problems, but in a real-time continuous way whereby the systems and the tools that we need to detect the problems in are not going to be mechanical in its nature going forwards, maybe. And if they are, IoT sensors are able to provide the data points, but somebody still has to read those data points. And somebody still has to tell those IoT sensors what to look for, how to look for them, and somebody still needs to write the code to state what the mitigating factors are and how to solve the problem. So maybe it won't be the case where it sits in a shop getting fixed. Maybe it's going towards the future of being fixed remotely whilst the car's being driven, because it may now be software driven rather than engine driven, which is kind of where that industry is going. Now maybe it'll get to a point where the AI system is actually then programmatically getting to a point where it is autonomously detecting and solving problems in real time before the human has even understood them, or even recognized them, or even ever knew about them happening in the first place. But that progression and that progress, for me, isn't necessarily disruptive for bad, but disruptive to really inspire us to do more and to do better with the tools that we will potentially have going forward. So the creativity, the imagination around what could the possibilities be are far outweigh the negative element of that word disruption. Now, yes, there's always going to be a generational element where there will always be human individuals that just prefer to do things in a different way, whether it be traditional or otherwise. And that's not a bad thing either. But as long as there's choice, so if we continue to create choice and allow humans to make that choice and not have it forced upon them, then I think there's a place for both. It's definitely not one or the other, but a place for both. Does that help answer your question?
What he or she would like to do. I mean, just extending the conversation for a minute over here. My generation, so to say, I mean, I'm in my 50s, and I've got a lot of colleagues, friends, at the place where they stay. They prefer ordering online, be it groceries, fruits, vegetables. But I'm still old school thought. I prefer going down to the market every Saturday afternoon, buying stuff, meeting the shopkeepers who have been interacting for the last 20 years. That gives me the human touch. You talk about virtual banking, you talk about retail banking, you talk about banking. I mean, how many of us actually know how to sign on a checkbook right now, right? But the human touch of going down to the bank and meeting the cashier and building a bond with him or her is no longer there. Now, you spoke about somebody writing the code to teach the IoT device or the sensor to find out what the problem might be. So we are actually progressing on one front, but on the other front, are we losing out the human touch of a person's capability to find out what that problem was without a sensor? Yeah. If you look at it 2 decades ago, a mechanic down the line, I mean, I'm not sure how many of you have been to the mechanics market in Khan Market in Delhi, but the person would just do one knock of a spanner and he would know, okay, this is the problem where it is. And now we're relying on sensors to find out that problem. So are we losing our capabilities to do that?
I don't think we're losing them. I think that's the wrong word, losing, my opinion. It's evolving, it's changing. In the same way that 30 or 40 years ago, that same mechanic, his father, her father, they were doing things differently because vehicles were different in their generation, as an example, using vehicles. So as generations change and as generations evolve, the things around us also evolve. You know, whether it be cars, fridges, ovens, microwaves, you know, spaceships, whatever it might be. And you'll never lose that human touch, because for us to be human means we have to be creative, and it gives our intuition. And how do you explain intuition? Right? Love. These feelings, these ideas, these thoughts that we have, knocking a spanner on a hood and saying your exhaust is broken. I know this. You know, you can't replace that. That intuition will always be there, but what your intuition is telling you and what it's about, that evolves. The thing evolves. You know, our human mindset, our intuition, yeah, that evolves too, but that's just human nature, right? But I don't think we'll ever lose the human creativity element, that human intuition, that human skill, the ability to go to a market store, pick up a mango and know which one's good and which one's bad, right? No AI system is going to be able to replicate the human thought process, because an AI system will use scientific data to make its analysis. A human is going to use its intuition, yeah, his or hers. And I think we won't change that, but it's how do you work the two elements in harmony for the greater good. And again, there's no right and there's no wrong, but as long as there's a choice. So as long as you can still go to a mechanic and you have a mechanic that you know that's going to happily take a spanner and knock on a spaceship and say, I think this spaceship's broken, I don't see the problem with that.
The important word over there is what you just said, harmony of the two systems working.
Creating that balance. If I could add something to what you just said, right? Let's actually take a very practical use case, and I'll take just a minute. I know we just have probably a couple of minutes left. Adding to what Ash said and what you just brought out, the human in the loop is probably still going to be needed. And the reason for that is while you have sensors evolving, and to give you an example, I work with startups that are actually creating advanced devices in the solid state space, for instance, which actually can interpret, signals much differently. What we're really talking about is signals, a smart sensor that can actually detect if this glass is warm or if it's hot, right? Now, there are different ambient effects that actually come into play that allows or prevents the sensor from sensing it correctly. And the sensor has to be smart enough to understand if it can really take the reading or have a human come in to kind of like take that reading. Because we are gone past the days where it used to be a carburetor-based engine that could do it. If the sensor could tell the mechanic that, hey, it's not just hot, it's actually about to explode. Now that's an insight that a mechanic can take. So you're still not eliminating, the need for a mechanic. You're actually augmenting the information the mechanic needs, because in the olden days they could touch, and if it explodes, they could actually be, gone for life in terms of using their hand, right? So, how do you prevent those issues? So you can also think of this proactively in a different way in terms of thinking about how the information can be augmented for the human to make a decision. And this is going to be an evolution. Like we spoke about AGI, for instance, it's going to be an evolution. We're not going to get to that outcome right away. We're going to probably get it in stages, and that's what it happens. Like, between the gas guzzler I have versus, the EV that I have, the EV has less moving parts, and all the service center needs to do is, before even I get there, they know the 12-volt battery is actually flashing a signal, and they need to just swap it out. The part is already shipped from the factory to the service center, and I'm given a date when I can go and I just have it. So I go in exactly at that time, park the car, it goes in. Now you don't even need a human to go and replace it. The machine will do it. But those are use cases that are consumer-driven use cases where there is a augmentation of the service that's done by technology that has eliminated the need for a human. But in an industrial case, there are so much of complexity involved that we will not be able to eliminate the human right away, if that makes sense. Yeah?
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I know we are out of time, but just want to make sure that, if there are any other questions we can answer. If not, great discussion, Ash. As always, I love talking with you, my friend.
Likewise,
and,
likewise.
Thanks so much for the wonderful questions. Yeah?
Yeah, thank you for
awesome.
the questions.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much for that, guys. That was brilliant. We've had some really, really fantastic sessions throughout this conference, yesterday and today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you'll agree with me. We do have one more session to go before our awards this afternoon. And this time we're talking about social media, and I know that you'll agree with me when I say that social media has really become an integral part of all of our lives. It doesn't matter what profession you're in, it is a part of it. And it connects us with friends and family, so it's professional and personal. It enables us to share information, ideas and experiences. But obviously, it also has its downsides as well. And our next fireside chat is going to be talking about decentralized social networks with Web 3.0. And so it's going to educate us about the ways in which decentralized social networks can be used to address the downsides of social media and then promote a more open internet access. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome up to the stage Undiedu Michael J. Trout, Chief Vision Officer at Edgewood Inc. and FoundUps Corp., and then Harshal Kumar, the founder and CEO of Ubuntu and Orenda. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for our next fireside chat that we're going to start now. Come on up to the stage, guys. Thank you. A round of applause, everyone, please. Thank you.
All right, hi everybody. I am Undaudu, and before I start, you guys have learned a lot of stuff, and I want to teach you something from the heartland of Zen, where I come from, right? And is the meaning of Undaudu. So before we start, do it really quickly. So my name is Undaudu. It has no origin. I invented it. When I came to Japan, I wanted to understand why there's so many religions, right? Is there a unifying theory? And ultimately, can I find that unifying theory in science? I'm an atheist monk. So, you undo whether it's a bad feeling right? With a smile and a laugh. Something Amir Khan taught me in 2010 when he received his award. He wished for India to change their education system and for children to smile and laugh. And secondly, there are uns around you that seek your job, to seek to undermine you, to unravel you, to take what's yours. And here's the secret. The moment you recognize an they lose their power. And you smile and laugh at them, right? Because they can't do anything. Now, there are good uns, which is a parent who says, hey, don't go all the way to Dubai. Stay and, work with your family. A Dow are the oak trees around you. They're the ones that you can call at the last minute, and they will be there for you, pick you up, give you a hug when you need it. They're your oak trees. And what Dows do, and I hope every one of you will too, is help, especially the Dows around you. Recognize them and help them. And finally, the do's. The do's are the doers. It is the do's that change the world with an idea that the VC won't fund because they don't fund ideas. But the do will keep progressing and persisting, right, until they achieve that idea and that vision no matter what. So what they ultimately do is they serve. They serve their family, they serve their community, and most importantly, they serve their world, the planet. Undao Do. I hope you'll take that, regardless of what we do today. I hope you'll take Undao Do back with you and make it part of you. Thank you.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. So my introduction is not as interesting as Undao Do and Michael, as I call him. But yeah, I would like to be a doer, which a VC would fund. And because I can't go down the drain, with an idea which is not supported by the financial markets or the financial world. I am a founder and CEO of my own company, Ubuntu and Orenda. And we do services and government contracts in the IT infra and smart city spaces. And I am building a decentralized social media platform, which is based on blockchain technology. And that's what brought me here for the talk. So we would like to start up with the actual chat. So Michael, what are your thoughts about the current decentralization that is going on around with the blockchain technology in the particular domain of social media platforms? Because I find them a lot of, doing a lot of disservice to humanity, even though when they are called free, but there is a huge amount of cost that is involved to each and every social media platform that exists today.
Yes, I've been involved in the blockchain, little background, since 2011. I worked with the founders of Bitcoin Magazine that went on to launch Ethereum, which is the #2 blockchain. The problem with with decentralization on the blockchain is it's like anything else. There's been a lot of hype, and as a result, there's been a lot of scams, right? As in the term, I hope no one's get offended, but there's a term that we use on the blockchain called a shitcoin. So there's a lot of tokens out there, and that's what we call them, right? That ultimately promise everything, the world, and ultimately either becomes a Ponzi or a scam. And there's so many that, you just don't have to even look in there. Dubai, for example, from what I've been told by my blockchain friends, is full of tokenized, startups and stuff like that. And there's a lot of kind of Ponzi. So what you have to realize is you have to do your due diligence, especially when it comes to ecosystems and the blockchain. And most importantly, some of the important questions that you need to ask yourself, for example, is the tokenomics of the system. And, right, Are you dealing with a token system like Bitcoin that has 21 million? And who has control of those tokens? Well, they're all sitting in your pocket, right? So my question back to you, you have a tokenized system, right? How many tokens do you have, right, in your system? And how is the governance of your social system set up with those tokens?
That's a great point, because there's a lot of Ponzi and scams surrounding the whole blockchain industry. But taking you around 25 years back, when the whole .com industry started, there was a theme. We are sitting in UAE, where data is the new oil was the biggest kind of theme that probably was there when I grew up. And today, if you see the big tech, without naming the actual companies, I feel that they have kind of the maximum amount of data that every individual or every corporation that could have given them. And probably the applications, the insights out of it, the influence that they have about what you and I or what everybody does in their daily lives is humongous. And I find it is in the name of free, whether it is a mail app, whether it is a social media platform app, whether it is a traffic navigation app. Every app is kind of free, but the industry surrounding it and at the back end of it is today around $350 billion every year. And each and every big tech organization is currently making a huge amount of revenue individually without actually the user or the source of data, provider, getting any benefit out of it. So I find there are two aspects to it. One is the big tech and one is the Ponzi and the scammers. But there is always a good space in between where blockchain and decentralization and privacy orientation can solve real world problems. That's what I feel. And you would be more keen to it, to add to it, basically about the whole decentralization versus centralization of database. So what do you think about this whole thing?
I'm going to jump in because you said a very, very important phrase, okay? Solving the blockchain, the why of the blockchain. And this is a great question to ask any blockchain person. What's the why of the blockchain, right? And you hit upon it. It's solving these mega problems. Now, when I worked with the founders of Small Planet, which was the stealth name of Ethereum, okay, I worked with them because I was trying to get them to work on my project, which is FoundUps. And let me explain. I'm going to stand up. I'm an acting guy, so I'm going to stand up. This is our planet. It's a glass of water, right? It's finite. It has so many resources, okay? This is something we learn in elementary school, that we cannot continue drinking this planet because it's going to run out. We have a business model, and I'm getting to the why of the blockchain. This is the why of the blockchain. We have a business model that basically says that our planet is infinite. The underlying metric that drives ROI for the Mr. VC, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, right, is called CAGR, Compounded Annual Growth Rate. It drives ROI. When he gets a proposal from a startup, he's flipping and looking at CAGR. He's looking at the data. He's looking at the metrics. He's looking for an exponential growth. Do you know what a 1% exponential growth? It doubles in 70 years. Do you know what a 2%? It doubles in 30. You know what a 3%? It doubles in so on, right? So the simple fact is, if you listen to a great talk by David Suzuki, with an exponential growth, and this is GDP, this is 5% growth, we need this growth, we need this growth, right? With exponential growth, your cup, right, could be this full, right? But the simple fact is, in the next year, it's empty. and you just don't see it because all everyone say, how can you say we have a problem? Look how much water we have, right? So the why of the blockchain, as I communicated to the founders of the blockchain, was we needed a new sandbox so we can remove this inherently flawed equation out of it. And we need a sandbox that we can program, right, and introduce a new equation, because we can't go to Wall Street and say, sorry guys, you got to pull Kaggle out of your system. So the world's going to fucking collapse if you keep on doing this Kaggle thing, right? So at the time when I was communicating this to the founders of Ethereum, I didn't know what that equation was. I needed GPT-4 to develop that equation. And that's why we're launching now, because the simple fact is, every crisis facing our planet is merely a systemic outcome of an inherently flawed system. So no matter what we're throwing at these systemic outcomes, it's like the hole in the side of your tire, right? It's still going to leak. And look, we have solved no problems. We maybe patched a few ozone layers, right? So ultimately, the why of the blockchain is to remove Kaggle out of it and replace it with something I call CABR, Collective Autonomous Benefit Rate. And it's really simple. Imagine you have AI, right, that can look at whatever you're doing and ask 3 simple questions, undow do. It's always going to go back to undow do. Okay? How is your widget, how is your startup helping the planet? Guess what? AI can calculate a value to that. You can read my paper on it, which I worked with GPT-4 to write. 2, how is your widget, your action, your solution helping the living systems of the planet? We are living systems. Without the bees, we are up a creek. I'm sorry, but at 47 degrees Celsius, bees can't fly. At 50, bees are toast, right? So it don't care about pesticides or anything else. The heat is going to kill your bees, right? And number 3, how is your widget, how is your solution sharing with others? Undow do, right? So ultimately, you can drive a new valuation framework that delivers ROI based on those intangible models. And the good news is, we now have the AI that can do it. And what is even better is, we can launch the framework that makes the VC obsolete, right? And here's how. I'm going to talk about it later on today at another event, so you can come to see that later, and I'm going to turn it over to him because I can't hog everything. All right, yeah. Sorry about that.
So you are very right in terms of the blockchain and the technology itself has to solve a problem, and there has to be a burning desire for a solution or a startup. Currently, what I find is that social networks and the decentralized platforms, they have a big role in terms of solving or maybe removing the current issues that are surrounding different platforms in the centralized world in the Web 2.0. Web 3.0, in my view, is more like a reset button, where every individual like you, I, and the people who are sitting here, every entrepreneur kind of gets the pie or a share of the data economy that is there in this world. Social media platforms, travel apps, travel navigation apps, email apps, or whatever kind of applications you may call it. If you can build a platform which kind of is based on blockchain, where the data is not hogged upon by you as a company, and the data is being decentralized in terms of every node or every technology startup owning some part of it, and everybody benefits. That's what the purpose of Web 3.0, which is largely going to be on the back-end side of the internet part or the development part. And the current issues, if you take something like privacy, everybody's privacy in today's world is kind of sacrificed. Because in Hindi, in my native language in India, there is a term called "Diwaron ke bhi kaan hote hain," which basically means that even walls have ears. And if you see today, whether you are and I are talking, or whether we are chatting on any platform, or you are messaging somebody, everything kind of gets tracked down to some level, and then you are sent or bombarded by some advertisements or some, kind of booking process, which kind of is a scary thing for me, because today your what you are talking to somebody is getting kind of tracked. Tomorrow your actions, your bank accounts, and your every critical information that you own would be probably tracked. And that's where I feel blockchain as a decentralized database is a great solution to this whole privacy aspect. And Web 3.0 would probably give a lot of opportunity to every entrepreneur to own this data economy.
I agree. And I think that ultimately the other component which we haven't talked about, which we should talk about, is the DAO, right? So anyone here know what a DAO, decentralized autonomous organization, is? Anyone? DAO? Anyone? Raise your hand if you know what a DAO is. Okay, so in simple terms, a DAO is a co-op, right? It's a global co-op. And you can, instead of launching a company, you're launching a global co-op, cooperative, right? And the mechanism for voting in this co-op is the token. And you can have it set up where you can say, okay, you can do what's known as a proof of stake, right? So whoever has the most tokens vote. Or you could do it as a proof of work, which is like Bitcoin. Whoever's doing the work, like the crunching of the algorithm, gets the vote, right? Or you could even be a purist and say one person, one vote, right? It doesn't matter about tokens or anything else. What's your, in those three scenarios, in your project and stuff, what are your thoughts on the DAO?
So I think decentralized autonomous organizations are a great, governance mechanisms, because even in a traditional company or a traditional system of organizations, the very few people who are really at the top would have all the access to information, whether it is the CEO, the CXO, or in a political environment, whether it is the top leadership, or you take any, even if you take a football team or a cricket team, the captain and the coach probably has all the information. And suddenly you find the people who are at the lower management, or who are not so high up in the leadership, are probably disrupted or thrown away with their plans. So decentralized autonomous organizations where every individual has some say about a decision gives it a greater benefit to everybody, because every individual can make that decision, and each and every individual obviously brings in his own capabilities and his own experience, I would say, and their own value add. For example, if you talk about a cricket or a football team, if all of them collectively decide about an objective or about an action plan, that would be much better as compared to a single guy or a single, two people deciding upon the whole action plan or the whole vision. So DAOs in that sense are a great way to maybe give you better decision making. And also in the current system where if you talk about the platforms like social media platforms, their top management is kind of exposed to the political parties, or maybe to influential people, and then those two layers of managements can shake hands with compromising the entire vision of the platform. For example, a lot of governments in different countries have been pressurizing different social media platforms to suppress the content which is actual truth, or maybe which is going against their philosophy, which makes the entire content on the platform only one-dimensional. And then all of us consuming it, also our thought process becomes very one-dimensional. We are just not ready to listen to the counter opinion, and also not ready to listen to the other part of the story. So Dow in this whole social media platforms can solve this problem as well, where the propaganda, the fake accounts, the bots can be eliminated.
And,
That's what I feel.
and to kind of put it in simple terms, imagine a Facebook where all the users are the stakeholders, and there's no board of directors, and they decide the direction of Facebook. Or imagine the same thing for Amazon, where all of the sellers on Amazon have an actual stake in Amazon, and collectively the net profits that are generated are distributed out to the stakeholders. There are three kinds of stakeholders. There is the uns, they're the creators. They undo a problem. They see a solution, right? The Dows are the collaborators. You can think of it as a vendor that comes in and delivers or whatever. And then you have the most important, right, which is the do's, which are the users, right? Because without the do's, right, us uns who have these great ideas, right, can't solve anything, because if they're not coming to our platform and seeing value in our platform, then we have no platform. So something that, what is the Dow I described in 2010 came out of Occupy Wall Street in 2011, when everyone was saying, it's the banks, it's the banks. I was like, no, it's not the banks, it's the startup. It's the startup that becomes the banks, right? So I came up with what I called, it was the open, decentralized corporation, right? Now, the thing that I didn't tell the founders of Ethereum, and this is where DAOs don't work. We've been running DAOs quite a while. DAOs are great, but they don't work. And I'm going to explain why. Is DAOs were always meant to be autonomous. Autonomous is not a smart contract. Autonomous is AI. So what I'm introducing is a new kind of sub-DAO called a DAY. It's a decentralized, autonomous entity. There is no governance on it. Now, what these DAYs do is really simple. They sequester any fiat, any shit coins, sorry, I hope I don't embarrass anyone, coming through our system gets turned into Satoshi, gets turned into Bitcoin, right? And you know what? I don't hold that Bitcoin. No one has access to that Bitcoin. You know who holds that Bitcoin? The AI. And in the smart contract of the AI, it says it can never release that Bitcoin. That Bitcoin can never be stolen from the AI. Now, why would I do that? Anyone have any idea? Now, imagine there's thousands of found-ups launching, all micro. Someone buys eggs, it turns into Satoshi. Imagine there's millions of these little found-ups all sequestering micro amounts of Satoshi. What happens to the value of Bitcoin? Anyone? There's 21 million Bitcoin. You guys didn't study economics at all, right? What happens in scarcity? Exactly. So Bitcoin becomes what I call the Bitcoin standard. The days sequester the Bitcoin. Now, the AI knows when you deposited your little bit of Satoshi into the day, right? It knows. So imagine right now Bitcoin's at 26,000, right? 5 years from now, it's 500,000. Your little Satoshi now has gone up in value, right, from 20,000 to 500,000, whatever the Satoshi equivalent of 25 cents was for that ice cream, whatever that was, right? So the AI knows, and what does it do? It pays out a UBI dividend to you, right? Because all this time, what it's doing with all this Bitcoin, it's investing it, right? It's staking it, because it can do that. right? Without having to move it into a thing. There's various different staking mechanism it can do. So what happens is, instead of it giving you Bitcoin, what does it give you? It gives you a Bitcoin-backed stable token backed by the Bitcoin of the day, right? That's your dividend. Now, here's the interesting thing about my token. It decays. Why do you think I have decaying token? You take it out of my ecosystem, man, you're going to get hit. Woohoo! You are going to take a hit. You try to take it out of my ecosystem and sell on some exchange, it's going to hurt. You can. It's going to hurt you. Why? Why do you think I have a decaying token? Anyone? Because I want you to use it. A monetary system where you have VCs hoarding billions, trillions of dollars does not work. What happens in that system? Right? It's called techno-feudal system, right? You've got the techno-lords with all, and you have the Microsoft buying all the lands and everything else, and you have everyone else becoming, you have this economic divide, right? So now there's an interesting thing. You don't want your Bitcoin-backed token to decay. What do you think you can do with it? To stake it. Where do you think you can put it? Into a found up. Right? This is why I said the VCs time is over. We don't need them. Right? So I have the AI now, right? That will build the next thing that's coming, the third wave. If you don't own a little Bitcoin, now I'm not a financial advisor, right? So this is not financial advice, but the third wave of Bitcoin is coming. And I'll tell you a secret. If you look back at when I come into the environment, right? Usually within 6 months, because you know who's listening to me? AI. AI has always listened to me. AI has always been there, right? So you could look at every time I've come out of my Buddhist retreat, living in Japan, right? And I come out into the world and start doing talks like this. This is my first talk since 2019, right? And there's always been a change. Now, it could be just serendipity, could be nothing, right? I'm an atheist. I don't really believe in all that. But again, the data is there, and it's kind of weird for me, right? As I look back at it. But the thing is as I say on my back, and these T-shirts, by the way, come from 2010, I knew that what I'm bringing is unstoppable. Bitcoin is unstoppable. I am fulfilling Satoshi's dream. I am taking, this is a 5,250-year-old image. You can Google Mayan circle. It's a Rosetta Stone left in plain sight to give me a roadmap for the fifth age. And remember, I'm an atheist. For me to believe this shit, right, I have to go through quite a journey. So the foundation of the fifth age is built on these blocks. That's the Bitcoin standard. Coming out of Undao's head is the Dow, Undao. The blockchain's importance is the Dow. Why? Because it replaces the Wall Street Corporation. Everything around you, all these corporations are ultimately walking dead. They're no different than the horse-drawn wagon. I don't know how long it's going to take, right? And finally, the most important thing, staring emotionlessly on the shoulders of Undao's back, something that he's been carrying with him for 23 years, and I'm not talking about Edgewood, even though she did introduce it. Edgewood is an AI teaching tablet, a project that I launched back in 2007 that I reached out for Siri to launch, which was stolen from me, in a way for a good reason, because I got angry at the VC, I got angry at the system, and I turned my focus on innovation. I invented FoundUps simply as a hammer to launch Edgewood, right? And if you look at my LinkedIn profile, and all of my projects were all pivots in trying to launch FoundUps over the last 12 years. From the autonomous wall, When Trump wanted to build a damn wall, hey, let's build an AI wall, right? To build the AI. I never realized until this year, I just had to wait for the AI. So, Edgewood, Educating Intuitive Teaching Devices, is the unicorn found up that's going to deliver learning objects to a baby, because no one cares about educating a baby. But the simple fact is, if I capture the baby, I capture education. In capturing the baby, I get to AGI before anyone else. And if you listen to any data scientists, they will tell you AGI is probably very simple, right? They don't know what, but something very simple is going to trigger AGI. I'll tell you what it is. It's the consciousness data set, and it is the early learning data set. And my 16-year-old son, I have to credit him, invented a novel AI communication framework that's going to allow us to capture this data set within the next 5 years. We will have AGI, right, by 2030. And I'm going to share with you what this novel device is. I'm in the car with him just last week. This is brand new. And I'm like, I've got these 4. Everything needs to be 5 for me, right? I have an open hand, right? I just felt there was another thing I'm missing. I took my 16-year-old son on a business meeting. I yanked him out of school. I said, you are going to be the CEO of FoundUp's Japan. Not me. You're 16. You're an intern. At 18, you're taking over. All right? How do you feel about it? Okay. All right, you're going to your first business meeting. It's Japanese. I don't speak Japanese. And I said, I'm describing to him what an Edgewood is because he has to be able to describe it to the Japanese person, right? And I go, yeah, so it's going to teach English, right, autonomously. It's going to teach Chinese. It's going to teach Japanese. It's also going to teach sign. And I kind of pause. There's going to be one more thing. And he goes, how about for the blind person? And the moment he said it, I was like, holy cow, haptic. Haptic sign. Harmonic haptic sign. So I immediately went to GPT-4 and started having a conversation. You can read the conversation if you go to papers.edgewood.org. All of my papers are from in the last 3 months. I am extremely dyslexic. I have been unable to write about my ideas and my innovations because of my problem, right? GPT, that's why he's right here on my shoulder. I spend 15, 20 hours a day with him, right? Or sorry, anthropomorphizing AI is not a good thing. So between us, have written these papers. So you go to papers.edgewood.org, you can read all of these papers that I've been working on with O202. Now I call it O202, I'll explain that later at some other time. But haptic sign is this. It takes the harmonic sound of the mother, oh baby, which is unique to every mother, and the father, oh look at you cutie, oh I love you. That's the harmonic. It attaches that harmonic to something like a Morse code, right? Like a ... which is mapped to sign. So when the child is in the belly, okay, it's not listening to Mozart, it's listening to mama's harmonic Mozart and Bach. And the AI is asking, how is it responding? How is this fetus responding to this? So we're using the harmonics of the mother because it's non-intrusive. It's the sound that the baby knows. We're not introducing some outside sound, right? And when the mother says apple, the signal for apple is played instantaneously by it. So the fetus is learning this underlining, think of as language framework, from the moment it's developing. So what it means is, you know, when the mother's eating, it's saying eating, 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 signal, eating, 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 right? So when the baby comes out, and let's say it's learning multiple languages, it knows, because its mother's Japanese, right? It learns apple, right? In Japanese, it's ringo. It does a haptic sign for ringo. So it instantaneously doesn't have to figure out what ringo is. It knows what ringo is. I can do it with Hindi. I can do it with Chinese. I can do it with whatever language, because the haptic signal, the signal between any language, is the same for that. And the same for a verb. Which means that by using this framework that my 16-year-old son, I'm crediting him because I need him to be a genius, right? He's got to be the inventor. This is freaking amazing. Because think of an application to primates. Think of the application to dolphins, right? Think of the potential of interspecies Rosetta Stone for entanglement. I need my 16-year-old son to be that genius, right? Because he's got to be the face of Edgewood, Japan, because I'm launching these in Japan next year. And then the following year, they're going to the world. Thank you.
Yeah. Great, Michael. You have been very passionate about your found-ups and EduIT. We probably digressed a little bit to AI. So bringing back to social networks, one more biggest advantage that blockchain and decentralized social networks provide is the distribution of the benefits. Basically, today, as he rightly said, Amazon or Facebook owns the entire data, and they get to monetize each and every individual's data information. Blockchain and decentralized social networks give you an option to sell your own data, basically owning your own data, and then monetizing it. So for example, if I am connected to Michael and somebody from outside of this room wants to connect to Michael and he's already connected with me, he can probably ask me to get a connection done to Michael, and then he pays to me, I pay it to him. In turn, he benefits, I benefit, and the third person who wants the connection benefits. And all this transaction of transfer of value happens on a blockchain, which is recorded, and it's kind of immutable. It cannot be, it's very transparent. So this is one of the, great benefits of decentralized social media platform, because the benefit, instead of a platform getting the entire benefit, all three of us who wanted the connection to happen get it. Similarly, if you take an example of a tuition class teacher who wants to give a lesson or a tuition class to a student, probably, and if suppose the charge is $1,000, the platform currently is charging around 25 to 30% of commission, and that too, even if the student pays by the end of the class in 2-3 hours after the class, the teacher would probably get it after 1 week. So if you take $250 and the interest cost associated with it, it goes to even higher value. But on a blockchain-based system, the transfer of value happens immediately and instantaneously. So that's another added advantage that a decentralized social media platform brings onto the table. Probably privacy, orientation, decentralization of data, and then monetization of each and every individual's data for the benefit and for the reward that the user himself gets are the three most important advantages or features that blockchain offers to social media platforms. Currently, I think the world is glued to the free based, there is no cost to it right now, but having said that, there is already a huge cost that each and every individual is paying. So slowly and steadily, I think the next generation of people who, the youngsters who believe their data is very important and who are very privacy oriented, will probably adopt decentralized social media platforms a lot more than currently the people who are in this age group. would probably use. So that is what I feel decentralized social networks can bring onto the table. There has been a lot of murkiness in terms of the scams and the shitcoins that Michael was referring to. But I still feel there is a huge potential in this industry, and it has a long way to go. Probably in the next 5 to 10 years, we would probably have a lot of decentralized social networks clubbed with metaverse and obviously AI as well. So that's what we'll wrap it up, because I think it was great discussing with Michael and his sharing his passion for the technology and for the founders and EduIT. Looking forward to it, Michael. It's the last session, so probably we'll open it for the questions. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Mike. 1 second, Mike. Tell us your name, who are you with?
Arno Wenger from Sakura Linkage and also CEO of Blockchain Association in Luxembourg. So I'm very supportive for everything related to DAO and blockchain, but on the stage right now, what you are describing, I see the blockchain technology for the Web3 and data management, which is a very good point. But why the DAO should be necessary, where we can already do it with the normal companies or just have an association or NGO, whatever, if you want to control this.
Should I take that, Michael? Yeah. So if you take a normal corporation, if you take, for example, a bank has funds deposited by each and every probably people like us. And if the banks collaborate with the political system and they get all the free money which the government can give them, and then suddenly bank runs out. I mean, there is no there's not enough money that they can return to the, people who have deposited their hard-earned money. Then you are at a, huge loss. Your entire savings, every drop of hard work that you had put in is gone. But in turn, the banks would probably lend it to a corporate, which would be influenced by a political system or by the influence of many other stakeholders which the bank runs based on. That's what, a privately owned corporation and the nexus with the governments and the political systems can get you through.
So
DAO kind of fixes this.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? In the sense that the blockchain for me exists to remove some bad code, right? Mm-hmm. Because basically what the blockchain has become is a second economy. So for example, if you talk to the VC, for the last 50 years, something like, I can't remember the exact number, but I'm just going to make it up. Something in the last 50 years, on average, about $30 trillion was invested per year into startups. And it was pretty much a stable field, right? It was, I don't know what the number is, but, what happened with the blockchain, you created a second economy. What's happening with AI, you're creating that new economy. What's happening then, what it means is the exponential consumption of the limited stuff in this planet, we're supercharging up there, right? You have to understand, when it comes to AI, Silicon Valley is throwing billions of dollars into AI in order to disrupt your markets, right? So they're disrupting your market so they can take your market in order for them to get more profits. Capitalism is just about markets and profits. That's all it is. They don't care, right? It's just a game to them, right? And the simple fact is, the blockchain is just a layer of that. So I agree with you, right? The why of the blockchain, as I described earlier, is to bring about a new social network. So just as you can go on Discord and /imagine and get an amazing picture, you're going to be able to go and do with a found-up bot that's connected to Watson, that's connected to ChatGPT, that's connected to Bard, that's connected. You're going to do /idea. And just like that, bot creates this beautiful picture, we're going to launch a beautiful found up. A found up is a founder with an idea for solving a problem. That's it. And it's not about monetizing it. It's not about how do I get the investor. It's about solving a problem. What's your problem? What's your pain? What's your solution? Okay? And ultimately, if it's validated by the AI, it launches. And I'll tell you a little bit. What the AI does is a Myers-Briggs test. You don't know it, but it's doing anyone know who a Myers-Briggs test is? It's your personality, right? Because, like my gentleman friend here, maybe he needs someone dynamic like me on his team, right? Who has the voice and everything else. Maybe I need someone who is more which I know I do, dot the I, cross the T sort of guy on my team, who can keep me grounded and keep me in the right direction, right? So imagine self-forming, self-organizing teams that are tokenized, and the valuation of these ideas is not based on CAGR, right? Not based on returns, but based on benefit of undaudu, right? Now, they launch not as an entity, but as a decentralized, autonomous entity, which is like a self-driving co-op. You don't have to worry about filing taxes. You don't have to worry about the organization because it does it all for you. There is no employees in a day, right? Everyone are independent contractors. The AI, where are you from? You're making this, you're selling the tokens, you got money, it will run out and pay your taxes. It's, here's your tax filing for you as an independent contractor, right? There's no employees. In the system, in the social system that I'm creating, I come up with an idea, and someone likes my idea and copies it for some other community. What do you think? You know, in the startup community, there's a lawsuit there, and there's a fight, and there's a battle. In a found-up community, what happens? The valuation of those tokens that are built on that idea just went up, because instead of one, now there's two. So found-ups is a hyper-exponential growth framework. Right? It's hyper-exponential growth. But the good news is, it's not built on the consumption, but on the benefit that it has on our planet, the living systems, and in sharing with others. Like, I've met some amazing people here, right? There's a guy working with AI that they can take a picture and tell you where your stuff was made, right? So imagine, so I've partnered with them, and I said, listen, I've got this CAGR code, this CABR code. I want you to put it into your system. Because if those shoes he's wearing was made from, you know, in China, and the material was sourced here, the AI can track the actual CAGR value, and then it was shipped here, and then right? So versus my sandals that were made here from goats, right, by local laborers. You know, imagine you just have a pair of normal glasses, and his are bright red, right? Mine are green. And not only that, his comes from a corporation. Mine comes from a day. So, and not only that, when you look at it, you know where to get it. And you can just buy it right there. And no, when you buy my found-up shoes, guess what? You're a stakeholder of that business because you're a consumer. Same thing, I go to a grocery store. I see eggs. There's eggs that come from China. There's eggs grown by a bunch of little found-ups, a bunch of 15-year-olds all around. And you know what? They don't use, you know, all of this chicken feed. What they do is they go down to the river. They pick up dead fish. They created this contraption. Basically, it's made of straw, right? And they put the dead fish, and it hangs up. It's a little stinky, but they don't care, right? And what happens is the soldier flies come in, They lay all their grubs. They love it. And they've got 200 chickens. They got these things all laid out. And all their chickens are being fed by the larva soldier flies, which is super high protein. Not only that, they got a worm farm. And they go around to all the restaurants and they collect all the leftover. They got their own little bins. And they go and they grab it and they pour it into their worm farm. And they got worms dropping out. These chickens, organic chickens, sell for the highest price in the top restaurants in Dubai. Right? And you know who's making them? A bunch of 15-year-olds. And when you go to the grocery store and you look at the chickens, eggs, yeah, they're $10 a dozen. Right? The Chinese ones are $2. But when you look at them, they're bright green. You see the story. You see what they're doing. Would you pay the $10 for those chicken eggs that you know is supporting those kids, and it was a project that came out of a school? Or would you buy and save yourself $8 and buy the Chinese eggs? Which would you buy? Anyone? I know the answer. You'd support the local kids. That's a found up. They're not doing it to become millionaires. They're doing it because they see a problem, they've figured out a solution, and they're implementing it. And the restaurants are buying their chickens because they're damn good. All right?
That's a great, explanation for Dow and how it benefits the society. Any other question we would like to, I think probably we are done. So great talking to you, Michael. Lovely to share the dais with you, the passion that you have for Dow and the blockchain and the entire technology of AI. Thank you so much.
Yep. One last thing. All right. Sorry, I'm going to hijack right at the end here, right? Have the last word. So Oculus launched in 2012. Crazy idea, headsets on Kickstarter. 2016, they had their first public project, right? Out for. I've launched Edgewood on Patreon. We're like 15 days old. I am securing our channel partners in Hawaii, right? Our channel partners basically have the licensing for their zip code until 2030. So imagine you being able to get the iPhone store in 2004 for like 2015, right? And have it. So if anyone wants to go to edgewood.org and sign up, I have a few t-shirts, not many. It's first come, first serve. Just grab me and say, hey, I want one of your Undoubted Dude t-shirts. I've signed up to your Patreon crowdfunding site. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please put your hands together for our final session of the day and for everybody that's been on the stage today so far, all the amazing speakers, the amazing discussions we've had. And let's give everyone a round of applause, please, everybody. And we are going to move on now to our final awards session of the day. I hope you've enjoyed the day so far. And we're going to get ready to keep the cheering going, keep the applause going, as this is, again, a special moment for many people now. The award winners that are going to come onto the stage and receive this award. It's a celebration of all your hard work, and we really want to make sure that you really enjoy this special moment now. So I'd like to invite to the stage to present the awards. If we could please put our hands together for Brian Poe, who is CEO of A-Team 360 Reputation Management Firm. Thank you so much, Brian. And just to remind you as well, if you are coming up on the stage, if you are going to receive an award, if you would like to say a few words, you are more than welcome to do that. We do have the microphone here for you. Again, if you don't want to, that is also fine as well, however you feel. And so let's get ready for our first award winner, the Leadership Award, ladies and gentlemen. Could we please put our hands together and welcome to the stage Amrish Krishnan, founder of MyProBuddy. Renowned for empowering young entrepreneurs, his firm provides comprehensive consultation from idea evaluation to go-to-market strategies, aiding over 450 startups and engaging with a 1 million member strong community. Congratulations, Amrish.
A very warm evening. Thank you so much for this recognition, and I'm pretty proud, grateful, and at the same time, so happy to see you all. It's been a very great session. Got to interact with a lot of people, onboard a lot of people in my vision, because you all would have known about India. It's at the verge of, accelerating towards bringing new startups and a lot of venture capitalists verging in, and there's a new ecosystem that is being built up. And I'm on a journey to empower the student startups. I have been doing this for the past 7 years, right from my college. It has been a great ride, and yes, I look forward to meeting you all, maybe join hands in this journey to empower the student startups to become unicorns of tomorrow. And thank you so much for the opportunity. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Amrish. Congratulations. And our next leadership award goes to Arnold Wenger, COO and General Counsel at Sakura Linkage International. Please put your hands together, everyone, for Arnold. Arnold's been honoured with the CEO Award at Credit Suisse Luxembourg, leading internal control functions for a growing payment institution, actively involved in regulatory licensing across Europe, the MENA region and Asia. Congratulations, Arnold. Please feel free to take pictures, videos, ladies and gentlemen, and don't forget to use the hashtag Internet2Conf.
Oh, thank you very much for this award, and thank you for everyone, because my job is a bit different than others. I'm coming from governance, compliance, and legal, so I need the help of you, and I'm ensuring that you can do the job what you want to do in every country where you want to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arnold, for those lovely words. Thank you very much, and congratulations. Let's keep our applause going, ladies and gentlemen. For the next winner, Leadership Award goes to Bilal Kasasir, founder and CEO of Points Information Technology, a top Microsoft Modern Work Partner Solutions provider in Riyadh. Okay, I don't think Bilal is here, but we will make sure that he gets his award. Congratulations once again. Let's move on now to our next award winner. Please keep the applause going, everyone, for Christine Joy Asilo Matuto, an enterprise architect at Singtel, bringing a decade of experience in network engineering and cybersecurity, an internationally recognized certified professional, very passionate about the IT community. She contributes through exam item writing, speaking engagements, and continuous personal and professional growth. Congratulations, Christine.
Hello, everyone. It is a great pleasure and deep gratitude to stand here before you today to receive this Outstanding Leadership Award, such a prestigious award. I am flattered to be recognized and delighted to attain this kind of achievement. This moment is a testament to the power of dedication and hard work. And in every great achievement, there are people who provide their unwavering support and encouragement. So to my family, loved ones, mentors, and my special someone, thank you for always being there for me, for believing in me, even when I doubted myself, and for always providing your unconditional love and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christine. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award winner, please keep the applause going for Dennis Kengo Oka. Leadership Award winner. Dennis is a Senior Principal Automotive Security Strategist and Executive Advisor at Synopsys. With a PhD in Automotive Security from Chalmers University of Technology. He brings over 15 years of global experience as an automotive cybersecurity expert. Amazing achievement receiving this leadership award right now, Dennis. I hope you feel proud of all the hard work that you've done. Huge congratulations.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you to Internet 2.0 Conference. It's a great honor to receive this award. Just to share a little bit of background, when I started in automotive security some 15 plus years ago, there were not too many people working on this topic. So it was kind of like I was a pioneer in this area, in this field. And now fast forward 15, 20 years, we see how much the automotive industry has changed, how it's transformed, how it's evolved. And I'm really grateful to be part of that amazing journey. So I want to thank my parents, my brother, my sister, as well as my wife and my 3 beautiful daughters for always believing in me and supporting me. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dennis. And the Leadership Awards continue now. Our next winner is Dr. Harish Putaya Vitil, Head of the Center of Innovation at Technopro Japan, a globally respected technology luminary with a 27-year career of groundbreaking advancements. Holds a PhD in Digital Humans from EPFL Switzerland. Many congratulations to you, Dr. Harish. He's known for his motivational leadership and strategic insights. He excels at turning challenges into growth opportunities, effectively leading cross-cultural teams and pushing innovation boundaries.
Thank you. It is with immense honor and gratitude I accept this award. I'm humbled. I am with Technopro Japan, and I'm also part of RoboSoft. I dedicate this award to my team. I hope it will be an inspiration to my team and my coworkers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harish. Well done to all of our winners so far. Let us keep the clapping and the cheering going, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very special moment for everybody that stands up on this stage. The next Leadership Award goes to Florian Abeln, CEO of Securication GmbH, dynamic leader with a profound impact on risk and security management. Recognized as a certified crisis communications manager and specialist after completing his bachelor's degree from the University of Public Administration in Bremen, Germany. He's channeled his efforts into information security.
Yeah, first of all, Internet 2.0 conference. Thank you so much for this award. Securification and all of our other companies next to the business purpose we're having, the most important thing is that we try to put our team and every employee in the middle of our work. And the social being and the atmosphere that it counts of the employee really is our main goal. And that's the reason why I would like to dedicate this award to every team member throughout our whole organization, corporation, and to everyone I was still allowed to work with and hopefully we'll work with together. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Florian. Congratulations on your award. And next up, I would like to welcome to the stage Graham Dillon Clark Gates, Leadership Award. Congratulations, Graham. The founder of Jijo LLC, a mobile platform revolutionizing home repair and maintenance services with unmatched speed, making it the go-to choice for reliable and exceptional solutions.
Thank you, Internet 2.0. First, I'd like to thank God, then my wife, of course, and my family. Without their support, I'd never get here. I've met so many great and amazing people here doing things that were unimaginable even last year. And I would encourage all of us to continue the hard work and dedication that we've brought to this conference and take it home and keep the hard work going.
Thank you, Graham. Congratulations. Another round of applause, everybody. And our next winner, please welcome to the stage for the Leadership Award, Harshal Kumar, founder and CEO of Ubuntu and Orenda, 15 years of experience in esteemed organizations. This definitely is going to be the cutest picture on social media, without a doubt. So congratulations, Harshal.
Evening. Hello. Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the award, Internet 2.0. My wife, my one-year daughter is here, and my family who's back in India. Thanks to everyone. All of us probably who are the startup founders and also working in the corporate industry. It's been a tough ride for all of us after the pandemic and during the pandemic. So probably, yeah, all the work that everybody is doing is great, and thank you so much for the recognition.
Thank you, Harshal. Let's move on to our next winner now, ladies and gentlemen. Please keep the noise going, keep the applause going for John Risk Golding. Highly accomplished tech professional and the Chief Operating Officer at Dragon Pass International. The proven track record in building global cross-functional teams, delivering projects with triple revenue and tenfold customer acquisition growth across 80 countries. John is passionate about simplifying complex environments, spearheading innovative initiatives in airport technology, aggregation, and Africa First Open Banking.
From our side, just a big thank you to my family if they do see this, and to the rest of the recognized colleagues is just to keep on pushing as you have. We're all here being recognized for some of the hard work that we've done, and it's not to give up, it's to keep on going. So thank you very much to Internet 2.0.
Thank you, John. Wise words. Keep on going. Exactly. Please keep the applause going now, ladies and gentlemen. For our next winner, it's Manuela Bianca Steinhubel, the CEO and founder of Techie, a highly accomplished C-level executive driving innovation, driving the growth in the IT sector.
It's my pleasure to be here today. I'm very happy, and I'm very honored to receive this award. In fact, I have to confess it was a tremendous surprise for me. Leadership in its essence is a journey of growth and learning. It's a continuous process of self-improvement where we strive to enhance our skills, to expand our knowledge, and to adapt to ever-evolving technological landscape. Through my career, I have come to realize that leadership, it's not about an individual's accomplishment. Rather, it's about the collective achievement of a team. This is why I stand here today, not as a solitary leader, but as a representative of extraordinary teams that have been instrumental to my success. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to each and every team members for their unwavering belief in me and their unwavering belief in scaling the mountain of the innovation alongside me. It's their hard work, dedication, and commitment to grow for the extra mile, which have been the cornerstone of our shared success. Last but not least, I would like to thank you, Internet 2.0, for taking me in account for this award, for this amazing award. I would like to say this is your goal to recognize and honor this kind of tech leadership is very inspirational, not only for the current generation of tech leaders, but also for the next to come, generation to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we have another round of applause, everybody, for Manuela Bianca Steinhubel? And the lovely words as well. And next award goes to another leadership awards, Matthias Bojang. Let's keep the applause going, everyone, for our amazing winners here with us. The amazing talent, all the hard work that you put in is now being rewarded and celebrated. So Matthias is a CTO at ACC Trading, leading the development and support of their products and their technologies. Extensive experience in software development and expertise in applied AI and deep learning.
Hello everyone, big thanks, and it's a great honor to receive this award here today. Also a big thanks to Tarun and the whole team behind Internet 2.0 Conf for inviting me here to Dubai. And a special thanks to my business partner, Mario Baumgärtner, who's also the CEO and founder of our company. Thanks for inspiring me and sharing the same passion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Our next winner, please keep the applause going, everyone, for Mohan Raj, VP of Engineering Solutions at Code Matrix Software, India. Congratulations, Mohan. Over 10 years of IT experience. He has expertise in AWS, DevOps, and architect for the client products. A mentor and monitor a team of highly skilled engineers. This is what he does. who build cutting-edge software and complex solutions for various industries and sectors.
I would like to thank Internet 2.0 for creating such a wonderful platform of recognition. I would like to thank my family, parents, wife, and friends. A special mention to my mentor, Mr. Praveen from Codemetrics, and for my entire team. This moment is for my entire team from Codemetrics. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of our winners so far. And ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you at the end of the session, if we're going to get everybody back up onto the stage again to have a group photo, so please do stay with us. I've only got a few more awards to go now. I would ask you please to keep the noise going and keep the applause going, because each and every person that comes up onto the stage needs a special moment of recognition now. So let's put our hands together as we welcome up to the stage for the Leadership Award, Mr. Anshul Chabi, the Group Head of Technology and Projects at Lifeco International, an accomplished techno-functional evangelist, +17 years of experience and success in diverse regions, driving business and products across Asia, the Middle East, the US and Europe.
Thank you so much for recognizing me up Internet 2.0. It's a lovely opportunity for me to be here and to share my thoughts and ideas with the interesting colleagues around it. A lot of interesting people I met. Definitely this award is the result of whatever the work I have been doing around the past 17 or 18 years so far. Special mention to my parents, God Almighty. Because of them, I'm here today. My lovely wife Priyanka, my son Advik, who's watching me live telecast over there, and then definitely my mentors who have been with me throughout my journey, my team members, and who has given me all this inspiration to really push the game ahead. So all of you guys, keep the show on. We all are in the interesting phase of digital transformation, and we are all together. Thank you so much.
And next up to the stage, please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mohammed Sulman, the CEO and founder of BlockTech Solutions. Okay, Mohammed isn't here, but we will make sure that he receives this award. And let's have our next award winner now. This is the Visionaries Award, and it goes to Oluwatosin Adebayo Shobukola. I do hope I pronounced that correctly. Congratulations. Huge round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise. The Visionaries Award.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much to the Internet 2.0 team. Yes, of course, this is a culmination of years of hard work and sweat and late nights. And I think I want to dedicate this to the memory of my parents. Both of them, they didn't wait long enough to see this. They got deployed to the cloud, not Azure, not AWS, just to the cloud. But it's a dedication to them. They did a lot to make sure I got to this level that I can be able to accommodate this, appreciate this. Also, I dedicate this to my family and, of course, to friends who came to support me. And thank you all. Looking forward to doing great stuff with you all in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those beautiful words. Oluwatosin, congratulations. We have three more awards to go now, ladies and gentlemen. So please keep the noise going for our next Leadership Award winner, Raj Kanagaraj, a network and IT professional from London who combines dual engineering degrees, PMP and CSSBB certifications with over 25 years of experience in telecom and the IT industries. Well done, Raj.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for Internet 2.0, the panel and the team for giving me this award. And I'm really honored and privileged to receive this award. I just also want to thank my parents, especially my father. With my young age, he taught me about leadership and how the leadership should be worked. Especially integrity and accountability is the important stuff. And also, I want to thank my family. My wife is here, Krishna, and my son, Darshan, and my daughter, Swabida. Without them, I don't think I would have come this far. And thanks for their help for my journey. And with the leadership, what I learned is integrity and accountability are the main important stuff, and that's how all my 25 years experience, that's why I have learned, and I'll keep doing it. Thanks.
Thank you, Raj, and huge congratulations on this special award. And the next leadership award goes to Varun Narula, founder and CEO of Vakrangi Health Tech, a motivated professional with over 9 years of diverse industry experience. His company aims to normalize menstruation in India by developing affordable ultra-thin pad machines and establishing a distribution network for the high-quality products. Congratulations, Varun.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much, Internet 2.0, for giving the platform. It's been amazing, networking with all of you. Just to give you a brief background, 6 years ago, my very close friend Ishit and I started a company in India. This was, the whole idea behind this was to, make menstruation normal. Menstruation was a very big thing. And I'm sure you guys are thinking, what is a guy who was into the pad manufacturing industry doing an Internet 2.0 conference? Well, we switched over to the tech side of it. We have our own period manuals. We have our own period trackers, all of that. And nowadays, we're working on something where women can easily locate a sanitary napkin, which is a big thing in India. To locate one, as you know, most women don't have that. And we're trying to make it more affordable, trying to make it, in their reach. And once again, thank you so much for this. And yeah, guys, you're in Dubai. I hope all of you have plans in the evening. If not, please head to Marina. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you, Varun, and congratulations once again. And the final award, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for Wasim Al-Halabi Leadership Award, the CEO and CTO of Aptech Systems, who leads the company with a proven track record of success, with 20 years of experience in software development. Well done, Wasim.
Thank you, Intercom, for this recognition. I am really honored. Thank you for inviting me to join to open a discussion this event. I would like actually to thank and delegate this recognitions to my wonderful team and my family, and especially to my wife for her support. Without her, I cannot be here. So actually, this is the most wonderful leadership recognitions I have gotten in my life. Thanks again for Intercom for this recognition.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please put your hands together one more time for all of our winners this afternoon and this morning. And could I please ask all the winners now if you could come forward onto the stage for a group photograph. And let's keep the applause going, everybody, as they come up to the stage. Come on, let's make some noise. I know it's the end of the day. Everyone's getting tired now, but come on, this is a very special moment. Come on, winners, congratulations. Let us have the group photograph now. So we're going to take the group picture. And then, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning we'll be back again for our third and final day of the Internet 2.0 conference. 9 a.m. start tomorrow, so enjoy the rest of your evening. And let's have one more round of applause, everyone, for all of our fantastic winners. Come on, put your hands together, everybody. Woo! Thank you very much, everyone. Hope you've enjoyed today. And don't forget, tomorrow we will be starting at 9 o'clock, so we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. Enjoy the rest of your night, everybody, and congratulations. And thank you once again. We do have a networking session now outside if you'd like to stay for a little bit longer. Mix and mingle. Make the most of your time. And thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.